Good day. Enjoying my chewing. How are you guys today?
Yeah, not too bad.
We're so good.
Are you excited for day 4 of Alliance Tournament 20? Where's my water? Oh, I threw it away.
Yeah.
That's my own fault.
Yeah.
You did do that.
I did do that.
We all make mistakes sometimes.
All right. 4 teams remaining
Yes.
in Alliance Tournament 20. Just 4. We started with 32. We are down to just 4. Ragequit, Cancel Sub, the Tuskers Co., Truth on the Light, and... I've forgotten.
Platinum Sensitivity.
That's the one. I forgot about them because
How
they
could
kicked
you
out
forget
Volta.
about the indestructible Mark
The
Bridges?
indestructible Mark Bridges. Thank you, CCP Jotuun. Our first match, I think it's going to be a doozy. I see already there's flagships on field, Mystical Might.
Exciting stuff.
Exciting stuff indeed. Okay, so shall we look at the bands for match 1? Let's do it. Clap, clap, bands. Let's go. All right, Ragequit, Cancel Sub.
Oh, no. Oh, I was so excited for a second there.
Ragequit, Cancel Sub, banning out the Oneros, the Curse, the Pilgrim, the Arbitrator, and Platinum Sensitivity banning out the Loki, the Zarmaz, the Armageddon, and the Armageddon Navy issue. Mystical Might, what do you see in these bands here?
Yep, so no Zarmzaddy today. We've got the Curse, Pilgrim, and Arbitrator bands, but Sentinel and Crucify still in, so they can bring some tracking disruptors or guidance disruptors if they want to. Thankfully, we're not going to be seeing 3 Armageddon Navy issues, my personal favourite, or least favourite thing. Yeah, I mean, pretty standard bands again. I don't think there's anything here that we haven't seen in other days so far.
Yep, and Blackbird Pirates, your thoughts?
Yeah, what he just said.
Excellent.
Yeah, quality thoughts.
Quality
Yeah,
thoughts.
so
Quality
many of
thoughts
them.
indeed.
I am surrounded by thoughts.
Oh no. CCP Zealous somewhere. Not very happy now.
It's like, well, that didn't take very long.
All right. Well, I mean, let's just get started. Like, we have 4 teams remaining. We need to whittle that down to just 1 by the end of today. This is going to be some exciting matches. Some of the best teams remaining in the tournament are ready to compete for that #1 top slot. So let's go to the first match of the day in the arena.
Welcome to the arena, guys. You caught us a little bit too early. Poor Fear's running back in, but welcome to the final day. And already I'm bloody excited because the first ship I saw on Fancy UI, they brought a Vindicator. And I'm waiting to see, is this a flag Vindy or a regular Vindy?
Well, their flagship is a Vindicator. Platinum Sensitivities is a Balgor, and I expect both these teams to have prop flags. So we're checking local chat right now.
Yep, they haven't said yet. And I'm hoping that, please, if this is a Vindy, it's a wild comp. Vindy double Abaddon comp is very brutal. But however, the newts from the Balgorn is going to make all 3 ships rather unhappy.
Well, that and
There we go.
flagship
Flag Vindy.
both.
And Mark Bridges, the indestructible Mark Bridges in the Balgorn versus, what's his name? Debug in a Vindicator.
Yeah, the captains and flagship pilots duking it out. Of course, on the blue side, Platinum Sensitivity, they've brought some control, Double Sentinel, Balgor, and Fleet Tempest. They have a little bit less DPS overall compared to the red side, Ragequit, Cancel Sub, but they have a little bit more control, as we see that control bar about twice as big, and a lot of that is this carries alongside the Double Sentinels, and of course, they still got quite a bit of DPS in that Draugr and the Fleet Tempest. They won with this comp yesterday, and I believe this is similar to previous showing of flagships from Ragequit, Cancel Sub. Don't quote me on that. I might have the comp slightly confused, but either way, Double Crucifier versus Double Sentinel. We're about ready to go. I'm excited.
Oh yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. There's going to be a lot of control from both sides. As I said, Double Crucifier is going to make the Balgorn Tempest unhappy, but the Double Sentinel is going to make all the battleships unhappy. So we're going to have to see how this match starts off as everyone just immediately starts getting probably tracking disrupted to hell.
Yeah, it's...
Web out already, the Vindicator. Look at that. Immediate web on the Vindy. You are not allowed to move, sir. Tracking disruptors on all 3 battleships. They are all been disrupted down, which is more painful for the Abaddons than the Vindicator. Vindicator doesn't really care. Abaddon does like to project, and being reduced really does suck.
Yeah, and it's a kite back from Platinum Sensitivity. They're kind of out with that Balgorn, trying to get everything ready and set up because you don't want to get under the guns of that Vindicator. I mean, if you do, you have 2 Sentinels, so lots of tracking disruption can stop the Vindicator from actually shooting. And as you
That's
mentioned,
just a battleship. At that point, there's a point where you can track up all you want. They're blasters. It doesn't really matter. They can just sit at 0 with weapon, yeah.
but
There is like a saturation point almost. There's not so much you can do.
But either way, the Balgorn's newts can definitely help turning off that Vindicator's guns.
And keep an eye on the Balgon's web. Again, Vindicator. If that Balgon webs him again, slows him down. This Balgon, Mark Bridges, is going to play constantly, just webbing down all 3 battleships repeatedly. And it's going to be really, really annoying for the battleship pilot. But at the moment, we're not seeing much in the way of damage yet.
No, we have not, in fact, seen much damage at all. The attack bar, pretty anemic.
Oh, hey, look,
in
some
terms of the red.
damage.
There we go. We're seeing some red in the attack bar now.
Woo!
So some damage being put down across both these teams. The Fleet Tempest taking some pot shots, while one of these Abbas, Lily Artson, has been taking some pot shots. Actually, the Fleet Tempest is webbed down right now. Not quite sure if that's the Vindicator on top.
Grapple?
Vindicator also
That's double
continually
grapple.
webbed.
I think that's a grapple from both Abaddons, actually.
Okay, so long-range grapple not going to be nearly as punishing as the Vindicator webs, as we see Debug and the Vindicator very far back compared to those Abbas who are kind of front-lighting, as Debug now burning in, trying to find his way into this fight in an effective manner, this tracking disruption, and now newts on both these Abbas. So really, Platinum Sensitivity trying to use that control bar to their advantage. We see it's already about 2/3 full.
Abaddon pulling back. The Abaddon of Lily Arsten is actually pulling back to his team, and it looks like the other Abaddon's about to do the same. No, he's kind of doing it. That's weird. I would expect him to keep pushing, but they are deciding, no, okay, it's not going to work. Let's pull back. Interesting.
Yeah, honestly, actually we see Lily Arson start to burn in a little bit more as well. This Fleet Tempest is really difficult to actually get much damage onto him at all when you're tracking disrupted by 2 Sentinels. We do not know exactly how these Sentinels are fit. They could just have the 3 tracking disruptions that we see, but we don't see multiple tracking disruptions applied to the same ship with the fancy UI. So for all we know, there could be even more tracking disruption, and these Abbas might not be able to actually hit anything, even with long-range ammo. As you see, this Fleet Tempest has been pretty much untouched in terms of the armor belt. It's
going to be interesting to watch. Like, I have to double check. Is there a point there? No, okay, there's no singular point. So this could be a match that goes into reverse tie-dye unless something rapidly changes. They try to shoot a Punisher, but pretty tanky ship. Someone's need to get like a quick snipe on a frigate somewhere. Just delete something small, and the moment that happens, this match changes. Otherwise, it's a slow grind as both teams are just being absolutely controlled by the opposing teams.
Yeah, those officer webs really just keeping the Valgorn at bay. Debug trying to boat in as fast as he can, but unfortunately, even though it's not the same as the Vindicator 90% web, it still has a long range and you still are webbed, only going about 300 meters per second in that Vindicator right now.
The key is that you're webbing them and you're not being webbed back, which means you get all the time in the world. It brings the Vindicator from like 1,000 or 1,200 to like 200-300, as you can see. The man can't crack 300 at the moment.
Yeah, these double crucifiers, though, got some tracking disruption out of this Balgorn Fleet Tempest. We're seeing the tracking disruption fall in and out as the crucifiers are being damped by this carries the Platinum
Some
Sensitivity
damage on Magus. I think actually, by the way, a potential key point here, which I haven't said yet, the carries. The carries at one moment could turn off both crucifiers and give their ships full tracking for a moment. And we saw for a moment that the Magus was getting hit, but he's now solidified. So keep an eye out in the damps. That carries needs to bounce those damps around, find the right target at the right time. But we have a scram on the Abaddon. Hold on a minute.
Scram web on the Abba, in fact. Arena Arthi. Platinum Sensitivity doesn't really have a whole lot of targets
Tempest
to choose
Fleet.
from.
Okay, all right, here we go. Here's the brawl. The Tempest Fleet is now locked down by the Abaddon. The other Abaddon's going to be on the way. The Vindicator will be on the way. That Tempest being caught, maybe it was a planned thing, but I am worried for that team now because that's now 3 close-range aggressive battleships about to be at 0.
Well, the Abba is being neuted and nosed out, so
the second one's already there.
the pulse lasers can potentially be turned off. This Vindicator still not quite in the fight quite yet. We see Debug slowly burning in, but Mark Burgess is actually burning into the fight as well, trying to get his nudes on these Abbas and maybe free up the Tempest Fleet before the Vindicator arrives.
I had a quick check as well. That is definitely a gun, Balgorn as well. He has guns, not full newts, so this is going to be a very interesting fight now. It's going to be almost a race to who can rip through the other battleships.
We see the Punisher burning in as well. The Thalia also burned in alongside this Crucifier, so it's devolving into an all-out brawl as the Logi and the rest of the squad from Ragequit Cancel Sub are trying to get their reps and their E-Ward down. We see Logi on that Magus, on the Crucifier right now, Lucius, as well as the Abba. And the Valgorn's got the newts on the Abba. The Vindicator's still not into this fight quite yet. He's tracking disrupted to all hell, and this Abba is going down pretty quickly because these Thalias, they're being neuted out in the meantime, and they just cannot get on top of this Abba nearly enough. But Debug and the Vindicator, he's slowly approaching this fight, and once he gets on top of one of these Tempest Fleet issues or Balgorn, it's going to devolve into an all-out brawl. Irina Arthi, though, and the Abba still staying alive, got the reactive armor hardener spooling as this Magus now is the primary from Platinum Sensitivity. They need to get these links off the table if they want to snowball this match.
I'm just waiting to see the Abaddon die. This is interesting as hell because I'm watching the Balgorn, who can sit whatever range he wants.
Hunter Hughes.
Yeah, the Balgorn has moved into the fight as well, and I think he might be presenting himself as a target. It looks like Tempest Fleet's actually trying to pull away a little bit. He can't move fast, he can move, and you can see he's trying to edge away a bit. No, look at his speed though, 2 ms. He's not exactly going to be moving fast.
Yeah, the Vindicator finally into this fight, getting some damage on the Fleet Tempest. Obviously, these dual Sentinels can stop a Vindicator from shooting unless he's right up in your face. Meanwhile, Platinum Sensitivity, they've neuted out both of these Logi frags, now getting some damage on a Nexium 2 in the Thalia. He had some very good plays in Logi on an Oneros earlier in this tournament, but he's going to go down. Absos also not going to be long for the world either, as he is completely neuted out, and they really want to get this Logi down so they can actually kill these Abaddons and maybe go for the Vindicator next, who is still loved up by this Balgorn. The Balgorn's still not comp. Meanwhile, this Fleet Tempest, Tempest dipping ever lower into armor.
Vindy's in point blank range and he needs to control space and just start shooting. And look at that Vindicator skin as well. Absolutely horrific. I love it. And yeah, Vindicator's now at 0. They've lost their Logi, but
the Abba.
he's right at 0 now. This is full damage moment. This is the chance to maybe break through the Tempest fleet before the Abaddon goes down.
Well, this Balgorn, though, not a whole lot of damage on a gun Balgorn
he's
for a
in the hull.
faction
Here we
battleship.
go.
The
Here we
Fleet
go.
Tempest, though, going down on this Abba, still in armor, has not hit her hull quite
There
yet.
we go.
And the Fleet Tempest is down. The Abba stays alive for the time being. Arena Arthi making good use of the reactive armor hardener that these guys bring. And the Abba stays alive, now dipping into structure. But still, that Fleet Tempest is a significant chunk of the Platinum sensitivity damage off the table.
Yep, now it's time to see what happens next. They've still got double Sentinels as well to provide control, and the Balgorn should be able to pull range, but there's a little problem with that. There's a little guy in a Punisher who survived right until about now, who's now got the Balgorn webbed and scrammed. So, well done to Laudius in the Punisher. This is when the best frigate pilots are. They didn't die at the start. They're here when they need to be. And what they need to be is tackling the important ship for the other ship to get on top of it.
Importantly, though, Platinum Sensitivity still has their links on this table. The Draugr providing those alongside this Magus and Pontifex. Meanwhile, the Pontifex is down from Ragequit cancel subs. They have no more links after about a minute and a half for these battleships. One of these Pontifexes is actually webbed up right now. LTL Bazaar, as this Punisher is still unpunished.
Yeah, well, he's about to be punished. I'm seeing a big old flight of drones all on his face right now. Yep, all the drones from this team is now currently just destroying the Punisher. And unfortunately, I think that's going to be the end for Ragequit because they do have good damage. They have a great pair of ships for that. They can't move anymore. They have no motion left, and they can't shoot back.
But the Vindicator, I mean, should be within that 30-kilometer range that we get from those officer webs under links. Grant you the links are going to pull off.
Yeah, but say, what links?
The Balgorn is 61 meters per second at the moment. Even with the Punisher down, we see the web still apply to the Balgorn, so the Vindicator has done what they needed to do.
Nope, Vindicator is on the Pontifex.
No, never mind. Actually, you're right. It's grappled by the Abba right now, so the Vindicator is still not slowing down the Balgorn nearly enough.
Yeah, the Vindicator is being distracted by a Pontifex right now, which is not good for him at all. He needed to get on the big ship. I get the understanding. I do agree getting rid of the small ships, but he kind of needs to get rid of the last bit of damage so then the comp he's got can just survive.
Staying alive. And importantly, Platinum Sensitivity still has their Logi, and we see Nebus and Nightcap both keeping this Pontifex alive. They are not under really any sort of nuke threat or any sort of web threat from the side of Ragequit cancel sub. So they're keeping this Pontifex alive quite effectively. The Vindicator and Abba don't really apply very well to those destroyers, so Platinum Sensitivity keeping their links alive. The Balgorn still under no threat, and this Abba now in half armor.
I like Mark Bridges in local. Okay, I'll let the Vindy live. Good fight. To be fair, I think he might struggle to kill it in 35 seconds. So.
Yes, 37 seconds left. Platinum Sensitivity. Only loser carries in a Fleet Tempest. The indestructible Mark Bridges staying indestructible and moving on to the lower bracket finals. Ragequit cancel sub end up 4th place in the Alliance tournament. This is a very deep run for them. I'm excited to see how they do next year.
They've had a few upsets as far as I'm aware in this match. They've done some very good piloting.
They took out both evasive maneuvering as well as barcode, which I think no one really expected this team to do.
Exactly.
So well played to Ragequit cancel sub thus far. Unfortunately, their run ends here. Platinum Sensitivity, though, move on to the lower bracket finals, so we'll see them in a best of series against the loser of the next series, which we're casting, which is Truth, Honor, Light versus the Tuskers Co. We will be right back after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Ragequit, cancel sub, drop there, our first victim of the day, and now we have our top 3. That was an amazing run for Ragequit, cancel sub. I believe that's their first run under this name. Of course, a bunch of experienced people in there, but getting that far, and they brought that amazing flagship Vindicator. The 2 flagships on field there. We were kind of looking for some flagship on flagship violence, but at least their flagship survived to live and fight another day. So maybe they can recoup some of the cost. I'm sure that was a very expensive flagship. Knowing the people in that team, I would be pretty certain it's going to be pimp AF, but they'll be happy that it survived. They have to be happy with the performance in this tournament. They knocked out some pretty big teams, so well done. But Starfleet, how did that match go? It looked like at one point it wasn't going to be as cut and dry as it kind of ended up being.
I mean, I think the Sentinels
were a huge factor on the match. TDing the Abaddons and the Vindi, and obviously the Balgorn webbing the Vindi back, and the Abaddons coming in closer. It was, we were talking, weren't we, Misty, that like they were kind of kiting, weren't they, with the Balgorn? They were just using its newts just to try and get the cap down for the Abaddon, and when they felt it was right, they went in with a Fleet Tempest to try and get the damage down, trying to get the Abaddon down.
Yeah, I mean, one of the advantages of a Vindicator is web strength. You can just slow everything down. When you can tell when someone's got a really fancy web on a Vindicator because he presses whatever hotkey his web is on, and then the ship speed just goes to like 3. Whereas the Balgorn doesn't get the strength bonus, but it gets the range bonus. So the Balgorn will be able to web that Vindicator before it can be webbed itself.
It was probably like, for the Vindi pilot, frustrating.
Yeah.
Not only are you webbed miles away, you probably can only hit, 2 kilometers?
Yeah. The Sentinels were just tracking, disrupting the Vindi down. So even when it did get webs on the Pontifex towards the end of the match, we saw that the Pontifex was just tanking because the Abaddon's capped out, probably, and the Vindicator's just, swinging away, but can't quite.
But really close.
Super close. Little T-Rex arms.
Yeah, little T-Rex Vindi blasters, yeah. Not quite what you want when you're, behind already.
Yeah, but I mean, I think they definitely... Platinum sensitivity, let's be clear, they played it very well. They controlled the match. You pointed out Starfleet, they were sort of positioning, waiting until those newts really took effect. But I mean, I think Ragequit really pushed Platinum sensitivity today. They couldn't just sit back and relax.
No, they can't just wait. It's just, for them, it's terrible. With newts, pressure, over time, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And as we were watching, Misty said the same thing. It's like, the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Ragequit. And also, let's not forget the Carries doing a great job dampening the Crucifiers.
I had not jokingly, I was saying, the Carries is doing the Lord's work, damping out the Crucifiers and stopping Tracking Disruptors, and then Tracking Disruptors hit the Balgorn, and I went, never mind.
But he was doing a good job, though.
It was really well played from the Carries pilot.
Yep.
I think the Carries also likely had a scram as well, because at one point it got webbed by the Vindicator, and I think it was because the Carries was using its long-range scram bonus to hold down one of the battleships, again, to help separate and screen the big damage ships when they were burning in for the Flempist and the Balgorn. So just great piloting on both
tough
sides.
as well, because towards the end they were getting up against the arena, so you can only really kite for so long. So you just have to at one point be like, okay, we got to go in now, otherwise we're going to get pushed and pushed and pushed, and you want to try and get that Vindi separated as well.
But that's... Sorry.
I was just going to say, I wonder what would have happened different if the Deacons on the other side died, because once those Deacons dropped on Ragequit, it was that's when Plat could commit and go in, because it becomes a DPS race, and they have Deacons.
Well, the thing with the Plat comp, and I think I like the Platinum sensitivity comp more because it had the Sentinels.
Yeah.
So we were saying, we're focusing on the Balgorn, the fact that it's a flagship, it has the newts, they're going up against cap-heavy battleships like the Abaddons, like the Vindicator. But what we haven't necessarily focused on too much is the fact that the Sentinels did a great job of getting around the battleship brawl, getting on those Thalias, and because you have one Sentinel per Thalia, they are basically going to be capped out. It's like, you get that one, I'll get this one, bang, done.
And they did it
having a great
perfectly,
time.
because as soon as they brawled in, they were like, right, let's go round.
Yeah. And the newts basically landed on both Thalias at around the same time, so the moment that happens, they're gone. And then you also have the Draugr burning around in the backline as well, getting rid of those Crucifiers and then working its way through the support.
You forget about.
Yeah.
You're just you're so fixated on we're going to kill the fleet temps, and then Draugr goes round.
The benefit of trig frigates like the Nurgle, not so much the Damavik, but the Nurgle and the Draugr, not only can they bring links, so there were actually a decent number of link ships on the Platinum sensitivity side. They had the Magus, the Pontifex, but also the Draugr, which is not what we usually see when we're looking at Command Desis. But it also spools, so you can essentially just put it on a random ship in the back of the arena, and even if it is like a logistics cruiser, it eventually will start doing 800 DPS constantly, just ticking away.
That's a lot of DPS.
And because the comp that we saw from Ragequit Cancel Sub was so limited in terms of scope and how far it could actually shoot out, they had nothing that could clear it.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at the bands for our next match. This is going to be the first of a best of 3. So we're now into the winners bracket finals. The winner of this match, or this best of 3 match, I should say, will go into the grand finals. The loser will drop down to play the lower bracket final, which is also a best of 3. So this is a really important one to win, because then you get to rest and then go into the finals. Tuskers Co. banning out the Lachesis, the Arazu, so lots of scrams off the field. The Eos and the Curse. Meanwhile, Truth on a Light banning out the Hugin, the Rapier, the Guardian, and the Oneros. Starfleet Commander.
They don't like recons.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is the first time, because they obviously
a lot of recons.
they just they don't want the webs, they don't want long points, no scramming, no webs, and then no armorlogy, and a bit of Eos and a Curse. So obviously all the disruption is TDs and GDs are still open, but I don't know what to make of the Hug-In and Rapier and the Lachesis and the Razzie. Do you reckon it's projection?
Well, we saw yesterday Truth on Allied brought like multi-scram Lachesis to just kind of keep people away, which was very effective
So
against a rush
targeted
comp.
ban.
Yeah, very targeted ban. I think the same from Truth on Allied. They've seen Tuskers bring pretty much exclusively armor comps so far, usually with an Oneros or a Guardian. I think mostly the Oneros, but they've favoured like the triple Domi comp, the EOS comp. So these are, I mean, we're into the top teams at this point. These are targeted bans. These are not just like random bans.
Yeah, this is one of the points where we start seeing ships that we wouldn't usually see getting banned, getting taken out. Like the Erazu and the Lachesis have only been banned against, I think, Truth on a Light because they've fielded it, they've shown what they can do with it. And likewise, we know Tuskers is a very kiting-heavy comp, or focused team, rather. They've done some wacky stuff like the kiting Guardians with like CFIs and things like that. So they're just going to be taking the strongest ships that will really contribute towards a successful kiting team, like the Hugin, like the Rapier, and trying to get rid of them. So it makes it easier to counter what Tuskers might be bringing, and likewise for Truth on the Line.
Well, in terms of what Tuskers are bringing, I can see they are bringing their flagship to this match, so this could be an interesting one. Is a flagship Balgorn. So they are bringing armor, probably a Zarmaz or maybe a couple of Deacons. We are into Conquest bans. I'll explain that after this match, because we've got 90 seconds, and I think let's just go to the arena and let the commentators talk about it.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Firvana, joined by Wingnut Cross, and we are ready to go with game number 1 of the best of 3 between Tuskers Co. and Truth Honor Light. It is the upper bracket finals. Winner goes on to the grand finals. Loser ends up facing Platinum Sensitivity in the lower bracket finals. What do we have on grid, Wingnut?
Tuskers have pulled a Tuskers here. They've got a full control kiting comp with a Cruise Typhoon as one of their main damages. The Balgorn has no guns. They have a Hyena backing it up and a Bellicose as well. This is disgusting. And Truth on the Light going, we know what works. We're going to keep using what works. But not only did they do that, they warped what works at 0, which is usually inadvised.
Yeah, so they brought medium gun spam, and this time around, warping at 0, not something you typically expect out of a medium gun spam comp, or really out of any comp.
Honestly, it's what you don't expect from top-tier teams. They actually say never to do it, even in rush comps, which is crazy.
Exactly, but this time around, they're like, all right, Tuskers are going to bring something kitey. We want to be at 0, and we want to brawl them out with our medium gun spam. That said, Tuskers, they've got 2 webs on the Balgorn, most likely. They've got at least 1 web, if not 2 in the Hyena. All of those going to be long-range webs. They also have paints on the Bellicose, right? And a Purifier to help take advantage of the paints on that Bellicose. So we're about to get ready, underway. Let's see how the teams respond. Tuskers, of course, kiting back, and burning in is Truth Honor Light.
Yeah, this is the one team that could potentially beat Tuskers' wacky, zany stuff.
Look at all those webs, though.
Yeah, they are already going to have half their copy kind of stuck. They've targeted the cheap T1 cruisers as well as Navy Brooks to slow them down. Drones are already out. The rush has begun.
Getting damage on the Mauler, and we see drone damage on the Smallest right now, and a little bit of gun damage as well. Painted up by this Vigil, but the Smallest stays alive, and now they swap to the Purifier, Truth Honor Light, trying to take down this low end of the Tuskers Co. We see some reps landing on this Purifier right now as the Mauler dips into armor, but First Blood goes over to Truth Honor Light as they take down this torpedo boat.
Interesting as well is that the Balgorn did not run away. The Balgorn of VLD basically kind of either didn't move or burned in a little bit because he just basically was trying to say, shoot me, please, shoot me.
The newts on the Astarte, too. We kind of didn't mention this, but this is not a gun Balgorn. One of these Molluses falls, but the Balgorn is actually full newt fit.
Full newt and or smart bombs, yes.
And or smart bombs. So this is going to be pretty difficult for Truth Honor Light if they get close to this Balgorn and actually use their guns. Those Balgorn newts, very oppressive.
They're going for the Augurin now, and if they get rid of that, this kiting comp is going to lose a lot of its sustain. So this is already looking a little rough for Tuskers, but Truth Honor Light is not coming out free at the moment. They're about to lose a Mauler.
The smaller, unfortunately, the AUG not able to keep it up even through the HML and cruise damage that Tuskers Co. have brought. This AUG, meanwhile, Jaeger Mortis, very low armor, seems to be a buffer fit, not really having any sort of active rep on either of these. We see more damage on this other Mauler of Thunder Light, Nith Hinkin, the primary from Tuskers Co., but they will lose their Augur for this.
Indeed. This is Tuskers' wackiness, man. They spun the wheel of comps and made this, and I'm like, this is... Tuskers always have like a 4-head idea, and I'm not entirely sure if this was a good or bad one yet.
Well, we will see how that works. Some damage on this Hyena and Pontifex. The Pontifex currently being painted. Something just got deleted. It was one of those Maulers. So Tuskers go 22 to 35
now. Look at the webs now. Nothing can move.
nothing moving at all, and this Pontifex currently painted up. The primaries keep swapping from Truth Honor Light. They need to kill some of this low end, some of the support that Truth Tuskers have brought. They're now onto the Hyena once again, and that is a lot of webs, probably 3 of them off the table, and we see 3 webs drop off, and now it's just the 2 from the Balgorn.
Unfortunately for Tuskers, that was the end game they wanted there, where they can web everything off. But having lost all their support and their logi, they can't maintain now. So while they got to what they wanted, they could not get there fast enough, and now they're just going to fall apart, I think, which is a damn shame.
Well, they've got this Augurer down at the very least, so Truth Honor Light without their Logi, Tuskers Co. Cruises apply very well, especially under paints from a Bellicose, right? So Tuskers still not quite out of this. It's 42 points to 46, but they're going to lose their Mollusk. They're going to lose their last bit of control other than the Balgorn, and Truth Honor Light seem to be starting to snowball. They've got a lot of damage on this Pontifex. They've now got paints on the Fleet Cyclone. They're going to take that out next, too.
Yep, and basically because there's so many damage ships as well, they can't be neutered off as easily. Even with like an 8 newt Balgorn, it's going to be kind of hard to fully newt these ships out, which means damage will always be coming, and they can't avoid it.
And they've been playing very well. Obviously going in for the all-out brawl off the start, and we see the Omen, this Absolution, and the other Omen pretty close to the Cyclone Fluid issue and about to swap to this Typhoon and Mirror Chief. Master Theorycrafter for Tuskers. Obviously, Tuskers, this is a best of 3, so if they lose this match, they're not going to be out of it yet. And then we get into Conquest bans. The Truth Honor Light will not be able to bring any of these ships in the next match.
Basically, they've said we are not allowed to bring medium gun spam. Do you think they're going to bring shield medium gun spam next time?
Perhaps. We've actually seen a couple teams have success with shield medium gun spam, especially medium gun spam mirror matchups. So Truth Honor Light, they are doing very well this match. They should end up winning as they're onto this Typhoon now. Didn't even have to kill the Lynx for Tuskers Co. They just had overwhelming DPS, and Tuskers, unfortunately for them, did not have nearly enough in the tank to deal with Truth Honor Light. I'm double checking here. This does not appear to be a flag Balgorn, so Tuskers are going to... No, Tuskers do have a flag Balgorn, excuse me. That is their flag Balgorn. So Truth Honor Light has plenty of time to kill it.
There'd be no point to bringing it otherwise. Yeah, it's got to be a Flaghorn, which is why the webs are so good. That's what they're playing on. The Hyena and the Balgorn keep everyone away. Augurer keeps us alive, damp them down, tracking disrupt them, ruin their day, and just shoot them with what little DPS they had. Because they had, what, 2.5 DPS ships?
Yeah, I mean...
That's about it, really.
And Balgorn didn't really do it, so yeah, it's really kind of 2, but... Well, yeah. Purifier, so 2.5.
Don't forget Bellicose missiles. They do exist. Bellicose does fire missiles on occasion.
It does, but... VLD and Marome in the Balgorn now scrammed up, and we'll see if VLD's as indestructible as the indestructible Mark Bridges in that Balgorn.
He's got 5 minutes to tank. I think the answer to that one is likely to be no, especially once the links go away.
Pontifex
we may be about to see Tuskers lose their Flaghorn here.
Oh boy. I mean, we didn't have a whole lot of flagships lost yesterday, and of course that Flag Vindicator survived earlier on today. If this Balgorn goes down, Tuskers going to be pretty upset with that, because Truth Honor Light still have their flagship, which I believe is also a Balgorn available to them.
What a surprise.
So, VLD Marome still hovering about 2/3 armor right now. We've got 4 minutes 42 seconds. Truth Honor Light, they've got 4 DPS boats into this Balgorn, and we see the attack bar. Just drones from Tuskers Co. And some missiles from the Bellicose trying to get at least some damage onto this Astarte.
The drones have gotten a Vespers, and they're hitting... I'm just seeing if there's a possibility they can get away with this, that Balgorn. I don't think so. I think he might be able to survive the top of the 4 minutes. He might be able to do that. But he can't really kill. Even with 5 Vespers and Newts removing as much as he can from resistance, I don't think he can get through.
I don't think he can kill, but also, like, he's fully self-tank. He has...
There's smart bombs. Okay, he is a mixed smart bomb newt fit, so there you go. Fair enough. I just had to see that as well.
Smart bombs and newts, and obviously you're able to use blue and purple reps, up to 2 of them, on flagships, and those blue and purple reps are better than an Ansel in terms of EHP per second that they rep up. So this Balgorn probably's got 2 purple reps, if I had to imagine, maybe 2 blue ones for fitting, and thus VLD is going to be very difficult to kill with really only 4 DPS ships from Truth Honor Light on the table, even if they're all loading their close range ammo. We see VLD really never dipping below half armor. He's able to bait tank a little bit and then uses reps and dual rep back up to full.
Now, normally battleships have a bit of a worry with cap boosters. They only can carry about 6 or 7 3200s, but there is a special thing from Blood Raider ships that allow them to avoid that issue to a small degree.
Yep.
He can suck.
There are NOSs, as we see the NOS actually on a Navy Harbinger. Does not matter how big the cap pool of the enemy ship is, it does not need to be bigger than yours. You will be able to stake their capacitor away from them on any Blood Raider ships of the Balgorn. Having a good time getting this stuff on the Navy Harbinger.
They're all at point blank. They've all loaded close range ammo. They actually might get him now.
VLD, oh no, he's in structure. Oh,
They're gonna get him.
no,
He's
they're
gonna
gonna
go.
get him. They're going to get him. We're going to see a very shiny Balgorn kill mill, perhaps even the most expensive one of the tournament, because that thing probably has 2 Toby webs on it, and it is down. So Tusker is not going to be able to bring their flagship for the rest of the tournament. Truth Honor Light still have their flag Balgorn available, and with the Conquest bans, we'll see if they want to bring it against Tuskers in this next match.
That is painful. But people, one thing about medium gun spam, they are meant to be mid-range comps, but Javelin does exist as an ammo type.
Yes.
You can get real close and personal and hit some good damage, and the moment they did, they won. GG, well done to Truth on a Light. The first match is to them, a flagship down. Let's go back to the studio and see what they think.
And there you have it. So the Tuskers dropping the first match in this best of 3. This is the upper bracket final. But not only did they lose the first match, they also lost their flagship Balgorn. So big loss to them right there. Starfleet Commander, where did it all go wrong for the Tuskers there?
Well, actually, I thought they had a good chance.
Yeah.
At the start, I was thinking this could work, and I thought they just need to cap out probably some of the battle cruisers and probably try. I think they're just lacking damage, weren't they? As soon as the Typhoon fleet issue went down and the fleet cyclone went down, there was nothing because it was, I believe. Well, I don't know if we have to kill Merle, but I'm assuming it's a full nuke. It's a full nuke battle.
Yeah, it looked at towards the end that maybe he had a smarter bomb or something,
Yeah.
but I don't think there's any guns on that Balgorn. I'll be interested to see if the kill mill does pop up. I half expect the Tuskers and Truth Honor Light both to be teams that have removed their APIs from Zkill to protect that dank intel. But we'll find out if it comes up. There's at least another fancy Balgorn kill mill we can look at a little bit later anyway.
And also for THL at the start, they didn't actually break anything at the beginning. It was actually usually you get a kill immediately for like the first 10 seconds. It's so important for the medium railguns to get like a kill down.
Yeah.
But as soon as they didn't, I thought, okay, maybe Tuskers can actually take this. But they still got through the THL.
I feel like Tuskers didn't have enough DPS, like you've pointed it out. And also Blackbart Pirate pointed out that it looked like a rare piloting error on the side of Truth Honor Light at the start of that match. You saw the paints go on to one of the molluses, and then the damage was in the other, and then the paints had to be swapped. So normally you would expect paints on the one you're shooting, but a bit maybe a miscommunication or someone clicked the wrong thing, but that's what it looked like, and that's why that mollusk first got away. Mystical Mind.
Yeah, I wasn't so sure about the targeting choice at the very beginning. With medium gun spam, you have a very good chance of being able to clear the lower end of a comp because your guns are going to track frigates really, really well, especially with a Vigil helping out by pointing at it and saying, you can now hit this thing. That's essentially what a Vigil does. However, yeah, like you said, the Vigil managed to paint the wrong one at the very beginning, so when they first shot the Maulus, it managed to burn away. It makes sense that you would try and target the Maulus at the very beginning, at least getting rid of one, because you are a comp that does damage at range, and the Mauluses are very much a case of, please don't lock me at this range with my damps. The way that damps work, for those who are unaware or fairly new to the game, who haven't experienced the joys of PvP and not being able to lock things yet, damps are modules that you can load with either lock range scripts or scan res scripts. Scan resolution is the speed at which you lock other ships, and then lock range is how far out you can lock. The dampeners, when applied to your ship, will lower those ranges respectively, or that scan res respectively, making it either hard for you to lock out to range or making it so it takes really, really long time for you to actually lock something. So we see various uses for these in the Alliance tournament. In this particular case, the two Mauluses would have been applying their damps to the battle cruisers, the Omens, the Maulers, to stop them from being able to project out, which helped both keep them alive, but would have also kept things like the Purifier alive as well towards the beginning of the match. But we did see that the Purifier went down when Truth Honor Light realized they couldn't kill the Maulus, which was, I think, the correct choice. And then they were able to swap over to the Augurer because they managed to burn into range. Even though there was a lot of webs coming out from the Tuskers team, the Hyena and the Balgorn wouldn't have been able to keep everything away from the Augurer, and it only takes a few ships getting on top to really do the damage
but it's
necessary.
also a balance as well. You don't want to be too close to the Balgorn. It's a catch-22, really, because you're going to have to go close because you get damped. But if you get too close, you saw a lot of the nukes going on to all the ships, and probably they were having cap issues throughout the whole match. The DPS was probably fluctuating a bit, so because I think I saw Tin, he actually moved away from the Balgorn slowly just to get probably cap up again, start shooting again. So it is, they have to go in and try and get the DPS on.
Yep. I mean, this has got to be a bit of a morale hit as well for the Tuskers.
Yeah.
So Tuskers competed in Alliance Tournament 19 Grand Final. They went up 2-0 against Fraternity and then dropped 3 matches back to back to back. And by all intents and purposes, but they said by the time that last match finished, like, you know, they were all kind of like broken at that point. Like, it's a lot of effort, a lot of mental pressure, and then they just kind of fumbled it at the end, and of course finished second. Going into this best of 3 against Truth on a Light, one of the best teams in the tournament, and then not only losing the first match, now being down 1, so the next match is now series point for them, they lost their flagship. Now, Starfleet, you've been in a similar situation.
I've been. Yes, this has been. I have. Yes.
How is it like? You know, the match is over. You're teleported out of the system. You're on comms with the guys. Like, what happens?
Here's the thing: you have to gamble at some point in this tournament, especially in the best ofs. You have to put your flagship on there at some point, and you have to sort of try and read them and see if you can survive. Obviously, in a previous tournament, we did lose our flagship in the best of. It is a bit of a morale hit, but Tuskers are experienced, and I think they can still do really well even without their flagship. Obviously, THL don't have that scare now, so they can kind of move forward with disregarding the Balgon as a core archetype for the comps and stuff. So, but that does remove a lot of comps, doesn't it?
Yeah.
In terms of the Balgon being off the table for Tuskers, probably a lot of their pool is gone. So THL can kind of now think, okay, we don't have to worry about it anymore, and we can sort of focus on new comps or something. But obviously, this is now Conquest.
Yep.
Isn't it?
Yes, so Conquest bands. We'll come back to that in a few minutes. I still want to keep on this match for a little bit longer. Mystical Might, we saw Truth on Light coming in very close to the beacon, almost at 0, with their sort of medium gun spam. If you could, you know, clap, go back in time and change what the Tuskers are bringing, what type of comp do you think would go up against that Truth on a Light matchup there?
Well, it's funny. I was just thinking when we were talking about the Balgorn and the fact that it's kind of essential in some of the archetypes. The Balgorn Widow comps that we were seeing yesterday, especially from Truth on a Light, I think may have fared decently well against the Truth on a Light comp here, provided they had enough screening to hold down the ships and keep them at range from the Widow.
The kill mill. You keep talking. I'll play you around in a minute.
I'm gonna let me get ready to yap. No, but I think that their comp wasn't necessarily bad. It's just that when you're bringing so few DPS ships, it's very easy for a full DPS team to just kind of break through those few core ships. And once you run out, I think it was a full Newt Balgorn. You'll be able to confirm in a moment, CCP Overload.
Yes, don't spoil.
Okay, my bad. But that, once your ships are dead, you're basically sat there going, it's nice weather out in this arena today. I hope I don't die.
I mean, shout out to VLD. Like, for a while, I thought he was actually going to tank and survive in that Balgorn, because it looked like he was tanking. He was neuting out things that were shooting him like quite effectively. He was repping, and then we were watching it, and then the defense part just kind of went whoop. I went whoop.
I said that it looked like a plate burn because he was tanking very, very well, and then it just dipped straight into the red. It was like, that's a lot of EHP gone in one hit.
So looking at the kill mail, so full Newt, so 2 medium, 1 heavy, 2 heavies actually, and then a NOS, a couple of smart bombs.
How many webs?
How many webs? We had 3 webs, 1 Fed Navy.
Fed Navy?
2 to bias,
Go for
2
the
to
Fed Navy,
bias.
and then 2 to bias webs. So those Toby webs are about 80 bill a pop. So
And they
if
both
not
dropped,
more.
no?
Everything dropped. It's 90% lift
So,
drop. Hooray!
Let's keep in mind here, Truth on a Light have a flagship Balgorn.
Yes.
And they've now just received a 90% loot drop flagship Balgorn.
Yes.
So I feel like if you're Tuskers, not only are you sad that you've lost your Balgorn, but any modules that you have dropped are potential upgrades that you will then have to go up against yourself.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Truth on a Light are going to already be pretty much best in slot for everything.
It's just
here.
adding to the stack.
But now you see more Tobias webs. More.
So
The more you have, the more you're going to win.
Starfleet, how about this then? So that Balgorn was going down towards the end. There was still a Bellicose up. So when it's clear that the Balgorn is going to break, do you just like send the Bellicose to boundary
I know this is going.
so that the match is over immediately and
Do you know
hope that
you
you
could
deny
do
the loot?
that?
Yeah.
That could be. I heard you should do that.
Yeah.
I think you should definitely go for the boundary.
I remember a wise man saying, kill the Balgorn, don't let it boundary. This one time.
Things were said
Oh, yeah.
in the heat of the moment in the match.
Yeah, and it was against Tuskers.
Was it? Yes.
And it was
Was it the right
Tuskers.
call?
No.
No.
Maybe not.
No.
But we live and we learn.
Yeah. But that's probably about 220 billion ISK Balgorn lost there. So nice little bit into the pockets of Truth on a Light. So
Yeah.
they're certainly going to be happy with that. I'm assuming they had time to scoop the loot. That Bellicose was still alive
Yeah.
for another like 30
They did it on
seconds
purpose.
or so. Yeah,
Just
yeah.
obviously-
I mean, how was that if I was Tuskers, I would have told the Bellicose to GTFO immediately as soon as the Balgorn was breaking, so the match is over. And then you really have to be quick to loot. You still have a couple of seconds, just to be clear, but
It's not long.
they don't hold just so you can loot.
No.
They click the buttons at the same rate, so match is
It's
over.
brutal.
Good
Yeah,
luck,
it
everyone.
is, yeah.
Sending
Yeah,
you
it is.
home, bang, button, and then gone. So that's what I would have done. To deny the loot to the enemies. You know?
I was telling Jason to shoot the wreck. I was like, come on, get in there. Just suicide your Bellicose and try and shoot the wreck in time. Probably wouldn't have been able to, but, trying to deny your opponent's loot, especially when you have to go up against them in a best of, is smart tactics.
Yeah. Now, as we mentioned, these are best of series at this point. So this is a best of 3. So if Truth on the Light wins the second match, then it's great. Series over, everyone is happy, apart from the Tuskers, and we move on to the next one, which is the lower bracket final, which the Tuskers would also be in then at that point. If the Tuskers win this match, we go to the third match, and then it's, of course, 1-1, and whoever wins that one,
Which is what we
wins.
want.
Which is what we want.
More.
For competitiveness.
More
It's more
PvP.
fun. More PvP. Now, we also have conquest bans. So what that means is if you win a match at this point, so Truth on the Light just won, every single ship that they brought, banned for them. So the other team has only the regular bans. Truth on the Light have their regular bans as well, plus all the bans for what they brought in that first match. Mystical Might, obviously Truth on the Light, their team is going to be practicing conquest ban systems. This is not going to phase them.
Yeah, it gets to the point where you now have to start thinking about your comms in terms of how can we bring duplicate ships to reduce the pool of ships that we are losing out on when we win a match. I think we saw a comp earlier on in the tournament which was basically one of every single type of ship that they could cram in. That's not what you want to be doing in a conquest ban situation because that cuts you out of a lot of different comps. You want to be bringing your 2 Omens, your 2 Maulers, because that way you still have a wider range of ships that you could bring, like the Navy Omen, for example, would still be in this case. You got the Vigilance and all that kind of stuff for the lower end cruiser comps, if you wanted to bring that. So, yeah, it's just a matter of, if you're going to bring some Logifrigs, bring 2 Deacons instead of a Deacon Thalia.
Yeah. I think they've done it on purpose, bringing medium rail spam.
Yeah.
I think it's quite a standard comp. It can deal with most things, but they've definitely got other comps in their back pocket. So it's not really a bigger deal. If they win, perfect. They can just bring a new comp. Obviously, Tuskers can still bring the same comp again, obviously without the flag.
Without the flagship, which will be a bit of a nightmare for them.
I think THL doing this on purpose. Bring quite a standard comp. See if they can break through. Obviously, it paid off. They got the flag down, absolutely fantastic, and won. Even if they lost, I still think it would have been good. If they killed the flag and lost with that comp, I think it would have been worth it.
Yeah.
I mean, as soon as we went to the arena, I looked at it and I turned to, I think it was you, Missy, and I was like, this looks like a flagship headshot comp. Because in best ofs, sometimes you don't mind losing a match if you can remove your opponent's flagship, because now they don't have a flagship and you do, and that's a big, big difference.
For the viewers at home, all right, we were on the same AT team for quite a while, and I do remember a decision against, I think it was PL at the time, or was it Hydra,
it was
where
PL.
we brought a flagship headshot comp, and then they didn't bring their flagship.
Yeah, I know.
Which was-
There was gambles were made.
You do have to gamble a little bit, especially against
Volta
teams that you're not so confident against. You gamble a little bit because if you weaken them but you lose your match and you're still in the tournament, you drop down into lower bracket, it still gives you a great opportunity later on
I think it's
to
just
then best them.
We brought battleships, just loads of battleships and bombers.
We brought battleships
Just
and bombers and
loads
went
of
up against
bombers.
like Kite or some medium gun
And then it
stuff,
came on
was
grid
like,
and there
okay.
wasn't a flag, and we're like,
Yeah. We're
Well,
dead. But
we lost.
it is about that gamble, and it is worth dropping that match sometimes to take away the flagship. Because now, in this particular case, right, we're in a best of 3. Both teams had flag Balgorns. Now only Truth on the Light has a flag Balgorn. But comps like the Balgorn Widow, I'm now expecting to see some Widow bans coming out, right? Because now Tuskers won't be able to effectively field that comp anymore because they're going to be lacking the extreme level of control that you would want in a comp like that, right?
Yep.
So I think the ban strategy is going to change. We'll probably see the Lachesis, the Irazu, maybe, and then we'll probably see a Widow, and then some form
Maybe the
of like-
Zarm. It's been a very popular logistics ship.
The Zarm maybe, but I feel like you can deal with a Zarm better, or utilize a Zarm even without a flagship.
Yeah.
Whereas I feel like the Widow is just something that they're going to have extreme difficulty fielding now themselves.
I mean, when we saw Evasive Maneuvering bring that Widow comp first with the flagship Lashak and Azarmazad, I remember we looked at it and we were like, that looks like an Apex comp, like one of their best. And then we saw, I think Truth on Light also brought a Widow at one point, but it was a Widow Balgorn instead.
Yeah.
lots of heavy control comps. Like these teams tend to favor control over just raw DPS, and then occasionally they'll just come out with a rush. And I'm sort of expecting one of the two teams in this next match just to go for an all-out high DPS shield rush.
Would you have described that comp that Truth on a Light brought as a gun rush?
I maybe would describe it as a gun rush, but more of a gun kite.
Oh, so not gush.
Not gush. No gushing.
Okay.
Oh,
What were you going to say there,
I
buddy?
was going somewhere, but I will
I
not.
see,
I will
okay.
not. Yes, I will. CCP Zealous right now is relieved.
Yeah.
All right. I believe we can call for some team graphs. They're saying to call for them specifically. So let's look at the Tuskers Co. team graph. The summary of that team. Excellent. I am so good at my job. Okay, so 70 people have flown for the Tuskers in their many Alliance tournaments. Of course, they won Alliance Tournament 14 way back when now. And you can see here, look at the different matches in the history on the right. You can see their rather unfortunate run against Fraternity. If you're them, great if you're Fraternity. From Alliance Tournament 19 last year. And then you can see the teams that they've gone through so far in Alliance Tournament 20. They beat Unspoken Alliance, they beat Ragequit, Cancel Sub, they beat Deteriorated, they beat Barcode in a very exciting match yesterday with a really expensive Balgorn, probably around 600 billion, which was a super good match. And then this is their first loss of the tournament now because they're in the upper bracket final. And they just lost to Truth on a Light. You can see they are quite a winning team in general with a lot of really experienced pilots. VLD, he was the guy in the flagship in that last match. We saw him flying there, so he's just getting into the top 5. Latronicus is an old name, one of the best logistics pilots in the game for a while. And of course, Suleiman, he was the captain back during the Alliance Tournament 14 winning run. So super good. Maybe we can compare them to Truth on a Light in this case. Let's have a look at that one. So Truth on a Light, smaller team. They're basically made up of a lot of people from Hydra Reloaded, Pandemic Legion, and a couple of other really, really good teams. And you can see they've basically renamed into Truth on a Light. They won under Hydra Reloaded, and then changed to Truth on a Light. They win a lot.
I was just laughing because you see 22-1-3 lost, and then you look at the veteran pilots, and it's 75 rounds.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, well, obviously a team that's bounced, renamed themselves a couple of times, but have people that have played a lot. Yeah.
I think Casper is definitely in the top 5 of most matches played. I think people like Annie Gardet from Volta,
Theronth as well.
Theronth is up there. I know some of the old PL guys are super high up there as well, which is why Casper is there. He's 75 rounds, probably half of them within the arena confines, which is excellent. Super high ratio there.
You can see as well, Tuskers is what they lost to. They lost to Tuskers.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
So
they lost to Tuskers last year. Yeah. So they, in this case, they came in and read them like a book, I guess, and won, taking down that flagship. So pretty solid run for them so far. But look who they've come through today. Not today, this tournament. Gone through Bright Side of Death, White Squall, Paper Numbers, and Platinum Sensitivity before they reached the Tuskers. Those are all super experienced teams. White Squall is a really good team. Paper Numbers, I believe, gave them a really good run. Like they almost lost that one. I think that was the Mac one, wasn't it?
The Mac and Sletner one. I think.
Can't quite remember. But
Paper Numbers, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was. I remember it being
Max and
extremely
Syllables
close.
and
Honestly, at one point, it looked like it was going to be a loss for THL. But of course, they pulled it through. The experience, the pilots managed to take the dub. So I think we probably have our bans for the next match. I'm not sure. I'm going to clap and see if bans appear. Nope, no bans.
Yes.
Hey!
Oh, TBC.
TBC.
This does not seem like.
This is okay.
Okay. To be confirmed.
To
is
be
banned.
confirmed. I'm pretty sure those were the bans for the last one, so we'll come back to that one a little bit later. Mystical Mind. Put yourself in.
Get in the
Put yourself
zone.
in the zone.
I'm in the zone.
You are
Amen.
the captain of the Tuskers.
Okay.
Okay. Good
You
job.
are
You got really far.
Okay.
Okay. You're Mira. You spin the wheel. What are you thinking this time?
That.
I think those who smoke on the Tuskers team definitely got up and went for a little break. The thing with Mira, if you'd asked about anyone else, it would have been fine. The thing with Mira is that the brain doesn't work quite the same way, right? We've seen some wacky comps from Tuskers. We've seen the kiting Guardians, the kiting CFIs. We saw an Armor CFI in this particular match, right? They brought a flagship Balgorn with a Armor CFI. So it's really hard to predict exactly what Mira's going to be bringing. But I do expect that Mirror will have a bunch of other comps in the back pocket that
Yeah.
they can reach for. And the interesting thing is Tuskers is one of those teams where, because their theory crafting pool is so diverse, and few teams will actually be practicing against any of the comps that Tuskers is going to be bringing, it makes it very hard for Truth on a Light to predict them as well.
Yeah.
In this particular case, I think first match of a best of 3, you'll think that Tuskers will start strong, because then if they win, they get banned out of that comp for the rest of the match. So they'll probably bring the Balgorn. They'll probably bring something around the Balgorn that they expect to win with. And then the second match is really where their weirder, looser comps are going to be coming in. Because they've lost that first match, now I'm expecting to see weirder comps again, because they don't have the flagship Balgorn to lean back on. But yeah,
They
I
might have
don't
to
know.
field something quite specific and hope that they get a good matchup.
I feel like they're going to... It really depends on the bans,
Yeah.
right? Because if they're
'Cause-
able to
yeah.
ban out things like the Widow,
Yeah.
then they're not going to have to bring a comp that can deal specifically with projection out to long ranges, potentially getting around some of the tracking disruptors, or having like local sensor boosters to deal with ECM a bit more, right? But if they don't ban the Widow, then I'd expect that they might field something like an armor comp that has tracking computers and local sensor boosters to allow them to project out to where the Widow is, even if they do start getting tracking disrupted or damned.
I don't think they'll ban a Widow.
Don't you?
No.
If they don't, then they'll
Because they
probably
can-
bring a rush or something.
Because they can still do medium rail spam.
I
They
mean, I
can
feel
still
like...
project, and Widows, they don't tank at all.
No, they don't. We
they've
saw
got
that.
4
Sorry.
slots.
It's literally it's got nothing. So like
Yeah.
it will die quite quickly.
But the problem with the Widow isn't that it tanks or doesn't tank, it's that it sits 100k away, and
That's
then
true.
you can't get to it. So they could be inspired by some of the Sleipnir Kizzy rushes
Yeah.
that we've seen yesterday, and just try to rush, because
That
there's only
could be a
so
way.
much. There's only so much screening
Yeah.
you can do with a few ships. But if Truth on the Light field their Balgorn and then an Arazi or a Lachesis or something, then I feel like the Widow would then be in a
I mean,
very strong
we've
position.
seen a lot of teams start banning out those Arazi Lachesis now.
Against Truth on the Light,
against
yeah.
Truth on the Light. So they clearly are afraid of that comp.
Yeah.
So I see that the match is about 3 minutes away. This is the times where it gets really hard for the teams. Like, you've just done a match, straight into the next one against some of the best teams in the business. I was looking at Twitch chat to see how you guys are doing, and it's just occurred to me, this is not our Twitch
This
chat.
is the wrong Twitch
This
chat,
is-
but
Yeah, I
it's a good Twitch chat.
Twitch
I was
chat.
reading this and I was thinking, what is going
This
on?
is the
They're
Twitch
talking about-
chat for the charity
Yeah.
event
Oh,
that's
right.
actually running at this moment
So
in
hello,
time.
charity stream.
Yeah.
We see you.
Shout out to you
Shout out
guys.
to
yeah.
you guys. I was like, why is everyone so generous today? They're all doing hashtag
I've just been seeing giveaways
Yeah.
going and people saying you guys have been on for ages.
Yeah.
You must be
I
tired.
was
I'm
like,
like,
it's been like 15
this is not
minutes.
the right.
Like,
We haven't done anything
we
today.
have not done anything. And I had to check. I had to pull up Twitch chat on this one just to confirm. But yeah, this is in fact the wrong Twitch chat, Mr. Production Room. Hello, if you can get that sorted at some point. Are we ready for bans? Are we ready for bans? I see. Yay! So Tuskers Cole banning out Pontifex, Magus. I like that. Good solid bans. EOS and Curse. So I think they're trying not to get in their own heads here and just ban the things they don't want to see instead of targeted bans. Whether that pays off, I don't know. We'll figure that out.
No Lachesis ban.
Truth on a Light banning the Rapier, the Hugin, the Mauler, and the Augurer.
I think it makes sense to not have a Lachesis or a Razi ban because we got a minute. Because with the lack of battle cruisers now that they have, like Truth on the Light has fielded Astarte Abso, Navy Brudix, Navy Harbinger. Right, that's 4 very strong armor battle cruisers where you would be getting your links. So removing the Pontifex Magus means that they are very limited on the armor link ships that they can bring.
They're really
They have the
stuck,
Draugr.
yeah.
They don't have the EOS now. They have the Damnation. There is limited ships that they could bring that would be good in this particular matchup. So I feel like this is pushing them more towards shield setups.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see what they bring.
Yeah, let's head over to the arena and find out for match 2 of the Tuskers Cole versus Truth on a Light.
Welcome back to the arena, guys, and we have a new version of gun spam. I like to call it the ABC spam because both teams have brought a significant amount of assault battle cruisers.
Yeah, it's large guns, not medium guns. For Tuskers, they have brought Rail Taluses alongside some Oracles, a Loki for some webs, and some more control, Kitsune and Mollis, and carries. Meanwhile, Hydra, THL have brought what was a shield medium gun spam, but they have 2 large gun chips
Nagas,
in
yeah.
real Nagas. So we'll see how many broadsides of barns these large long-range guns can hit. But we are now underway. Control bar already filling up for Tuskers as they try to get damps on these Nagas and to paint onto this Phantasm. Navy Ferox also going to be damped out as the Stork is the primary once again from
I
True
really
Thunder
bet
Light.
each Naga probably has a paint. I'm going to double check that for you. But yeah, I see the paint's going out onto the Tusker side, which means there is a paint coming from somewhere. And I can't see particularly which ship it is, so I'm assuming. Maybe not. No, maybe not. Maybe I'm imagining things. But either way, this is going to be an absolute brawl for sure. There's so much damage on Truth on the Light side, whereas Tuskers, a little less damage, a lot more control, and a lot more trouble with tracking normally. ABCs are not exactly the most accurate of ships.
I mean, you tell that to the average NATO fleet that comes in your area, all right?
Yeah, they require warping at 200 and hitting a target that hasn't moved.
I mean, yes, but
Look at the carries. Wow.
either way, that carries tanking up quite a bit, actually. Starting to dip in, but it's got Guardian reps. Meanwhile, Truth Honor Light, they have brought an Osprey, so only Tech 1 cruiser logistics for them,
Oh,
obviously.
hold on. MJDs from Nagas? Hold on a
no.
second. Am I saying this correctly?
Are these Boosh Nagas?
Where are they going? Hold on. He's going to the beacon behind, I think.
Okay. Were those off the MJD beacon? I didn't quite see. And
I
we
believe
see
that was a self. I believe that was a self
Phantasm
MJD.
dead. Okay, so Boosh Nagas, let's go. Love to see Boosh Nagas.
Yep.
Phantasm dead off the bat, though. Tuskers were able to track it, and meanwhile, Truth Honor Light onto the Talos. ABCs, a lot of damage, less so on the HP compared to your typical combat BCs, and this Talos is absolutely melting right now.
Yeah, well, they're melting, not quite as fast as
But
the
Control Freak
Naga
died.
melted, yeah.
Yeah, so
This is,
lots of damage.
so ABCs are actually well known for high damage, big guns, not very much tank. You should consider them an upgraded stealth bomber. And they're, honestly, for a while, they're one of the best ships in EVE. They've taken a bit of a backseat nowadays, but they still can do a potent amount of
I
damage.
mean, seeing rail Taloses in the Alliance tournament is not something I think anyone expected. The Tuskers onto this other Naga of Verdict, so trying to get the other attack battlecruisers down as Mirashiv and the Talos receiving Guardian reps right now. Seems to be tanking up okay, but still bleeding armor as this Naga of Verdict has actually gotten out of range and is repping up quite nicely off this Osprey.
It's just interesting to see where this match is going to go, because both teams have killed off a few damaged ships.
Moa, though.
Yeah, a lot of the team on Truth on the Light has been actually held down as well, so Tuskers do have the mobility here. But it's such a weird match, but Amoa's about to get deleted. There we go. And honestly, Tuskers might actually have this with this wacky comp. I love it so much.
They have it carries and hasn't gotten a whole lot of gems in on the Osprey. We actually see the Osprey not doing any reps right now, but still, this Talos staying alive under the Guardian reps. Truth Honor Light, they've lost 3 of their DPS ships, including their Naga, which is going to be the highest, one of their Nagas, which is going to be their highest DPS possible. We see the Loki of Flak Inquisitor also webbed up right now, tackled, painted, but the webs keep turning on and off. They're trying to get these damps down and get this Loki out of dodge into safety, because this Naga is going to hurt real bad into that Loki.
Yep. And I'm just watching other ships. Like I think Mirror is actually well safe now. These ABCs do have good range. They can apply good distance, but as you can see, they can apply well enough. But it's also they also need to keep quick changing ammos. The Oracle's gonna be constantly flicking between ammos trying to kill things. We don't see matches like this. This is honestly way different, even though it looks pretty much the same. Bringing ABCs is a different experience.
Yeah, this Naga of Verdict already down, very low shield. This carries trying to get the jam on the Osprey so they can finally break through Verdict. That Loki, a significant chunk of the points from Tuskers, it is alongside their Guardian, the highest point value ship on their team. Meanwhile, this carries getting armor reps right now. The Talos also seems to be getting some damage from THL, and Tuskers aren't breaking through anything right now.
Yeah, I'm just kind of like I've been following a few lines, having a bit of fun. Would you like to know where the target painter on the Tuskers team currently is? Like, what's
Which
ship
ship?
doing it? The Oracle.
Sounds about right for Tuskers.
Yeah, that doesn't probably not the most insane thing, but I'm just kind of amused by.
Classe Vukto, very low. Getting those Guardian reps once again, and we see damps onto the Navy Ferox and Naga, Scram onto the Navy Ferox and Blue Melon as well, but Tuskers still haven't been able to punch anything through since that first Naga, Phantasm, and Moa kill.
Look at the carries
and the Naga
again.
receiving the reps. The carries
Carries,
very
here we
low,
go.
the paint's hitting.
The low end on Tuskers have been doing a lot of work and control here. If they lose that carries, it's going to be much more awkward for them.
The Guardian reps.
There we go. Look at that. There's some reps. And now they should switch back and just delete the Oracle.
Yeah, Jägermord is doing the Lord's work in this Guardian right now. Meanwhile, Truth, Honor, Light, they're still getting reps out onto this Phantasm that the Tuskers are primarying. It just doesn't seem this Carries is actually landing any jams onto this Osprey. In fact, isn't even trying to jam out the Osprey right now.
Kitsune. Not Carries jams.
Kitsune. They both start with a K. They're both electronic attack ships.
I forgive you, don't worry.
They're both absolute nightmares to fight on TQ, shall we say.
Carries fully tanked now. They need to
Osprey
switch. There you
jammed
go.
out.
Look at that.
Oh.
Look at that. They realized they couldn't kill the Carries. Immediately switched. They went straight for the other Oracle now. That's
Yes,
smart. That's good target.
But at the same time, this Osprey pretty low. Lucas Quan about to dip into armor as this Guardian trying to get the reps on the Oracle as best they can. Now they got the web on Ace Echo and the Oracle as well. Guardian trying to split reps right now, keep these Oracles alive. The paint, the reps, kill on landing on Ace Echo. Meanwhile, this Osprey has stayed alive for so long. Lucas Quan finally in armor, but the Oracle's down.
Yep. Oracles usually are one of the first things that die when they get brought in comps. But this time, the Oracles have managed to survive till midway through the match. And yeah, good target calling from THL as well. Whenever they couldn't kill something, they would swap and hit the next thing and just keep the Guardian on his toes, and they managed to get away with it that time.
Still a very close match. 2 attack
Osprey
battle
about to
cruisers to
go.
1. The Osprey about to go. Lucas Quan in very, very low structure. It just takes one more hit to get that Osprey down.
There he goes.
There it goes. 74 to 78. The points are very close. We have about 4 minutes left in this match. Glassy Vuktu going to be the primary from Truth, Honor, Light. Can the Guardian land the reps in time? I don't think so. Glassy goes down, and Truth, Honor, Light have taken out all but one remaining attack battle cruiser.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing as well is that Lucas Quan, that Osprey, he didn't just stay and die. He did what good parts do. Burnt away, tried to buy time, get out of the range of the good ammo, and he died about a good 80, 90k, I think, from the actual fight, which probably sounds bad, but also means that he was able to survive and maybe come back in later.
We actually see the shield comp starting to burn in on this Talos, the Moa, and the Phantasm, Ferox Navy, all trying to get close range ammo on the Talos, break through the Guardian reps. Truth, Honor, Light has a massive attack bar right now, but they're jammed out. They are damped out, and this Naga, a verdict very low, doesn't have the logic to save them this time around.
Yep, they just need to overheat, kill the Naga, otherwise this team is going to go bye-bye. The Guardian just needs 2 more ships down to be able to save his friend, but it's looking rough.
Naga,
I'd sacrifice the carry. Sacrifice
in
the carries if you have
structure,
to.
the carries very low, and
Save
all the
the
reps are
Talos.
on the Talos. The carries is trying to stay alive. VLD Marome goes down, and this Naga, a verdict into low structure. Can Tuskers break him before Talos goes down? He's now into structure himself, goes very low, and the Naga ends up falling first, but the Talos still very low. The Guardian trying to get the reps in. Mirashiv about to fall. Can THL break through?
Look at the rep. Okay, I think the Guardian maybe might have saved Talos because they're now switching to the Guardian now. But I think, actually, never mind.
no.
Talos about to go. Never mind. I called that too early. My bad.
And that is all the
That's
DPS on Tuskers. Truth, Honor, Light moving on to the grand finals 2-0 over the Tuskers Co. And the Tuskers are going to have to face Platinum Sensitivity in the lower bracket finals. Truth, Honor, Light and Platinum Sensitivity, they played each other earlier. I casted that match in local. Truth, Honor, Light did say to Platinum Sensitivity, we'll see you in finals. So Truth, Honor, Light has some faith in Platinum Sensitivity versus this Tuskers squad, as the Tuskers still top 3, but they've got to play through that lower bracket finals if they want to win the AT.
And I'm going to say, I think, and I might be exaggerating, I think it's probably the hardest fight THL had the entire tournament. I think. If I'm remembering the matches correctly, this might have been the hardest one they've had. And it is such a wild match as well. Like, big respect to both teams in this one. I can't wait to see if Tuskers manage to win the next match and come back. That'd be great. But THL, well done. Beautifully done.
Here's a boosh.
Yep, goodbye. He's gone.
Guardian, Edge of Glory. Where's that capsule end up landing?
Nowhere near enough. Come on.
Oh, come on. I break the record of Azure and Argent. Come on. Mull is down. Tuskers going to lose their Kitsune and Stork, and we're going to end this match. What are your final thoughts before we send it to a break?
Welcome to the Tuskers, a crazy land where they bring weird comps. And fortunately, THL saw it coming, and they beat it.
They also brought, I think, a weird comp themselves. I mean, attack battle cruisers in the AT. This is really fun to see. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, the desk is going to break that down and bring us into the lower bracket finals after another break. We'll be right back after this.
Truth on a Light taking the series 2-0. So they don't drop a match. Tuskers, I mean, that was close.
It was close.
That was really close. That Talos at
Yeah.
the end there, he was tanking with just that sliver left, and we were watching him like, if he tanks this, you were convinced, Misty. You
I was
said,
convinced.
he's going to tank now.
Yeah, I thought the Talos would survive once the Naga went down. It looked like they were swapping to the Guardian because they also thought the same thing. But the Phantasm was super close,
Yeah.
piloted by Brainstraw. We had the
Yeah.
Moas also burning in to get tackle. I saw that they were both overheating on and off. So I saw Brainstraw going like 1,800 meters a second in the Phantasm at one point, and then Mirror's like, no, just starts overheating as well to try and stay ahead. But yeah, just wasn't enough. It was seriously very, very close.
Yeah. That's one of those matches that like maybe the scoreline will look different. It basically came down to a couple of seconds of difference here and there. Like if one extra rep cycle had landed before that Talos had died, or like one shot had missed or not done so well, he maybe survives.
I mean, I think the major turning point was when the Loki managed to get itself tackled.
Yes, Inquisitor.
Yeah.
Black Inquisitor.
Yes.
Yeah.
He got himself killed.
It was the fact that Loki
My
went down
brother.
is seriously where the
Yeah.
match began to fall apart for the Tuskers. I
was
don't
the
see
application.
any real reason why the Loki would get tackled by a mower,
No.
but
Yeah.
I might just be bad. I might be the bad one here.
I mean, a Loki, it's got the ability to keep things at range. It's its main party trick is
Yeah.
to be like, I see you coming towards me, halt.
Yeah, it is. I think just a case of there's so many moving parts, especially in a comp like this, where you've got Navy Feroxes burning at you, you've got Nagas burning at you, you've got the Stalks as well, you've got
I wanna
the
see
Moas,
this
the
Loki kill mail.
Phantasms.
Where is it?
There's so many different things that you need to be trying to control and keep away from the core. That one or two things might slip through. You need also the Loki web range is not that great, right? It's actually
You're not that
about
great.
30 to 32
Yeah, it's like
kilometers,
30
I think,
overheat
with
32.
Tech 2. Right?
Has the Loki kill mail appeared yet? I wanted to have a look at it. I don't think it has. That's unfortunate.
And also, it's quite easy for him to get overwhelmed, like you said.
Yeah.
Like he's at some point. I mean, they were
Yeah.
kiting. Tuskers
Yeah.
were kiting
I mean,
away.
these matches are incredibly stressful.
Yeah.
I've been in a bunch of them in various tournaments over the years, and it doesn't matter how many times you do it. When you're warping in, like you feel the heart rate go up, and
Oh, yeah.
then like you get. The
That's why they
jitters.
do it. That's why they play the
It's
tournament.
like-
Yeah.
Because you
Yeah.
don't get that really anywhere else.
I remember
Like,
back
the,
in,
you know, the
I think it
rush.
was a Mar Championships, I went in and then went to, because at the time I was like a bit of a click enjoyer, and I went to click to overheat my guns just as the match timer was about to start, like 1 second to go, and I missed it, and instead of clicking to turn on the overheat, I unstacked all my guns, and then I panicked, turned them all on individually, and then had to panic overheat each one individually.
I mean, you're committed at that point.
Yeah,
Just go
it's
for
like,
it.
I made mistakes in
Yeah,
life
so
and I
just-
must go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the way this now works, Tuskers now drop to the lower bracket. These best of threes, we don't play the last match. It would be just unfair to make them play again because they've already lost the series. We will see them again in about 50 minutes or so, where they will play Platinum Sensitivity in the lower bracket final. So Truth on the Light will advance to the grand final. We'll see them again later. They are now confirmed at least second place, and who they play in the grand final will depend on who wins between Platinum Sensitivity and the Tuskers in another best of three. So Tuskers have got to, clear the mind, get ready.
They've got time.
They've got time.
Yeah,
They've got about
to do
40
it.
minutes. It's not a huge amount
It's
of
not
time.
a massive amount of time.
It's not a
but-
massive amount of time.
The ban conversation is probably already open.
It's probably
Yeah,
open.
yeah,
So
it's definitely
very
open.
stressful.
But that was another mirror special, I think, that comp.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was.
armor, Taluses, armor oracles. I liked it.
I think both of those comps, like you pointed out, Mystical Mind, both of those comps were like, if you bring a Widow, we kill the
Yeah.
Widow.
They were high DPS projection comps that would be hard to account for because we haven't really seen them use much. We've seen Nagas actually used and Talos used in the feeders where they did fairly well. And I think with a few piloting changes in those matches, that team would have made it into the actual AT. But yeah, it's those are both comps where if there is a Widow that's sitting at about 100 kilometers, you will be able to shoot it with some of your ships.
Yep.
I really
and then it will
thought
die.
the Carries, the Kitsune was going to bring it through for Tuskers.
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
mean,
it was
The
the
Kitsune, the carries, and the Maulers.
Yeah.
there was some amazing individual piloting going
Yeah.
on both sides there. Like the carries surviving for way longer than he had any right to be. The logistics on both sides were just constantly keeping up with the target swapping, moving around positional wise. Amazing. Like just to be clear, like excellent job everybody all around. All right, so we're going to come back in about 45 minutes or so for the Tuskers Colt versus Platinum Sensitivity in their best of three. But in the meantime, we'll throw to a splash screen, and then I shall be replaced by CCP Jotuun, CCP X-Type, and CCP Mirage to talk about some cool stuff to do with Skinner.
Welcome back, folks, to the break. I am CCP Jotuun here, joined alongside my very good friends CCP Mirage and once again CCP X-Type. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me here at the desk. I appreciate you guys. I know you've had family stuff going on this weekend. Of course, both very busy gentlemen. Of course, you've got lives, you've got activities outside of work.
Where did you just come from?
On the spot, yeah. I was at a tango lesson, so I was dancing just before that.
Well, the lives of CCP employees behind the scenes, folks, you don't get this anywhere else. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me. We have an exciting set of things I want to talk about with you guys, because you guys are both long-tenured CCP employees. I mean, we talked last week, CCP X-Type, you've been here for 7.5 years. CCP Mirage, you've been here for almost eight, I think.
Yeah, almost 8 November.
So you guys have seen your fair share of stuff. I mean, you've seen people come and go. You've seen the game kind of progress, into from where it was, back in what we would like the halcyon days till now, or we've kind of, we're changing, adjusting, moving forward. And throughout all of this, the Alliance tournament has kind of stayed consistent. I mean, it's been the one thing that people just keep coming back to. It's changed over time as well. But CCP Mirage, I want to ask you, since this is your first time here at the desk, you are one of these people who is more forward-facing in the company. You do all of the Pulse. Yeah, there we go. The merch. Do all the Pulse
That was
videos.
my moment.
The voice of New Eden. Why is something like this so important? Why is this stuff so necessary? Not just as for the gamers at home, but for our company as well.
AT specifically.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I mean, just in the last few minutes, just standing here between the matches, watching the commentators watch the matches.
Yeah.
The level of PvP prowess on display, just in the conversation, was astounding. Genuine. I'm not much of a PvPer myself, but just listening to them talk and the way they were analyzing the match, it just. I think it's a great opportunity for the members of staff here to demonstrate how much passion they have for the game. And we had, of course, a presentation recently from one of the community team members about the significance of the Alliance tournament to the company, to the game, to the fans, to the players, to the alliances, and it was really touching. Actually, it was it was a deep cut, because you understand just how incredible the players are, just how much of a skill level they've reached to be able to compete like this. And just also the reaction to the match, for example, in a best of 3, in that time they've got between match 1 and match 2 to spin up another comp and, take attention of the bans and then go at it full pelt. It's just incredible.
Well, and you mentioned something that it feels important to me, and CCPX, we talked about this a little bit last week. Just, seeing, obviously we have people here from all over the country, all over the world right now. We have folks from the States and from elsewhere in Europe and from Australia and all over the place, and seeing everybody come here, seeing it all just kind of work together and be a functional unit. Like, as a player, as somebody who's played the game for as long as you have, as long as I have, that's got to make you feel something, right?
Yeah, when you see all of these people coming here and working basically nonstop throughout the weekend, and it's it's just a work of passion, right? And we're all super excited to see the matches, to see the tension you have, especially when we get to these later stages where every match, every ship killed has a lot of meaning.
Yeah.
And it's just super cool to see everybody so excited about it, and still, as CCP Mirage said, the level of expertise and the analysis that goes into all of this stuff is super impressive. I love it.
Well, I obviously absolutely agree. So I want to talk to you two gentlemen as well about something that is perhaps a little bit closer to your hearts, or at least a little bit closer to your day jobs. We didn't touch on this last week, but just because of time constraints. But CCP X-Type and CCP Mirage, we're going to get to your involvement in this very shortly. But CCP X-Type, so you're a developer here.
Yep.
You're an engineer, and what have you been working on over the last couple of months?
So last couple of months and even last couple of years,
Wow.
really, I've been working on everything that has to do with like your identity in the game and personalization. So, and this journey kind of started with ship emblems, and then with the structure, skins.
Sure.
And now we've moved into Skinner, and so I've been working on that more. We keep we only started a journey with Skinner, right? And we're just at the
Yeah.
I would even say just the beginning still. And so we're still working on this, adding new features, polishing the existing ones. So that's my main focus.
Well, so CCP Mirage. Let me talk to you for just a moment about the Skinner tool, because so this is the Alliance tournament, right? We're in this mode. We're in this. It's like this is our Super Bowl, right? This is the event that groups can rally around their teams and show their team spirit and get out there and win one for the boys.
Are we the halftime act?
We are the halftime act. Well, I was gonna say we got Mariah Carey backstage. I don't know if she knows that, but we're in this mode where this is very much a community-focused event. This is not just for the players, but also for the people at home watching, for the people who are, maybe who haven't played the game in a long time, but have an identity with one of these groups. I mean, we've seen huge numbers, especially when we have one of the bigger null blocks participating in the contest. You can see numbers spike up in chat when those groups are participating, and throughout the entire contest, we've seen people, have some affiliation with one group or another. When we talk about the Scanner, we talk about these identity tools. What value is that, not just to us as a company, like, this is something else that we can sell or whatever, but more for the players, like what does that offer to them?
Well, I'm not actually in an alliance myself, or even a corporation, but as a player, as a solo player, that's how I play. There is still a huge amount of value in this for me.
Yeah.
So while I'm not creating my own skins for representation and kind of like as a uniform to be in sync with those I fly with.
Sure.
I spend a lot of time creating my own skins.
Yeah.
And I show them off on Twitter as well, like when I do them. And it could be in deference to a video game I like, or a racing team I like, or just so for me being able to do this. And I play a little, I think, strangely when I play EVE. I play zoomed in, so I don't have the tactical camera on. I play zoomed in, so I'm constantly looking at my ship.
His scroll wheel broke some years ago. He's just not gotten a new mouse since then.
I wish I had that excuse. No. So actually, the aesthetics of the game matter hugely to me. What I fly, I mean, when emblems came in, that was fantastic. I actually made my own corp just to be able to fly my own emblem.
Hell yeah.
And then as soon as Skinner is in, I get to create my own skins. So I have spent huge amounts in-game on elements, design elements. I made sure I was running the Crimson Harvest to the point to get the blood spatter at the end, and I absolutely wanted to have that on the ship. So for me, it's huge. I understand, of course, that being able to represent your group, your organization with one uniform skin, and you all to fly into battle looking looking as good as each other.
Yeah.
That's huge. Also, especially if you match it to your structure as well.
Yeah.
Like, that's even better. But yeah, even personally, as a solo player, it's huge for me.
I mean, it does feel like, there has been complaints in the past that EVE is a little sterile. Now, I don't know whether or not I agree with that. Obviously, the aesthetic of EVE was always something that, appealed to me as a youth. But there was a lot of grays and a lot of dark greens and a lot of dark blues. And now we have this new explosion of identity, this new explosion of color. And that has come with its benefits and its detriments. We saw a certain Vindicator skin over the last couple of days, CCP X-Type. Now, let me ask you a question. As a creator, as one of the fathers of this tool, does it fill your heart with a certain kind of, like a dark feeling of like, oh, what have I done? When you see something that is just a true abomination appearing in space.
I think it's fine. You don't have to like art for it to be art,
Sure.
And I'm colorblind, so it's unique for me too, So
Yeah.
I think it's fine. Of course, you're gonna see some skins and you're cringing a bit because it's like, oh, it couldn't get worse. But then it's all about letting the players do what they want.
Yeah.
And if they want to fly a ship that is rainbow colored, then perfect, and that's great. And I think that's the main thing with Skinner is we just let players do what they want,
Sure.
and they can show it off to other players. And the kind of the next step in our journey is also to make it even better for organizations, whether it's corporations or alliance,
Of course.
to have more unity and take this to the next level. But even just this first step, as CCP Mirage mentioned, even as a solo player, you want to play around with this and express your identity through your skins. So yeah.
So, you mentioned this a little bit just a second ago, but would you consider, this, obviously the Skinner School is still a work in progress. It is still in development. Obviously, we have released a version of it that is fairly robust, but still is, lacking some of the elements that we're looking forward to. And we're still seeing stuff on the horizon then, you would say. Do you feel like there's anything that you guys have had to sit down, when we say we got to give power to the players, is there a fear in there anywhere that you're maybe we've given them too much power?
Not really. I mean, like there was like some discussions, mostly with the artistic direction. I was like,
Sure.
okay, can we allow any combination? And the early version of the Skinner, before it was released, like early this year, like there were more restrictions that we actually pulled before release, because they were initially like coming from our direction saying, okay, this and this is just not going to work. But then when people started playing with it internally, we realized, what the hell? Like,
Yeah.
it just opened the floodgates, right? And so, no, I mean, it's, go pink.
Yeah, no doubt. CCP Mirage. I want to be very clear here, because he's not kidding. He absolutely, as we're on that camera over there, he's not kidding. CCP Mirage spends a ton of time in our internal company Slack, sharing designs, sharing new things he's been working on, and honestly, kind of an art savant.
I'm not even on the Skinner team, but I'm a constant hassle in that channel.
I was going to say, I mean, just perhaps maybe its most consistent user, certainly. Do you ever feel, and I say this knowing that there's more in store for us very shortly as we look forward to the Revenant expansion, do you ever feel just paralyzed by choice when you're looking at, you have a ship, you have, a variety of different designs, you have a variety of different colors, you have all these different, you've got the matte things, and you've got the shiny things, and you've got all these different options. Do you ever feel just like a kid at a candy store, just paralyzed by how many different things how many different toys you can get your hands on?
Yeah, I love how much there is available. I love the options, but also at the same time, I really know exactly what I want.
Sure.
Like, for example, I know that I would love it available on all the ships eventually. And as you've seen in the InFocus series, we've got the second pattern coming.
Yeah.
So that is not just double the options. It's like, of course, I've played with it. With the second pattern, and I know what's possible. So I'm just sitting here waiting for the expansion to land, so I can go and put those things on my ships. Because yes, obviously I've got the version on the test server, perhaps. So I love that design. I can't wait to do that when it's on the main server. But yeah, there's a lot of options available, and if there were a lot available before, with this update, it's going to be loads available. But I spend so much time in the tool, and when you are familiar with the tool, say you add one new pattern, or you add, for example, being able to use all the colors on the text slot, then you get into it really quickly. It doesn't take long for it to become part of your routine to test out, how does this look, how does that look, now what if I switch this around. You get into a flow with it, and you almost have this design methodology. So every time you get a new pattern or you get a new color, I kind of go to the same ships. I kind of try the same thing.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, how does this look? And then it'll open the avenue. Right, I think this will work better on that ship.
Yeah.
And obviously I focus on the ships I fly the most, so that's kind of where my attention goes immediately.
Well, and I'm actually glad we brought you in here specifically, CCP Mirage, because there has been a sentiment that, I read a lot of Reddit, probably shouldn't, but I do. There has been a sentiment recently that CCP really only cares if you're in a group. The game is only designed for people who want to play in big blocks or bigger groups, and a lot of these tools that we're pushing, especially the corporation tools or the corp projects tools rather, and obviously the Skinner tool really only makes sense if you're in a big group with a big old block and blah 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 blah. But having somebody who's a solo pilot who plays the game in a more intimate way than somebody who, like for me, for example, or I'm sure CCP X-Type as well, who has been, one of these people who boxes a couple characters and sees Eve as just like dots on the screen. Do you feel like you get the same kind of value out of this as somebody who is, their whole thing is brand identity and trying to make sure everybody's consistent with the, you've got, goon directors, for example, make sure everybody's got, yellow and black stripes. Do you feel like you have maybe a more intimate connection with your internal brand than, or rather a comparable connection to your internal brand as somebody who is trying to make it for their entire alliance?
I can't say that it's more intimate.
Sure.
But I have my own headcanon when I play. No doubt about it.
Yeah.
And when I do design skins for my ships, I have created a skin line for myself. So I do kind of, in some way, try to keep it uniform across my ships. But I also like to experiment.
Of course.
Do I find it more? I don't know.
Yeah.
I know that I experience the game differently to a lot of people, but also that helps me in my job, because when it comes to maybe creating a screenshot or doing shots for the Pulse, I'm really keen to show off certain things. Like I know how I play, and I know the ships that I use, so you might see them featured a little bit more in a Pulse segment, or in a recent screenshot. For example, we had a fleet of Kikimoras with a skin that I had designed against a background that I really liked. It wasn't the Court of Elements, I think it was Pool of Radiance, perhaps.
Sure.
It was in the background. So it definitely has an impact on what I do here. And when we do a Pulse episode, for example, if I'm doing a segment on just recently we were doing a segment on the new officers, and so we wanted to fit a ship to go out and film this segment, and I was fitting up a Legion because we just put a skin in for a Legion.
Certainly.
And I just discovered, how have I been without this ship this entire
Yeah.
time? So now everything I'm doing right now in Crimson Harvest, racking up the ISK and getting to the end, is in order to afford myself a nice juicy
Sick.
Legion that I can go out and experience. So my gameplay sort of feeds itself. Like I find a ship I like. If I design a skin or a skin comes out for a ship I really like, that kind of leads my gameplay. I want to spend more time in that ship. So I'll find out, what does that ship do?
Hell yeah.
Is this purely an exploration ship? Can I do anything solo in this ship? Can I now take on content that I couldn't take on before? CCP Swift actually gifted me a Tengu last year, called it Happy Birthday on my birthday, and I realized that I can now run like 5 out of 10s, Guristas 5 out of 10s in that ship. So I started being able to access that content because it opened that pathway for me.
It kind of sucks. He hasn't given me shit. We're going to have a talk about this. That kind of sucks. No problem, CCP Swift. I don't want cool Tengus. It's not a big deal.
I lost the Tengu if it helps.
It doesn't, but I appreciate you saying that. Well, let me ask one more question here as we're obviously we're getting through this thing. We still got a little bit of ways to go in this break, so you'll still have time to get up and stretch the legs and get out and get something to drink and all that stuff. CCP X-Type. One more thing that's major about this is speaking of the Legion and the Tengu, there are still ships missing from the Skinner lineup, obviously, and I mean I hate to say this, there are structures missing too. I mean, there are a whole line of lovely faction Fortizars that just don't have skin options. And CCP X-Type, I guess not to put you on the spot or anything, though I am definitely putting you on the spot.
Definitely.
Is that something, that and like the pirate battles or the pirate dreadnoughts and all these other things, are those things we might see sometime in the future?
I mean, like most of the things that you can't skin are... It's not really a gameplay choice in most cases. It's more like technical. The Tech 3 ships are a great example.
Yeah.
They're modular. I mean, I'm not going to go into all of the tech stuff, and I'm not a graphics engineer, so I probably would get it wrong. But
Sure.
like it's they're much harder to fit with the skin system, and so like most of the things that are currently excluded, it's more okay. Like we can't do it right now, or we would have to work. Like put a lot more effort for this, so we'd rather maybe it's time to drops the one that we can just address right now, so we focus more on the feature itself.
Of course.
But yeah, it's definitely the plan to bring as much as we can in there. I'm not going to give timelines, just going to be a soon TM.
It's okay. Soon TM works for me. All right, gentlemen. Well, listen, we're getting here towards the end of this thing. I know folks in chat are probably wanting to know why we're not talking more about the Alliance Tournament. Friends, you have a full day of Alliance Tournament. Trust me, you will hear plenty about the Alliance Tournament. We're not going anywhere. And a lot of people talking about somebody named Cece. I'm pretty sure I was talking about Mariah Carey earlier. That's our half man, not the Cece. I don't know who this person is. So we're going to ignore.
Hot Dog Ashimu.
Oh, Hot Dog Ashimu was so good.
It was.
And day one, too, like right out the gate. Fantastic. Well, listen, we got 3 teams left in the Alliance Tournament. You guys are both EVE players. You know things vaguely about EVE. We've got Platinum Sensitivity, we've got the Tuskers, and we've got Truth, Honor, Light. And again, hate to put you guys on the spot, but who you got? CCP Mirage.
I'm going to go for Platinum Sensitivity.
Platinum Sensitivity. And the unbreakable Mark Bridges. Incredible. A hell of a pick. We'll see them actually next after we come back from the break, we'll see them in the finals of the losers bracket. CCP X-Type, 3 teams left. Who do you got?
I mean, Tuskers. I was in Tuskers for 4 years. I flew with some of them that are flying today, so I'm just like rooting for them. Just no questions asked.
I cannot doubt it. I can't listen. Man, smart money has got to be, I think, on Truth, Honor, Light. But if I'm speaking to my heart, the team of my heart, Ragequit Cancel Sub is already out. So I got to go for my number 2 in my heart, which I think has got to be Tuskers. Probably not smart money, but it is my money, and that's how I'm going to spend it, folks. Thank you so much, CCP Mirage, CCP X-Type, for joining me today at the desk, folks. We still got about 20-ish minutes left before we come back over here. So again, get up, stretch, go outside, touch grass, come back inside, close the doors, blinds, windows, whatever you got to do. And we have more spaceship violence coming up for you here soon. And day 4 of the Alliance Tournament, we'll be back in just a little bit.
Hello and welcome back to Alliance Tournament 20. We are getting close to the pointy end of the stick here, just thinking back to all the matches we've seen so far, not only just in this tournament today, yesterday, and last weekend, but also way back to the feeders and everything that's kind of led to where we are now. It is an exciting set of matches we've got coming up. This is our lower bracket final. This is another best of 3 between Platinum Sensitivity and the Tuskers Co. Tuskers just lost 2-0 to Truth on a Light. They lost their flagship as well, so they're going to have to get composed and try and come back and take a W here if they want to have another chance to face Truth on a Light in the final. Truth on a Light have locked that place in. They will be in the finals. We'll see them a little bit later today, but until then, we have some more matches. So let's take a look at the bans for this first match between Platinum Sensitivity and the Tuskers Co. I keep thinking I have to clap for the bands. I have to clap louder, he says. These guys are getting a bit... come on, look, I'm clapping.
Rambunctious.
Where's my bands? Oh, he doesn't have the bands. Oh. What is this? This is... Okay.
That clapper is broken.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so Wingnut comes to the desk. Thank you very much.
G'day.
How are you doing?
Mate, I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be wild. And honestly, though, I'm having a good day. If Tuskers makes it through, it's going to be the worst day ever. Like, what, 6 matches in a row at minimum?
Yeah, it's a lot of matches at this point they have to play. So let's just say they go 2-0 right now and get through. That means they've already played 4 matches before they go into the grand finals, where they have to play potentially another 5 matches. It is a lot of matches.
Oh, yeah.
And they come thick and fast. There's only half an hour between the start of each match, which means match ends, conversation immediately open for bans for the next match, and then you also have to deal with conquest bans. So there's a lot going on at any point going on from now. I think we are ready to go to the arena almost in a minute or so. So let's go to predictions. I'm going to check Twitch chat. You guys tell me what you think.
I want to wait for Mr. BBP first.
Okay, predictions. You know, I'll just go straight up. All right. Tuskers wins this one. Platinum Sensitivity wins the next 2. They're going to shield rush each other.
I mean, I think this is going to be Shield Rush into Shield Rush as well. I think you're right there. So I actually quite enjoy when we see mirror matches like that because they're so fast. It comes down to target calling, target selection, and target priority. That's where the two teams might differ. We've seen it a couple of times this tournament already with mirror matches where the target selection has differed. Wingnut, what's your predictions?
Oh, it depends on how well the Tuskers pilots are feeling right now, considering the last match. Are they in the right state of mind? Are they going to be able to just get a clean sweep and start again? But Platinum's ready to go, I think. It's going to be interesting to see what they do as well, because they're fresh, ready. They've watched Tuskers. They're like, okay, we've got all planned, ready to go. So it's going to be, I think, my bet's on Plat, but I'm hoping for Tuskers, because I do enjoy their comps.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a climb out for the Tuskers. They have lost their flagship. Platinum Sensitivity do have theirs. They're also more well-rested at this point. So let's go. Match 1 of this best of 3 between Platinum Sensitivity and the Tuskers.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to the first match of the lower bracket finals. I'm CCP Jotuun, joined alongside my colleague at Jotuun and RS Attorneys at Law, Ali RS. Ali, what have we got going on here? We've got Tuskers versus Platinum Sensitivity. Tuskers bringing a familiar comp we've seen before already.
Yeah, these are those triple Dominixes that got them to this point in the tournament, and it'll be very interesting to see how they match up against Platinum Sensitivity, who've brought a double Armageddon, double Arbitrator sort of drone comp.
Yeah.
It's a little bit unfortunate for those Arbitrators there because the only thing they're really going to be able to TD is going to be those Dominix drones. By the way, these Armageddons, these do not have any form of offensive modules in their high slots.
Yep.
It is all energy neutralizers and maybe some smart bombs.
A full drone comp if I've ever seen one. We can see them dropping those drones already, especially the Dominix is dropping those Curators and Wardens right out the gate, if I was going to guess. And we are off, friends. Damage already going in on the Vexers. A little bit of damage, chip damage, at least this part from the Tuskers team, looking for an easy pick. We talked a little bit before the match started about what the best target to go for here, because those Arbitrators, you can basically ignore those for this match.
Yeah, those Arbitrators, they are not really threatening what the Tuskers are doing. Instead, the Tuskers are taking out things that might be able to lock them down, because if you look, these Tuskers ships are kiting away. There's a sentry blob in the middle of the arena. They're leaving it behind. They'll have to abandon those drones and launch new ones if they want to switch up their drone types. But in the meantime, those drones are just happily plinking away at these Vexers here.
Yes, they are. And you can see the Tuskers team already going up towards this the MJD up here, the micro jump unit up here, and in the top corner of the map. So maybe looking to do a little bit of range kiting around the outside or around the outside of the arena if they feel like they're getting threatened. But again, yeah, this huge ball of sentries right here in the middle. But we do see the Geddons going through with smart bombs. That is a pro gamer move, Ali RS.
Okay, so if those Geddons have smart bombs, maybe Platinum Sensitivity here are the ones who had the read, because those smart bombs are drone ships. The way they work, they have a drone bay.
Oh yeah.
You fit only so many different reloads of drones in your drone bay. These Dominixes, let me just take a quick look. Oh, there's a jump. They Tuskers, they're jumping from this beacon. They're going straight back in.
They're down into the mix now. They are well down inside this blob, and looks like they are immediately dropping berserkers. Have they abandoned their drones in the middle of the map in favor of these heavy drones? They are now in the mix. This has gone from a kiting brawl comp to, or a kiting drone comp to a brawl in quick succession. Damage going in now quickly on the Vexer of Stu Miner from Tuskers. But again, Tuskers with a dramatic play here.
Indeed, and those Logi frigates from Tuskers, those jumped happily with the rest of the team. They need to be there to give the reps, but both of them are now suffering under the newts from the Platinum Sensitivity team. It's not just smart bombs, it's newts too. Meanwhile, the Platinum Sensitivity Pontifex, low armor, dipping into structure, that's huge.
Yeah.
Those links, they're going to be providing so much sustain to the Platinum Sensitivity team, and it doesn't look like they're going to trade it out for anything.
No, I mean, maybe this Inquisitor from Jaeger Moritz from Tuskers, you can see a big blob of drones were on him, but now going back towards the other, they're trying to do a little bit of swap trading on these Inquisitors, trying to put pressure one way or the other.
No, the Thalia's gone too. This is huge.
Wow. Yeah, Tuskers, I mean, we were just talking about how, the read from the Geddons with those smart bombs in the middle of the map. The Geddons looking like buffoons at this point, looking almost silly here, just sitting in the middle of the map smart bombing, while the Tuskers team is coming in and spreading disarray across their entire back end.
Yeah, it looks like Platinum Sensitivity, they're going for the Logi trade. They've lost their Deacon, but they've managed to get down Black Star and the Inquisitor. With Black Star down, Jaeger Moritz doesn't have long to live. And once those two ships are dead, Tuskers, they're going to have no more reps. But Platinum Sensitivity, they've already lost their reps. It's just their buffer. And Platinum Sensitivity, they have... It's hard to tell with the bars right now, those sort of blue bars at the top of the defense that's showing you how much buffer both side has. It looks equal, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's 2 Armageddons versus 3 Dominixes. The Dominixes, they're going to be a bit more tanky.
Oh, they're definitely more tanky. I mean, honestly, anybody in this in this tournament so far, swapping a single T1 Logi for both of their T2 Logi frigates and their links, I take that trade every day of the week. It doesn't seem like it's a lot of points, but it makes such a huge difference because now look at the EOS of Nyx Witro dropping into low armor, almost about to drop into hull, and if they lose that EOS, every one of these ships that drops is another big chunk of drones they no longer have access to.
Indeed, and that EOS is the other source of links for them. So Platinum Sensitivity, no more links, no more buffs, no ability to stretch out their buffer even more. They are applying damage, and they've got some big damage going to the Vexer Navy of Vekuz Arnolas, but Tuskers, they're firmly in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, I mean, even if you lose the Vexer Navy at this point, or the Ashmore, any of these squishier targets, you've now put Platinum Sensitivity so far on the back foot that they're going to have a really hard time coming back from this. I mean, again, you lose the Vexer here of LTL Bazaar, that's right. I'm not Lieutenant Bazaar, he's not in the military. LTL Bazaar, you lose that Vexer, and... at this point, after that, again, and the arbitrators, one of the squishier things on the Platinum Sensitivity side, left alone. There's no need to go after them.
Exactly. We are in the final day of the Alliance Tournament. Every team here is quite good at EVE Online, the spaceship game, and they are doing an excellent job of target calling. So focusing on the links, focusing on the Logi, methodically going through the most important ships first and leaving those arbitrators who don't really matter for last.
Right.
Armageddons, they're big, but they're not as impactful for the hit points as the Pontifex.
Yeah, we now see them going on to the indestructible Mark Bridges, suddenly finding himself quite destructible without his Thalia or Deacon friend there to support him. And again, the play just, dropping the sentries, making it look like it was just a sentry blob comp. They were going to do a little bit of kiting. And then for the pro gamer strat, Aliaris to jump in and drop the heavies. What a move, an absolute move from this team from Tuskers. Again, immediately changing up the entire dynamic of the map. This Geddon of Mark Bridges is going to go down, and with that, they have a single battleship left of DPS. I don't know if there's anything else that they can clear.
Indeed. I do want to say it's the indestructible Mark Bridges, but I think we can form a hypothesis here as scientists. We've seen Mark Bridges in a variety of ships throughout the tournament.
Indeed.
And the Mark Bridges Balgorn has not died once.
That is true.
So maybe it's not just Mark Bridges, the pilot. Maybe we need Mark Bridges in the Balgorn in order to be able to get this indestructible aura going on.
I am something of a scientist myself, and I cannot help but agree with your logic here, Mr. Aris. That is quite a vibe, and we see now Kent Larkey in the Armageddon taking a lot of heat again. Tackled, neuted, it does not matter. I mean, they've just got so much damage. I mean, there's a huge blob of heavies on them right now. And they'll be mopping this up in pretty quick order. A great turnaround for this Tuskers team, which we saw them go 0-2 against THL and the winner semifinal. Kind of on the back foot, but coming out here honestly with a triple dominix comp with a bang.
We've seen this triple dominix comp before in this tournament. It did quite well for them then. It did an excellent job with those sentries of dealing with a kiting comp. Here, no kiting, and it's shown that it's able to brawl just as well as it is anti-kite. Platinum Sensitivity, this is their first time here in the top 4. They will be enjoying Conquest bans for the very first time. Tuskers, we've seen this Dominix comp. It's not going to be back next match.
True.
They can't bring it again.
True.
The next match. If Platinum Sensitivity takes that next match, it could come out for the final. But yeah, Tuskers, as you say, tough loss, but they clearly went back, regrouped, took a deep breath, did that sort of yoga breathing thing, and then brought their A game. And
it really, at this point, when you get to this level, especially this far in the tournament, in the final 3 matches now, or the final 3 teams now, the thing that makes teams elite at this point is not just, can you fly your ship the best? It's who can adapt more quickly and from a moment-to-moment gameplay point of view. And Tuskers here absolutely read this the right way. They saw the Geddons come in, they saw the smart bombs. They said, okay, we have a choice to make. We can either try to keep doing what we've been doing, or we have this other thing we could do. We prepared ahead of time. Let's do the other thing and see if that works. Because eventually, if the Geddons had sat there on top of that sentry blob for long enough, they would have just cleared all the sentries. Negating that entirely makes then the Platinum Sensitivity team have to adjust, and not quite working out for them this time.
Indeed, and we will hear more about that from the desk as the last member of Platinum Sensitivity has fallen. We will see you all for the next match.
Tuskers taking a win there and pushing Platinum Sensitivity down to the point where they need to win this next match, otherwise they are going home. So a good performance there from the Tuskers. Interesting sets of comps. We saw the Dominix comp yesterday, the triple dummies, and we saw some really good plays from both sides there. So first of all, Tuskers dropped a bunch of sentries and then burned away, which is, what you do. And if you're a bad team, then you just kind of ignore the sentries and burn around and get yeeted by them. But what we saw is Platinum Sensitivity burning right in on top of that sentry blob, moving around them, and also smart bombing Blackbird Pirate.
Yes, they were. Smart bombing is smart, especially against drones. Both, as far as we know, so the Z kills have not populated yet as of, right before we got on here, and so I don't want to start being like, blah, 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 but, incidentally, we're pretty sure that neither of these teams have their Z kills posted right now, so to hide the intel. But we saw that at least both Geddons had at least one smart bomb. They went on top of the sentry and started getting rid of them, which is what you're supposed to do. And also, they moved a lot of their ships towards it to try and kind of mess with the sentry tracking. Something we haven't seen for, honestly, years. Sentries have been very underused in many years now, except by Tuskers. But Tuskers reacted very quickly to that. And they were like, we've got you in our trap. MJD'd their entire fleet directly behind the Platinum Sensitivity fleet, grabbed a Pontifex immediately, and explodified it with heavy drones, we're pretty sure. It looks like a little combination of both.
Yeah, so it's quite likely that, so if you've ever used a drone boat before, you have a certain capacity in your bay, and of course you have a certain amount of bandwidth, so you can launch the drones, and then you do things with them. Now, sentries, of course, if you want to pick them up, you have to go actually get them. Now, if you have then MG'd away from them, it's quite common, you see this in Alliance tournament, people will just abandon a flight of drones and drop the next set, rather than trying to scoop them. And that's basically what happened here. Those sentries would have been abandoned, and heavy drones put out. Wingnut, one of the things we saw on the Platinum Sensitivity side, in fact, not one, two, arbitrators. We've seen a lot of arbitrator use this Alliance tournament. It's been very popular as a ban or bringing it. Super powerful when it comes to tracking disruption and guidance disruption. What comp would two arbitrators making 30 points not do well against?
Oh, exactly that comp. Honestly, I like to call that comp almost the anti-control comp this year because it's like everyone's brought nukes, everyone's brought tracking disruption. That comp doesn't particularly carry the way. It's happy to just sit on grid and whatever. Even if you damped it, they just assist the drones to the next guy and hit you anyway. So it's, I was kind of weirded out by it by yesterday, but looking at it now, it's actually a pretty good comp for what the meta we've been seeing is. Especially if you deliberately leave Arbitrator open, like, hey, you can bring the ship, don't worry. We're not ready for it.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of teams banning as much tracking and guidance disruption as they possibly can. Sometimes every ban devoted to things like arbitrators, pilgrims, curse, crucify, all of them being removed as quickly as possible. Blackbird Pirate, Tuskers brought this comp yesterday. What do you think Platinum Sensitivity was thinking with their bans and then going into this particular setup? We thought there was going to be Shield Rush versus Shield Rush. Once the match started and we saw the bans, it became very clear that both teams were actually banning out Shield Rush.
Yeah, actually, so I don't know if we can bring back the bans. It's not super important, but they did ban out. I know I saw Sleipnir banned out. I want to see Loki banned out.
Squall as well.
Squall, yeah. So clearly, we didn't get to see them right beforehand. The matches get kind of get a little bit squishy together at this point. But I think that Platinum Sensitivity was probably expecting maybe that EOS setup that we saw. That kind of looked like the EOS, or maybe even the kind of like the armor Cyclone Fleet issue one. I don't think they were expecting the Dominic setup. I do think the Dominic setup is probably the best comp that Tuskers has shown so far. But yeah, because anything else that, if Tuskers brought their Flag Balgorn setup, that would have wrecked Platinum Sensitivity, badly. So I think that they were expecting to see, I think maybe they were thinking they were going to get the disrespect of getting the heavy missile kite. It's something that we see sometimes where teams that think that they're way better than other teams will be like, we're going to bring a kite comp and just small gang you. I don't think they were ready for that. Because if they had been ready for that, you wouldn't bring an arbitrator or two.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of points with the point inflation rule. Now, let's speak a little bit about conquest bans, in fact. So, by bringing two arbitrators, it's two slots, obviously, and a lot of points. You suffer point inflation, but if you win, you have one less ship that's conquest banned out. Conquest ban meaning if you win a match, then you cannot bring any of the ships you brought in the last match on top of regular bans. So you start to try and, you accept a bit of extra points here and there from bringing multiple of the same thing to leave more ships open. It's kind of considered a little bit, I guess, a mistake to kind of ban out multiple things yourself. Which is why, when we came back, and I was like, Bart, it's a bit unusual to see both the Pontifex and a Magus being fielded by the Tuskers here, because now they've just basically self-banned out both of the command destroyers for armor.
Yeah, so if you don't know how the conquest bans work, basically, if you fly a ship and you win with the ship, you cannot fly the ship for the rest of the series, for these best of 3 series. So, yeah, if you bring a Magus and a Pontifex, you can no longer bring a Magus and a Pontifex, which is 2.5 of the 3 armor links. I mean, technically, Draugrs are still existing.
I mean, we've seen a lot of Draugr use, actually, to be fair.
We've seen some insane Draugr usage today, actually. We saw a Draugr, solo an entire enemy team, which is really cool. First match of the day, by the way.
Yep.
You should rewatch it if you haven't.
It was a good match.
Yeah.
Wingnut, what do you think about this? The fact that Tuskers are now essentially making it more difficult for themselves to bring armor. They also have their flagship at this point. So it feels like they're going to push themselves into the basically a shield comp, for example, which is
maybe
easier to ban
needing gun
out.
spam as well. That option is still on the table, and it's usually the obvious one, but this is Tuskers. They don't do the obvious option. They might just bring a double Draugr comp and use them for their links and just call that good. They are a weird team, so this is what they do. They do the weird stuff that we don't expect. So I'm curious to see what they're going to bring. It's going to be, it's Tuskers. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
we don't know.
I would expect. So the thing that's super open right now is the Tuskers Balgorn flagship comp. Now,
Well, I know there's one problem with this.
There's a problem with it. I was going to get to that. The issue is that I don't think that works without your Balgorn.
No, you need those fancy webs.
But what I'm saying is the thing with the nice thing about the Balgorns is they're mini points, and if you know that you can't bring that comp anymore without your Balgorn, because your Balgorn, I think something happened to it.
Yeah, it got explodified.
Lost on
unplanned disassembly.
Yeah. But I'm saying they have a setup that they already know how to use, that they could very easily just do a little bit of mirror magic and kind of be like, look what we can do. I do think that Tuskers probably very much did not expect to be in a position where they're in a lower bracket best of 3 without a flagship.
Yeah. No one really plans. I mean, you kind of have to in some
You
way.
have to assume it'll happen to you at some point, but also hopefully not.
Yeah. I mean, one other thing before we move on, I want to talk a little bit about the previous match with Tuskers and Truth on the Light. We were looking through some of the kill mails, and we spotted something quite interesting. There was a Pontifex being flown by the Tuskers with 5 different links on it: 2 armor, 2 skirmish, and 1 info. And looking in the cargo, we saw a whole bunch of different implants: the Imperial Navy mind link plus the skirmish mind link. Unusual, Bart. Tell me what they could possibly be doing.
Yeah, so, if you don't know, you can't actually pop all 5 mind links at the same time. You can't online them. The game will not let you. You can get at most, I believe, 3 on a Pontifex. So what we're pretty sure was happening was basically... So despite what Twitch chat thinks sometimes, because they're like, "Why are you guys telling us the comps already?" We don't know the comps, and the teams don't know the comps of their enemies before they go in. So what you're going to do is, like, your Pontifex is going to have a bunch of armor mind links, probably some info, probably some skirmish. Well, if the other team doesn't have ECM and they're not kiting, you probably don't need info links. So then you're going to be like, okay, well, offline this one, do this other one, and because you don't know what you're going to need until you actually land on grid, you are going to bring your mind links for it, right? Because mind links are very good. They make your boosts much better, and boosts are also very, very
more
good.
Boosty.
Yeah, more boosty. Makes boosts more boosty. So I do think it's a little weird. So we were looking at it. They lost 2 billion ISK worth of mind links because they had 6 of each one.
Yeah,
and we're kind of So I think what their plan is that if it got really weird and they wanted to maximize their APM and they had a Guardian, that they could have online boosts, hit the boosts, quickly offline the boost, rip the implants out, put the new implants in, get cat boosted back up, re-online their new boosts and do it. So in the match, they were basically going to have the ability to potentially have all 5 links running at once. We don't know the math on it exactly, but I think that if you were really, really good at timing it, you'd basically be able to run almost a 4 or 5 link Pontifex for the entire match. It'd just be very, very high effort.
Yeah, it'd be high effort, perfect timing. You need to have a Guardian or something for you cap. Yeah, and obviously it's a lot of money in a Pontifex as well. It was a couple of billion in implants, so
most expensive Pontifex.
The question I have is, I wonder next time we're going to see that, maybe in a pseudo tinker with a Nighthawk trying it.
Yeah,
that'll be interesting to see. They're just going, I'm just going to quick cycle, quick burn it off, get the next one in, cycle, and just keep doing it and try and get the tankiest pseudo tinker they can get. Because also they will provide you capacitor to do it as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. This is the level that we get to when it gets to this stage in the tournament. Every single fraction of a percent matters. That's why people will spend 160 billion ISK buying 2 webs, because they're just a little bit better than the ones that are a little bit cheaper. I say a little bit cheaper, they're half the price. And that 80 billion, the difference could be enough that you web someone just before he gets out of range, or you don't, and then that's what leads to you to win, and then you get more prize ships, and everything's paid back off almost immediately because of these amazing prize ships.
And that's the keep it there, the payback off part. Sometimes it's if I lose my flag here, it's bad. But I also make so much more back that, hell, it's worth it, let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. So before we look at the bans, I want to look at the team makeup of Platinum Sensitivity and look at some of their matches thus far. So let's see if we can pull that chart up right now on Platinum Sensitivity. Okay, so this is the Platinum Sensitivity team. They've won 15 matches, 8 lost, so pretty decent right there. And relatively, it's a small team with a good core of people. Mark Bridges, of course, the kind of flag-waving flagman, I guess, of Platinum Sensitivity. I have heard rumors he is indestructible. However, I've seen twice him being destructed, so I'm beginning to think these are just rumors and not in fact. But I guess we'll find out some more later. But let's look at the last matches here. So they just lost to Tuskers, we saw that. But coming through this tournament, they have beaten some pretty good teams. So they started off with Hull Control, then went against Volta. They actually beat Volta last year as well, knocking them down to the lower bracket. So Starfleet Commander is in shambles somewhere in the building. Till Doomsday as well. Another graph. Interesting. Till Doomsday, that was a solid match as well. Till Doomsday, of course, knocking Fraternity down in the first match of the tournament. They then lost to Truth on a Light.
Fair team to lose.
Fair team to lose. The Truth on the Light, of course, in the grand final already. This is a very solid team. We know that they are going to do pretty well, if not win the whole thing. At this point, they are so strong. Tuskers and Platinum Sensitivity have both lost to them now. So they kind of have to come back from that. Either team, whoever makes it to the final, have to come back from already losing to Truth on a Light. They went on to defeat Odin's Call and Ragequit Cancel Sub in a super exciting match earlier on today, and finally just dropped a match to the Tuskers Co. Wingna, any thoughts on this run from them?
That is a lot of good teams piled up that they've managed to go through. And I think Plat's always been one of those like high A mid teams that they've always been pretty good, but this has been a great year for them. Like this is, for me, it's almost a standout year. I'm actually kind of hoping they win there just to see that, but go even further. Even though I'm a bit of a Tuskers fanboy.
It's interesting to see they get knocked out by the Tuskers in Alliance Tournament 19 as well. So maybe Lightning strikes twice, or maybe they're able to pull it back, go the next 2 matches and take it 2-1 to move into the final against Truth on the Light. But that remains to be seen.
I do like the almost grudge match style here, where it's either team that wins has to fight the team that beat them.
Yes, exactly.
Both of them are stuck with that. Like, okay, we have to go back to climb the same mountain.
Yeah, these are teams that now they know each other. They've played against each other. They've won against each other. They've lost to each other. This is we're getting, like I said, on the pointy end of the stick. All right, this is our match 2 of our best of 3 between the Tuskers Co. and Truth on the Light. That might be coming later. We never know. And Platinum Sensitivity. Let's take a look at the bans and see who each team is choosing to ban out. Okay, so it looks like we have the Tuskers Co. banning out the EOS and the Draugr, so getting that 3rd armor link boat off the field. Interesting choice there from them. And of course, they banned the Magus and the Pontifex. Now, this is interesting because they can't bring the Magus Pontifex with the Conquest bans, but their opponent, Platinum Sensitivity, still could. So they are choosing to use some of their bans to make sure that there's an even playing field in terms of links ships here, Command Destroyer links. So interesting move from the Tuskers Co. there. Platinum Sensitivity banning out the Hugin and the Rapier, the Loki and the Nighthawk. In terms of the Conquest bans, the Tuskers have these ships that no one can bring. Only the Tuskers can also not bring the Dominix, the Ashimu, the Vexor Navy Issue, the Magus, the Pontifex, the Vexor, and the Inquisitors. So a lot of ships off the field from the Tuskers Co. All armor links are basically off. The EOS is such a powerful ship. Wingnut, what do you think about these bans?
There's a lot of potential comps we've seen that are still around. The entire armor, meaning gun spam, is still available. That weird ABC armor, fully available. And also the shield, rush and shield medium gun, fully available. But there's also a lot of weird things, like Kingslayer I think is still fully there, with a bit of trouble with links. The fact that Tuskers are the ones that banned the Draugr, they forcibly forced the issue here. Went, okay, no one gets these.
Yep.
That is okay, let's see what they do with that now. That's a Tuskers thing to do.
What do you think about these bans, Bart? Are you surprised to see the Tuskers banning out all 3 armor Command Destroyers there and the EOS?
Yeah, I think not really. I think it's definitely a choice. Like, I mean, that says something. So you can bring, like you said, you can bring armor medium gun spam because the Astarte and the Absolution are both open, and that's usually what you use your heavy links on that thing. You can't really bring Kingslayer or Kingkiller because you usually use the Command Destroyers for that, just because you don't have enough points. Like if you're bringing 3 battleships, that eats up a lot of your points. So they're basically, I feel like Tuskers is trying to force Platinum Sensitivity to either do medium guns with armor or shield rush or medium guns with shield, because it's exactly like Wingnut said, like those are the 3 kind of like basic-ish comps that are out there. I don't think you can do armor battleships here. You could try.
Think so. I think we saw a team bring one Command Destroyer in a match yesterday, and it was possibly the thing that caused them to lose because they were short on links. Now, there's obviously a couple of things still open. I think if we get something like a double medium gun spam, then mirror matchups, I find them quite exciting because it comes down to target priority and target selection. Wingnut, like what would you want to try and take off the field first if you see you have a medium gun spam, they have a medium gun spam?
So I have 2 ways of looking at it. First is kill Logi. That's usually the most simple, straightforward. Any team go, okay, we need to kill Logi, then we can move on. The second one is my thing, which is killing the most damage for the least tank. So T1 cruisers like Vexers, if they're full guns, kill them, move up. But it depends on the comp you're versing, because if you're versing a very tanky one, like the double Mauler version, the Mauler is not the target you want to kill first. They are probably one of the tankiest ones for the least damage, so it's constantly varied, which is great. It's target calling. What do you pick? And each team a different answer, really.
I think, Bart, there's a bit of a problem with medium gun spam, though, because almost all E-War is still available. So there's nothing banned out in E-War, really. So you bring along, like, if you think your opponent might be bringing medium gun spam, if you bring along, like, 1 Crucifier, suddenly it become really difficult to go up against that.
Yeah, this is rough. Like, this is really rough. We know what you can't bring, in theory. So this is one of those ones where, like, I could see someone trying to force the issue and bringing some kind of armored battleship because they could do it. Look, you could take.
We see it all the time. Someone tried I shall be smart. I shall bring the thing that they think we cannot bring, and then they lose.
So here's the thought: what if you bring, instead of an EOS, you bring an Astarte?
There you
It's
go.
bad,
It is bad.
but it's not that bad.
But is it worth it?
No, but you could do it. I'm just saying, like,
Is it worth it?
this,
No.
this is the cool thing. This is why we love the best of threes, is because when you get into these like really nitty gritty conquest band matches, you start seeing people just like, you got to see if they actually prepared, right?
Yep.
Because if you didn't prepare for this and somebody bans out your entire set of armor links, you're screwed.
Yep.
I do think that like this is the kind of thing where I would expect Tuskers to pull out some kind of like weird shield kite where they bring like arbitrators that are shield because it's Tuskers
Yep.
and they do weird stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's a cursed
Because
image.
I think that's like the actual answer here is to do some kind of strange, like I want to say almost like a drone shield, like Florida Man with crucifiers or like Florida Man with arbitrators.
Yeah.
If you didn't, Florida Man was something we saw a bunch in AG6. I was
Yep.
about to say the number that we're not supposed to say with that one, where basically you did like alligators and Gilas kiting and using their drones. Like that might be something that I don't know. I'm trying to just make crap up at this point,
Yeah.
but like I feel like that would actually work really well here.
And Wingnut, what about something like a Nighthawk Ham Rush? Like I feel like that might still also be on the table here.
Yeah, but I don't think now's the time to bring one out. I feel like with medium gun spam fully available, it's like, okay, this is just going to die. They're going to tackle one thing, they're going to starburst, and then we're not going to get anything anymore. I feel like that's probably the weakest one, but it's amazing how many comps are still viable. As we're talking about, the more we think, the more there is. Pseudo-Tank is still there, for Christ's sake. There's so many options that are just fully available, ready to go, which is scary when you're versing Tuskers. It's what are they going to bring out of these
We have
lists?
seen one pseudo tanker, I think, this tournament. It's not been super popular. Two.
We saw two. I think it was a skill issue on the teams. Like no, legit, like it was one of those ones like you have so much
Just
damage
bump
and you're not applying it. Yeah,
Just
this is
bump
the team
them.
that lost 'cause they didn't bump, and then the team that. Yeah, it's a solved comp in my mind, and
Yeah.
I feel like both these teams should know how to beat it. Like should know how to beat it. Just bump them.
Just
we'll
bump
see.
'em.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like we're only a couple minutes away from the match. Let me just see if the teams are in system. It looks like not yet. They're coming very soon, though. Yep, they're in warp to the arena now. So everyone is in warp. The Ride of the Valkyrie is playing. A bunch of people are frantically spamming D-scan, like just hardcore clicking that thing over and over again, and they're all shouting at what they see. One team might be very happy, one team might be very sad. We don't really know at this point. I don't see what they're bringing.
They could both be really sad.
They could both be really sad.
There's always everyone can be sad.
Everyone can
Everyone
be sad
can be
together.
sad.
Okay, as soon as I see these teams landing on the grid, I think I'll throw it over so we can start talking about it. I see one team coming in. Let's wait for that second team to land, and then we'll head it. Yep. I see it on the screen. Aha! Let's go to the arena for this match. It's the second one in this best of three between the Tuskers Co and Platinum Sensitivity.
Hello and welcome back to the arena for the second round of Platinum Sensitivity versus Tuskers. Tuskers have shown up with a Cruise Typhoon comp. We looked at this, we're like, Kingslayer, and then you do the look at it and you're like, nope, that is some Tuskers style spice.
Yeah.
Long distance with, as my colleague CCP Jotuun pointed out, 3 different ships with target painters. They will apply. What's Platinum Sensitivity got?
Yeah, Platinum Sensitivity going for gun spam. Lots and lots of gun spam. We have a bunch of battle cruisers. The Triple Mauler, a throwback to a comp that we complained about a lot not that long ago. But this match will start, again, a lot of gun spam. Gun spam very good at picking up the back end. We should see Platinum Sensitivity going after the Vigil, the Fleet Vigil, and the Hyena, and immediately going for that Hyena. Getting rid of those immediately, especially with Cruise Typhoons, is going to be integral to them winning this match.
It has not just, and there goes the Hyena, and that's not just the target paints. That's also those bonus webs. You saw those webs fall onto the Platinum Sensitivity team, and they dropped off the moment that Hyena died. Those long-range webs are off the field, so it's time to move on to the Vigil Fleet issue and the Vigil.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Navy Brutix of LTL Bazaar,
LTL,
your good friend,
there you
your
go,
good friend,
of course, yes.
is suffering a little bit, but so far holding.
Yeah, I mean, here's the problem for Tuskers. Is they, they have a really, the strength of cruise missiles is that nowhere on the map are you safe. They can reach out to anywhere. They can give you a good hearty poke, and they absolutely will too. And they do a bulk of damage, a lot of alpha. However, they are absolutely, especially in this setup, susceptible to if they lose those target painters and they lose those webs, they are going to be for a long match. I say that LTL Bazaar does drop, so they at least have enough of both of those things, both webs and target paints, to take care of one Navy Brutix. They have a long way to go still to win this match.
And they're moving on to the Omen of NYAOKC. Meanwhile, it looks like a VLD and Mira Chief in those cruise Typhoons. They're not Mira not kiting anymore, tackled probably by that Omen. Let me just take a quick look here.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it is tough too, because those deacons are going to have to go in, and again, the deacons super susceptible to gun spam. I mean, those medium turrets from the Astarte, from the Absolution, from that Navy Harpy are going to just rip them apart if they get too close.
Indeed, but one of those medium gunships down, Omen down, Navy British down. So Tuskers, they're trying to take out the DPS here, right? Because Platinum Sensitivity, they have a huge attack bar. It's a big problem. It can punch through all these ships.
Thick as hell.
Unfortunately. It's slowly getting chunked through by that alpha of the cruise Typhoons, as well as you mentioned that the newts going on to the deacons. Deacons starting to suffer a bit. That mauler of JN just absolutely getting chunked.
Yeah, and the thing too is, especially for these two deacon pilots, this is such a hard position to be in, right? Because you need to focus on your primary DPS, you need to focus on the Typhoons, but at the same time, the vigils absolutely have to last the match. If they lose the vigils, they can't apply to hardly anything. Another Mauler does go down. Seeing Maulers die, it feels good for not Odin's Call, rather for Tuskers. But again, if they trade a Mauler, a Brutix, and an Omen for one of these Fleet Typhoons, and the back end of this Tuskers comp, they've got to feel pretty good about that.
Yeah, it's tough. And it looks like those deacons are going down. Those paints, the webs, they're making so that they can even apply those cruise missiles to the deacons.
Crazy,
one deacon just goes out.
That's crazy.
The other one's neutered out. And honestly, Tuskers might pull this one out.
I mean, okay, I get it, Mira. I understand. I know what you're trying to do here, but it rides so heavily on them being able to keep up the vigils, and that hyena. Obviously, losing the hyena sucks, but they lose both the deacons. They got clipped by cruise missiles. How is this possible?
I think it does come down to the fact they still have that vigil fleet issue. They still have that vigil. Both of those ships, their armor ships, their mid slots are completely free for those nice, juicy target painters that are clearly doing a ton of work. Now the newts are going on to the Astarte and the Absolution. Platinum Sensitivity, they just were not able to get through. They chose a DPS, and honestly, you were talking about the application, and I agree. The application was probably where they needed to focus. They abandoned the fleet vigil. They abandoned the vigil because they weren't able to apply to it. They weren't able to get it down, and they're like, oh, we'll just screw application. Who needs application if they don't have DPS? Unfortunately, Platinum Sensitivity doesn't have DPS.
Yeah, no shit, dude. I mean, and here's the thing: the problem that they have now is, Platinum Sensitivity has gotten rid of Mirror Chief and the Fleet Typhoon. That's big. It's a lot of DPS, but now have no Logi left. Those cruise missiles can hit them anywhere in the arena. It does not matter. They can run as far as they want. Eventually, they will get smacked, absolutely smacked on the back by the cruise missiles from these Fleet Typhoons, and they still can't get rid of the vigils. So if they get webbed at all or target painted, and we see now Kent Larquist in the Astarte getting target painted and absolutely cooked by cruise missiles from a Fleet Typhoon. What is this match, dude?
This is Tuskers showing the benefits of being an experienced tournament team. This is not something we've seen before. You could call this a Mirror Chief special, but we have seen cruise missile ships in the Alliance tournament before. We've seen teams bring them, but Tuskers, they have the execution, they have the piloting, and they have the experience of being in these high pressure situations. Platinum Sensitivity, they're bringing a comp. It's a gun spam comp.
It's a good comp.
Starfleet probably going to be happy to hear that the triple Mauler, or I don't know if it's happy or not, but the triple Mauler, not a success in Alliance Tournament 20.
True.
But
here's the thing too, this Tuskers comp, and I want to ask you this question too, because you're a seasoned vet of this. You're up 1-0 in a best of 3. Do you feel like that's the kind of time where you can obviously Tuskers well known for experimenting with some weird shit, getting some absolutely breaking out, just coming out from a smoky closet and be like, listen guys, we're gonna do something crazy today. Do you feel like that's the time where you can really kind of flex that, or do you feel like you can break that at any point?
Honestly, at this point, there is too much on the line. And and I think that's one of the things that we're seeing Tuskers do well here is they maybe came out of that closet a little bit in the previous best of three. And now they've aired it out. They've gone for a walk, and they've come back with something that's like, no, we can beat this. We can do this. And this has been quite good into the gun spam comp. They have that application that I think they knew that this was on the table.
Yeah.
They have the application that they need in order to get this done. And in terms of comp design, this is one of those things that really separates maybe people they're first into the tournament like, dude, I have the best idea ever from the Tuskers. Is when you have the best idea ever, you gotta make sure that it really fits together, and you gotta make sure that it doesn't just auto lose to something like medium gun spam. We've seen tons of that in this tournament, and this doesn't auto lose. It has enough target painters. It has redundancy. What if they shoot the hyena? Doesn't matter. We'll kill them anyway.
It does not matter. Yeah, Tuskers talking mad shit after the last loss to THL, going 2-0 here against Platinum Sensitivity, who does go out. Tuskers will go forward to the finals against Truth Honor Light. We'll go back to the desk with Blackbar Pirate, CCP Overload, and me here in just a few minutes to talk about this match.
Run fast.
I'm running!
Then there were two. That is it. So the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 20 will be the Tuskers Co. coming in from the losers bracket final without their flagship against Truth Honor Light, who come in through the winners bracket with their flagship. So that will happen in about an hour or so. That match, by the way, was awesome. I know I said, I apologize, I was wrong. I said don't do it. You did it anyway, and you won with it. So I guess fine. I guess you do know some stuff. But that was a armor Kingslayer with basically shield command destroyers running as armor instead, and just stacking paints. 3 painting ships in the bottom. Now, I think it was actually really close for Platinum Sensitivity. If they'd killed that Vigil Fleet issue, the Hyena, perfect first choice, bang, down. Bonus paints off the field. Vigil Fleet issue also has bonus paints. It was almost down, and it survived. I think if that goes down, there's no way those rapid heavy battleships can actually kill those deacons, and they needed to kill those deacons.
Yeah, I think this is Tuskers madness. I think they did the math, and they're like, so quick history lesson, because I know I don't have a ton of time here, but the Kingslayer was originally made to take Logi ships out. That's the entire purpose of the triple rapid heavy battleships, was to go and snipe your Oneruses, your Guardians, your Scimitars, whatever. When Logi frigates came in, a lot harder to hit them because heavy missile launcher bad at small ship. I think that they were like, what if we make it so the small ship is so much bigger with all of the paints in the entire game that we can still snipe them?
Yep.
It worked great. I think you're right. If the Vigil Fleet had gone down, there wouldn't have been enough paints to actually hit the Deacons, and things would have gone a different way. But here we are.
Any comments from you, Wingner? I see we're being played off right now.
Yeah.
Like,
I wonder how many paints were in the mids of the Stalk and Bifrost. They had spare mids. They even had a Vigil backing. How many paints did they go for? I couldn't count them. How many?
I bet there's a lot of paints on on those
Picasso
Deacons
job, mate.
Yeah, I mean, for rapid heavies to hit Deacons like that, amazing. Or were they crews? I didn't actually check.
Rapids, I think.
Oh well, we'll figure it out later. All right, so stick around because we're going to go to a video with CCPB and CCP Trash Panda now. It's an in focus. It's going over a bunch of details of our new expansion, including the new ships. So let's head over to that.
Hello everyone, I'm CCPB, and you're tuning into the second In Focus segment for the Revenant expansion, which is set to come the 12th of November. Today I have a fantastic guest with me, CCP Trash Panda. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
We are going to be talking about something really exciting today. We had a dev blog and a video come out this week. It was called Wealth and Destruction, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to talk about, in depth, the mercenary dens that are coming to the game, and the new deathless ships, and the new damage over time weapon system. So as I'm warping over, could you in short tell me what is a mercenary den?
Yeah, sure. So the mercenary den is, I would say, a clandestine structure that has been deployed by the Deathless to extract the workforce from skyhooks in nullsec.
So they're a structure, a mobile structure, which you can deploy.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. So essentially, they're a almost, you would consider them almost like a mobile depot. The difference is that they have to be in orbit around a skyhook. They need to be attached to a skyhook, and specifically skyhooks that are around temperate planets, because those are the ones that have workforce or population on the planet, which we can then exploit.
In the video, you explained that this isn't something that only the SOV owner themselves could deploy. This is something that anyone who finds themselves at a skyhook that is on a temperate planet could come in and deploy.
Yes.
So, but it only works in SOV nullsec where there are skyhooks, correct?
Correct, yeah. So this is actually like one of the key things, and I think really cool about the mercenary den is that it's a personal structure. So there's no ACLs for it. There's no restrictions. It's essentially, if you have that in your cargo hold, and also you have the skills for them, because there is a set of skills for deploying mercenary dens, you can go to an empty skyhook and deploy it yourself. So that's great for you, the individual. It could be good for a system or a SOV owner who wants to have their own deployed.
Perfect. Let's actually dive into some of the kind of high-level overview of what this is. So this is a deployable structure. It can be, like we said, on temperate planets only. It produces encrypted infomorphs. And on the 26th of November, a couple of weeks after the expansion, something called Anarchy and Development will also go live. Can you talk to us about those two things? First of all, what is Anarchy?
So when it comes to the Anarchy, this is probably one of the key things, because it's more of the detrimental traits that the mercenary den is going to be developing over time. Which is that if nothing happens, this mercenary den, the people inside it just kind of go a bit, I don't want to say feral, but they can, they get disorganized. They get, they increase their anarchy. And as a result of that, it means that it starts having a detrimental effect on the skyhook itself. So the temperate skyhooks, these are skyhooks that provide workforce to the system, to the SOV hub. And if you let the anarchy increase over time, that will actually start affecting the amount of workforce that a skyhook is producing.
The other side of that coin is development. What is that?
So as a result of an increase in development, you essentially get an increase of the amount of encrypted infomorphs that are generated from the structure.
Generally speaking, you want these to be up and up for weeks so that it gets more developed and is paying you out at a higher rate, right?
Correct, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Both of these things, anarchy and development, can also be affected by something called mercenary tactical operations. What are those?
So the mercenary den will, at a various levels of time, will provide you with an objective that you will have to do in space. So that would be, the possibilities are endless. We are hoping to launch with at least a few of these operations, and the idea is that you complete them, and that will have an impact on the anarchy and the development at the same time. So essentially, what will end up happening is, if you've completed one of these objectives, you will have a reduction in the amount of anarchy, and you'll have an increase in the amount of development. So these two bars will end up going like this. So if you're thinking anarchy on this side and development on this side.
We have a flow chart just to help kind of gameplay loop to show that for a second as well. Just to kind of clear things up for people. So you're going to look for a location for this. Obviously, you have to construct the deployable or purchase it. You'll deploy it at a location, whether it's your own space, someone else's space. And then after a time, the development will increase. That is something that will naturally increase and cannot decrease over time. So the longer it lives, the more you get out of this. Anarchy will start to play in there, and you either decide to do something about that or let it grow. And there's various reasons why you would want to lower the anarchy if it's not your space. So let's say you live in close to someone's area, but you don't have access to skyhooks. And you know that they're not really making use of this, but you really want the deathless ships and the damage over time stuff. then maybe you want to sneak in there and put up one of these and see if you can get that to live for several weeks or maybe just a week to try and get what you can out of it.
Absolutely.
But you'd want to keep the anarchy down so that they don't just tear your structure down, right?
Yeah, precisely. I mean, the way that I look at it is, and I mentioned this in the In Focus video we did previously, but having those options from a playstyle point of view really does make this structure quite interesting, because essentially, when you're playing with Workforce, you're also playing with not just the system itself as to its output, its upgrades, but because you can transport Workforce to different systems, you have the potential to impact multiple systems down the road. So as a system owner, you probably really want to make sure that anarchy is quite low, because you don't want that Workforce impact. However, if you are an attacker and you do want to do that, it's actually a really clever way of impacting people's systems, but also multiple systems. Because if they're transferring Workforce to other systems, then those systems get affected as well. So it's really fascinating from that point of view.
It becomes a tool to disrupt Equinoxov in a certain way, on top of linking it to the Deathless and I guess personal gain. You could use this as a tool strategically as well.
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the I would like to see as one of the use cases for this is a little bit more under the radar disruption gameplay for the sovereignty.
To go on with the flowchart, obviously the anarchy can be decreased, but that's only by the owner of the structure, right?
Correct, yes.
So you can't just put down a bunch of these and then tell people, hey, you just deal with them. You, as the person who put this down, has to go and do the mission. You're the one responsible for the structure and keeping the anarchy down, and taking out the items. And speaking of which, if we go back to the in-game screen share, I put this down yesterday. I'm going to access the structure that I have here.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm too far away. Hold on. No, I was close enough. So it's been generating at a certain rate here. And I now have 2,388 encrypted infomorphs. And it's just slowly generating this. It can actually hold quite a large portion of this. So over one day, it didn't generate that much. Obviously, there's no development increase on this either. But you can tell that this is a structure that could be here for a week or two or three and really just accumulate a bunch of this. Am I the only person as the owner that can empty this?
Correct, yes. You are the person responsible for emptying this structure.
And if someone attacks this and it's reinforced, because let's go over some of those details. This is a structure that reinforces with a 24-hour timer. Kind of like a mobile depot would. I guess that's a two-day thing. But it has some jitter, which means that it could come out 18 hours later or 30 hours later or anywhere in between. It isn't a particularly hard structure to kill. It's just a mobile small structure. But it does give the defender, a timer to come and defend this if they want to.
Yes.
If it is destroyed, will these be up for grabs? Will they disappear with it?
They will be up for grabs, yes. So that is also a method of gaining access to these encrypted infomorphs, is that you could go hunting for other people's mercenary dens and destroy them and take the rewards.
But as opposed to like most of the roaming that I see people do nowadays, which is just filamenting and looking for trouble, you kind of have to be local for this because it's generating a timer the day after.
Yes.
And if you own one of these in enemy space, you can't hope that the filament the next day will get you to where you need to go. You kind of need to be locally there, get to know where you can actually establish these, kind of creating more local conflicts than random filament type conflicts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you could if you're filamenting in, you could just go and reinforce the structure for the giggles. But I mean, unless you want to come back, you're not really going to get anything out of it other than causing a bit of a nuisance.
And it'll just self-repair if no one attacks it in the final, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, it could also be that as a result of you just hitting the structure, it could force a fight with the locals. So there is that as an aspect of it.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna go hop now into some of the new ships because these infomorphs that this is generating, they are used to acquire the Deathless ships, the Scarab Breacher pods, which is the damage over time weapon system. We want to talk about those things. I'm gonna hop into the Destroyer first. The Tholos. Now, we have talked about these a little bit, but we haven't given people details on like their other weapons that are on the ship.
Sure.
This will be the first time they actually get to see what these ships really are like.
Exciting.
These things, they're kind of DPS monsters. So if we
Oh,
look,
yes.
first of all, let's just appreciate how cool the RT made this look. It's like this crazy amalgamation of Kaldari and Minmatar fused together with all these tubes going everywhere and into there. And honestly, like the art team nails it every time, but this went even further than whatever I would have expected from a Minmatar Kaldari hybrid. It looks like this kind of like cyberpunky, like almost like diesel punk tubes everywhere. It's very industrial looking. I think they look super cool. I'm gonna try something here. I'm gonna try to do the aborting undock. Oh, it's too quick here. Do a little loop de loop. We'll see if we can do it again.
Yeah.
But speaking about these ships, if we look at the bonuses on them, they have a local rep bonus, a shield boost amount, and yes, this is a new window. For those who don't like new stuff, you can make this small and just look at the stuff. But look at how cool it is. I believe that in the future the plan is to have your skin and your kill mails and kill marks displayed on this as well. But I digress. The bonuses on the ship is a Kaldari Destroyer will give this a shield boost amount, so a local rep amount, whereas the Minmatar Destroyer will give it a web resistance. It's a new bonus, isn't it?
It is a new bonus. It's just the first of its kind, and it's also like an interesting addition to the Minmatar Destroyer like DNA, essentially. But yeah, I mean, it's also fascinating because it effectively really plugs into the DNA of the Deathless ships in the sense that you want to be able to get in close, and we'll talk a little bit more about the close range of these weapons in a sec. But essentially, it means that under the effect of a web, you are faster than other ships that would be trying to close the distance.
On top of that, you're also a cloaky, covered up ships. So this is a destroyer that can warp around cloaked. It can be bridged by Black Ops. It can get in close. It gets to choose when it wants to start the engagement. And then when you are in brawl range, you have a web resist and a local tank. That is basically solving the problem that brawlers have. It's the fact that they can't close that gap. And I think most solo pilots are brawlers at heart, but the environment pushes them to adapt and become kiters because they just don't like losing ships so much. But this is something that it's kind of built to let you get into brawl range, start that engagement. And even like you said, if you have a web resist and the target doesn't, you can always scram web them and pull range. You can disengage from that type of a fight and then warp away if you want to. So it gives you a lot of control once you're in the brawl range.
Yeah. And then on top of that, with the shield boost bonus, you also have quite an effective local tank to kind of hold off that DPS in that brawl range, which I think is really cool.
Yes. One other thing that a brawler needs to kill its targets before all of their friends arrives. And that's where actually a couple of different things come in. It has the ability to launch breacher pods, which are the damage over type system, the damage system. But that's not all. This ship, if we look at the attributes of it, actually let's look at the fittings of it. It gets 2 miss health slots and 2 turret hardpoints as well. And I've cooked up a fit here, which I think honestly might become quite usual. You see this on something like a ramjack. This is basically a double medium ancillary shield booster fit. It has a cloak. It has 2 rocket launchers, 2 light autocannons. If we look at the bonuses again, you have bonuses to just pure damage. You don't have any range, which means your weapons aren't going to reach really far. And then coupled on top of the small breacher pod, that is also a very short range damage over time weapon system. Is that correct?
Yes, that is very correct. Yes. So that's one of the things with the weapon system as well. Is obviously, you have the small projectile turret bonus, which I mean, I guess technically you could fit artillery on, but really you're kind of thinking autocannon for that kind of range. But the other thing to note is that it's not like a missile bonus. It's specifically rocket damage bonus.
Yes.
So that really does reinforce that kind of short range. So really, for the Tholos, you're not really going to be wanting to engage in less than 10 kilometers. Like that's the kind of ranges that we're talking. So really up close, and yeah, super high damage. But the other thing is that because it's multiple weapon systems, bonuses to multiple weapon systems, it also requires a lot more skill to pilot effectively. You know, you're going to have to, if you want to run those Tech 2 autocannons and also those Tech 2 rockets, you're going to have those skills for it.
And the actual skills of managing all those buttons.
Yes.
When you have suddenly 2 ancillary shield boosters, you got your local tank in the scram, and you're making sure you're orbiting the target and that your rockets are firing, and you're maybe defanging some drones, and and then making sure that the breacher pod, is actually applying, and that actually does damage for I believe 75 seconds. That is ticking down damage-wise.
Correct.
But it has a 10-second spool time, so you can well, not spool time. You can cycle time, sorry. Which means that if you're in a brawl, you could put the damage over time on one target, and then keep fighting him. Someone else lands, you put the damage on time on that guy, and suddenly 2 guys are having their health tick down.
Yes. Yeah.
If I show this off, so this ship, it also gets drones. It gets 1 light. Well, it can carry 2, but it can put out 1 light set of drones.
Mm-hmm.
This is quite a lot of damage for a destroyer, especially when you count in the fact that the damage pod itself, it's taking for 75 seconds. You could go in, put this on someone, and then leave, and it'll keep damaging that person, right?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. For 75 seconds, unless that person docks or jumps away.
So you could keep dipping in and out, making use of the web resist to quickly get close enough, put the dot on him, and then leave, and then someone else is maybe holding him at range or maybe long pointing them.
Yeah.
It opens up a very different way of fighting where you don't have to stay in the thick of it. But if you are in the thick of it, and here we have 0 bonuses, we haven't put ballistic controls or anything in the lows.
Mm-hmm.
This is quite a decent chunk of damage you're putting out. 640. It's 440 DPS plus then the damage over time.
Mm-hmm.
And it can tank itself quite well. I think this will be kind of a dirty little brawler of a destroyer.
Absolutely. I mean, I've described it internally as almost evil at times. Like it's beautiful, but it's also evil.
Yeah, the dot. We're gonna have so many people dying in like weird places that you're gonna have kill mails pop up. They go, "Oh, he did die!" Like once you're off that grid and you're different. I'm looking forward to what kind of shenanigans this ends up leading to.
Yeah, and the other thing is like if you've got the dot effect on you while you're in warp, you could die in warp.
Yes, which is the only way currently to die in warp is if you're smart bombed mid warp.
Yeah.
But the other thing is you don't often get kill mails once you're off a grid. Up to now, the way to get a kill mail is if someone you just almost killed warps to a gate and then rats kill him. That'll sometimes still pop up. You're like, oh, he did die. But that's going to become probably a far more like normal occurrence. Well, maybe not normal, because the way to counter this is still just local rep. We're getting remote rep, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah. So maybe to just explain the breacher pod a little bit more. So the key thing is that it's still, even though the breacher pod is attacking the internals of the ship, it's still going to be damaging from the outside in. So imagine like
it'll hit shield first, then armor,
and armor, then hull. Yeah. So the idea is that like the HP of the ship still matters. You're not just focusing entirely on the hull.
Yeah.
So that means that you can local rep yourself, or you can receive remote reps to kind of counter that effect. But obviously, it is a sustained effect that's going to happen over 75 seconds. But the key thing also to mention is that it bypasses all resistance. So you are attacking directly the HP, not even the EHP, the HP of the ship.
Yes. So it's directly damaging the health pool instead of the effective hit points, like which will increase by resists. It doesn't care about resists.
No.
The way to balance something like this is difficult because you have everything from tiny frigates up to gigantic battleships, titans. Like the scale is enormous.
Yeah.
How have we decided to make the application on this work?
Yeah. So regarding this, we basically have two thresholds that we want to hit. And so for this one, it's essentially you're either doing 1% of the ship's total HP, or you're doing 200 DPS. Like, and that's for the breacher pod, the small one. Now those numbers are like could change a little bit. We're still a little bit in the balancing, but essentially the idea is that okay, so if you're in a like a very, very large ship with lots and lots of HP, like 1% of its health is, thousands of HP. So we don't want that. So essentially in that case, when the breach pod hits the ship, it will then determine, okay, is 1% more or less than 200 DPS, and then it will pick the lowest. So essentially it means that you can still do damage to things like carriers or dreadnoughts or whatever, but you're not going to be doing 1% of that dreadnought's HP every second.
No, that would be a ridiculous amount of DPS.
Yeah, exactly.
That was one of the worries that people had. Like, will this just kill certain things like dread bombs? Will 10 of these show up and just kill all the dreads? No.
No.
And local tank and stuff will obviously counter the type of damage this puts out as well.
Yes.
But for like beefy targets, I don't know, let's say a battleship fleet fighting another battleship, a few of these on one side spreading dots on different targets, that could really start to add up over the course of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you just do some like quick math on it, essentially you have 200 DPS coming from the breacher pod. You have 75 seconds of like duration of the effect, but with a cycle time of less than that, you can apply to multiple people. And I mean, again, the cycle time is also still a little bit up for debate, but even at 10 seconds, you could potentially apply to up to 7 people while the dot is still on all the others. So the potential DPS of this ramps up really quickly. So the way that I would see this is that I would think that fleets would probably want to at least have a couple of these in the mix because of just the sheer like raw DPS output these can put out.
It does depend on the ranges that they're fighting at.
Of course.
In today's meta, there's very little up-close brawling like that.
Yes.
But these are cloaky ships that could get into places. They could end up being far more prevalent in wormholes where fights are usually a lot closer and a lot more brawly. It remains to be seen what players end up doing with it. If this becomes the solo PvPer's dream ship, if it becomes the small gang kind of, can we hold targets, go in, put a dot on them, and then leave and like hold them at range and just slowly see them disintegrate? Or will this become a tool that the big groups use, blops bridging them around, taking wormholes with them? We have no idea how they're going to use it, but it is for sure an interesting tool.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in particular when it comes to blops, that they'll definitely be very effective because generally in like when you're actually jumping at a target, if you're hunting a target, you're quite close to them when you light your Sino anyway. So
yeah,
probably find that these will be quite effective like hunters.
The bigger brother of the Tholos and the ship that I'm actually a little bit more excited about is the Cenotaph. And this is for the first time ever a Black Ops capable battle cruiser.
Yes.
So if I close all these things, this is essentially just a battle cruiser version of the destroyer here. And looking at it again, this is just some crazy amalgamation of a Ferox that has had a tornado top wing attached to it. It's got tubes everywhere. All these things are just like outside the tubes going into one spot with. It looks crazy cool. Like
you can even see on the right hand side, you can see a little bit of hurricane in the wingtips there. Like
and the back of them as well. Like this is very Minmatar kind of thruster placement, and just this is such a cool ship.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the same before we undock and actually mess around with these a little bit. Let's talk about the bonuses on this ship. This also has a local tank bonus. It also has a web resist bonus, albeit maybe a web resist on a smaller target that can get under guns might be more useful. But this still might help you if you're, I don't know, at like getting grappled and holding yourself at like max grapple range. It might affect you less. You might be able to scram web another battle cruiser and still pull range, or another cruiser. All of those same things still apply. This again gets close range missile damage bonus and projectiles. This can use a command burst, which now means you could have a blops capable battle cruiser that can bring command burst onto a grid. But this does get an optimal range fall off for projectiles and missiles. So this becomes a little bit more blurred, where this can project a little further than the destroyer can.
Yes, correct. I mean, there's still, as seen there, there's still a bonus to heavy assault missiles compared to heavy missiles. So you obviously don't want it to be really long range, as some heavy missile doctrine ships are.
And it's just the base version of the it's not the like the double bonus that some ships get to range. And like you said, the bonus is kind of tied to the heavy assaults. But you can, if you want, put heavy missiles on this and completely spec a fleet into that if you wanted to. But again, absolutely. This only gets half and half. So it's another very interesting setup where he gets 3 turrets, 3 launchers, a slot for a cloak, and then the medium breacher pod. Does this work exactly like the other one?
Yes, exactly the same. The only difference is slightly larger range and also more DPS. So this one can put up to 1,000 DPS.
1,000 DPS. That's a lot of damage. It also reaches to 12 kilometers when fully skilled. At the base, it's going to be 8 kilometers. That can be quite a big difference if you talk about a grapple range and how it applies up close versus further away. It could also be dancing on that edge of scram web range, where you want to keep someone scram webbed but dip out of them scramming you, making use of that web bonus. Here I've pushed the ship into speccing both for damage on autocannons and for the heavy assault missiles. And it's a high number for a battle cruiser.
Oh, yes.
So if I turn off the breacher pod, this gets to have a medium set of drones, has enough for a couple of lights on top of that as well. But, I mean, that's a lot of damage from turrets, missiles, and drones combined. Just that on its own, right?
That is a lot of damage.
And then you count in the fact that it does have a potentially 1,000 DPS damage over time. It'll tick for 75 seconds. This is going to be a bit of a monster. I am incredibly excited to see what people do with this thing. And I can't wait to fly it myself either. This can finally start brawling again and kill things quick enough, hopefully.
I'm absolutely the same. I cannot wait to fly this ship. I mean, I really think the current specs of this ship, like we're sort of almost going to be changing the way that at least small gang fights occur, and it's like will likely try and push back towards more brawly meta for sure.
We'll see how the small gangers feel about it. I'm sure a lot of soloers will feel confident in this. I'd be terrified to see someone like iBeast or something in a ship like this. I do want to do some tests. I want to undock in this. I want to go to a place where we actually got CCP convict waiting, and we want to show the weapon system actually in effect. We want to shoot him with a couple of breacher pods. What is your what do you think is going to happen here with the first target, the Kisrael? Do you think he stands a chance?
I mean, I'd say absolutely not.
So I think once the ship gets into close range and it gets its target locked down, there isn't much it's going to do. So I'm going to scram web him first here. So I've caught my target here. Obviously, we could do a lot of damage with our weapons, but I just want to shoot one breacher pod at him. As you can tell, this is a missile type that goes to him. And now it's going to start ticking for 251 damage. That's dependent on the size, well, the HP of his ship. We should see different numbers here when I shoot him in the rattlesnake afterwards. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. Yeah. So as I mentioned before, the formula has two different variations. So it's 1,000 DPS or 1% of the ship's hull or 1% of the ship's health, and it picks the lowest. So in this case, it's 251. Essentially, we don't really want it to be doing 1,000 DPS directly to a ship that only has 7,000 health, because then it dies.
That would be a little bit rough.
It would be, yeah, exactly.
So does it take the health pool of the ship before or after you've put any modules on it? So if you put a bunch of shield extender on it, would it be taking more damage?
Yes, it would take more damage. It's from the moment the breacher pod hits, it then takes the total HP of the ship.
So you can tell now, I've only hit him once, and he's now, I believe he was shield fit.
Mhm.
This is going to be taking, I think it's about to stop now, yeah. It put him into 25% armor with just one application of a medium breacher pod.
Yeah.
Obviously, if I'd been shooting him on top of this, refiring my breacher pod, I mean, drones out and all that shebang, this is one brutal little brawler. Not little at all, actually.
No.
But there is obviously the difficulty of being in brawl range in EVE. If you're in brawl range, that's usually where you end up dying very quickly yourself.
Yes.
You end up getting caught by whatever backup shows up as well.
Mhm.
But if we remember that number, 251, if we could ask Mr. Conway to hop into the rattlesnake, if he boards that, we can see what type of damage the breacher pod would be doing against a much bigger target, and then afterwards to a flycatcher, a much smaller target. I will. So this time around, we're going to shoot him, and then we're actually going to swap to his POV, and we're going to only see what this looks like on his end. We're going to shoot him and see that it's now 793 that is taking down. And if we swap over to Convict's point of view for a second, I could now just fly away, having done my damage to him. I could have maybe someone else point him and hold him at range. If he's not quick enough, I could cloak and just chill next to him. But it's still ticking down. And if he leaves this grid, if he warps away, he will still continue to take 793 damage in this case for 75 seconds without me having to be close and be in the danger zone, so to speak. What are the ways to stop the damage from ticking down?
So really, at this point, once you've been hit by the breacher pod, the way that you would stop it conventionally is you would need to make sure that you have some sort of local rep or remote rep that can counter the amount of damage that's been given. Now, obviously, one of the things when it comes to, say, logistics is that it's a very sustained amount of damage. So it's not like you're being bursted down, and so therefore, it could be quite easy for a logistics ship to kind of catch that and negate that effect. But the other alternative is to dock. If you dock, there's the damage goes away. But obviously, if you're affected by weapon timer, you may be denied entry to the structure, so you may end up not being able to get to safety in time. So
I believe if you leave system as well is the other
Yes.
other way. Would it be only 3 gates, or what about worlds?
So we're still trying to figure out with the wormhole stuff. I mean, probably likely it would be the same, but we just need to make sure that we want to, from a balance point of view, that's okay. So
Yeah,
it's
a lot of
still-
wormhole fights happen both sides of a wormhole as well.
Yeah,
but
exactly. So
it could
we
be an
want-
interesting way to juggle it as well, because you do end up polarizing yourself at some point, and then you're still stuck there with a damage
exactly,
ticking
yeah.
down.
Yeah.
So docking up, leaving system, those are the two ways to kind of stop the damage completely.
Yes.
But also, if you have to be in the system or on a different grid, you can still repair this, and the target would, in some cases, be able to stay alive.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and the other thing is that when we looking at the DPS as well, one thing that we from a design philosophy that we wanted to install is that this one weapon won't completely destroy the ship. So 75 seconds, 1% health each time. You'll take a lot of damage, but we don't want this to be you press this one button and the person dies. That would be too broken.
At least not from the get-go. But I mean, if I put this weapon on someone who's already hurt, it can still finish them off, right?
Yeah. Correct. Yes. Correct.
So this isn't some like in many there's many ways to do damage over time. In some cases it does a lot of damage but never does the killing blow hit. This can do the killing blow, but the first hit won't just like, oh, you've won, because that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly.
If we swap the stream point of view back to the mine here and we actually lock him up, we can actually see what sort of damage we put on him here. Lock him up real quick. Okay, so he's gone into a little bit of armor damage, 78%. It was taking a lot harder. He does have a way more buffer. If we hit him again here, it's just going to continue again. It'll start hitting the shields, completely ignoring all resists. It'll continue doing this damage number throughout the shields. As it goes into armor, it'll keep doing the same damage number because it's based on the HP total of the ship. It's got nothing to do with individual HP levels of the shield, armor, and hull. Yeah, there are small explosion effects, so you can kind of see that there are, like, it's being blown up from the inside in various places, so you can tell if a ship has this effect on it. So you could look at a target and go, hey, he's been hit with this thing. And in this case, it actually just took 2 breacher pods to finish him off. And goodbye, Rattlesnake. But that is, of course, 75 seconds. No, twice, sorry.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good way to kill a big target. However, people probably think, well, is this the way to solve dealing with Vargers or dealing with local tanks will still tank this up quite well. And this was a buffer fit. So this thing, I don't actually get kill mills on the server. But this thing was very extender fit, kind of fleet fit in a way. A local tanked ship would be taking less damage and would be able to wrap that up and fight that damage.
Correct.
When their cap boosters was being burned, it would help you kind of whittle them down, so to speak.
Yes. Yeah. And just as an extra note, you'll notice that when you have fired the breacher pod, you will see in your buff bar at the top of your cap, you will see that you have affected someone with the breacher, but equally the person that is affected by the breacher will have you are under the effect of the breacher pod. That way, because obviously the graphics are beautiful, but we also have to consider how we message that to the person if they have low graphical settings.
Good point. So you can tell that you've hit something. If we get Conwick to hop into a flycatcher this time around, actually I can't lock the while he's... Oh no, he was quick enough to board it. We should see a significantly lower damage than we saw with both of these two.
Yeah.
So if we hit him, it's only doing 101, which is, it'll whittle down, but it's not something that'll quickly deal with a flycatcher. But let's say you're being bubbled by several. If you're able to put this on different targets, over time, this is going to whittle them down, and then you could obviously finish them off with your normal weapon systems. I think this is a very exciting weapon. I think these are incredibly exciting ships. Are there any limitations to the dot, though? You can't, as far as I understand, put them on structures. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. So they're not... No, go on.
Are there any other things that it cannot hit?
At this point, no. So we're mostly focused on ships, making sure that the damage works well on ships and also the interactions between those. But that's essentially what we've targeted this weapon to be able to shoot.
So you can use this against NPCs.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, to mention this can be used in PvE as well. Yeah. You can shoot NPCs. It's essentially if it's the ship, it's a valid target regardless of whether it's an AI or a player using it.
One interesting thing that we've been talking about in the community area is because these are like the whole deathless versus drifters. It'd be interesting if people put this on drifters to negate the doomsday that it happens, right? To like pop this on one and then leave and see if the drifter keeps ticking down. There'll be interesting ways to use this PvE wise as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm incredibly excited for the ships. I don't know what else to say. They seem to be working better against bigger targets. They, in some way, like maybe you don't want to be that close to a Vargar that showed up to fight you. But if you can pop one of these and then dip and then watch it just slowly whittle down, it could win you some fights that you couldn't possibly win before. But we'll see.
Mhm.
Do you have anything else to add before we call it here?
I was going to say I would be really interested to see like 1-on-1 via Varga, like how the Cenotaph would actually handle it, because obviously like such high DPS, but obviously Varga also has high DPS. I'd be interested to see like
I don't know if you want to get that close to a Vargar ever.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you can dip in close, put this on, and then use your web resist to get out of range, and maybe you'll get out of there. We'll see. I don't think this is the complete solution to it, especially the active tanked ones. They'll just wrap through it, but it'll definitely burn a lot of their cap boosters. I mean, in some cases, depending on their fit, it could significantly help in some situations where you're fighting much bigger targets.
Yes.
I'm also, honestly, I'm excited to see what theory crafters do with this in fleet settings. Like, you can try to overprop these. You could 100 MN these and go into ESS where you have a web resist. You could go, you could do all kinds of crazy things with these that I cannot wait to see people try and experiment with.
Absolutely. I'm also, one thing I'm really fascinated to see is if fleet commanders use potentially like wings of these in big fleet fights, because obviously you wouldn't want this as a doctrine ship, but as a force multiplier in a fleet engagement, this could be really interesting. So I'd like to see something like that where it's like, oh yeah, we take in 5 Cenotaphs to spread damage across the fleet, that kind of thing, to kind of like stress out the logistics or something. Try and use that sort of hit and run tactics. I feel like how command destroyers are used in fleets these days, where it's like you use the command destroyer to try and separate portions of the fleet from each other. Like, I'd love to see that kind of that.
And they would only have to get into that danger zone for a little while, and then they could, decloak, hit a target, burn away, and then cloak up again, and then hope for the best.
Yeah.
Now I've landed my hit, and I know this is going to be ticking, and it's going to be interesting to see how people use it and in what situations they think it's most useful. I think we're at the end of our time. This is actually a pre-recorded segment like the last one being shown in the break on the AT, on the finals. I have no idea who is competing next because it's not happening yet. So whoever is about to compete, good luck. Thank you so much, CCP Trash Panda, for showing up and helping me explain the Mercenary Den, the encrypted infomorphs, to give a deep dive on the ships themselves and how the damage system works. Appreciate your time. Thank you very much for coming.
Welcome back to the Grand Finals of Alliance Tournament 20. The Grand Finals. Mystical Might, you joined us back on the desk.
We did it. We made it.
We made it.
We made it.
We're here. It only took us like 60-odd matches, plus the feeders, of course, but we are here. And shout out to Platinum Sensitivity, who just went out in the last match. They take 3rd place in Alliance Tournament 20. Well done. They came through feeders. Tuskers and Truth on the Light, of course, both finished top 4 last year, so got invites to this one. They didn't have to go through the gauntlet of feeders. Platinum Sensitivity, they came through that gauntlet. So they've had to do, not just this weekend, not just last weekend, but 2 other weekends, potentially. I can't remember how they did in the feeders, whether they sort of won and went in, which I would expect for a team of their caliber, but I actually don't remember. So we are 5 minutes away, by looking at this screen, from the first match in our best of 5 grand final, the Tuskers Co. going up against Truth, Honor, Light.
I think some exciting stuff.
So many excites.
So many excites.
Yes.
What are we expecting here? So Truth, Honor, Light, they have that flagship in their back pocket. They have not lost their flagship. The Tuskers have. Mystical Might, that's got to be making a lot of decision changes in this matchup.
I'm just hoping for the funniest thing to happen. I think the funniest thing that could happen is, Tuskers win the first 2 matches.
Oh, no.
And then,
oh, no.
out of nowhere,
I hope you're not watching Tuskers.
it'll reverse sweep.
Not again.
I think it would be hilarious. I'm expecting some interesting wacky comps again. Yeah, we're not going to be seeing any flagships from Tuskers since they lost theirs earlier in the day. I do expect to see some Truth on the Light flagships coming out, especially since they have, there's hopefully going to be 5 matches.
Yep.
If we're lucky, we'll get 5. If we're unlucky, we'll get 3.
It's very difficult to get 4.
very difficult to get 4.
but not impossible.
Is it mathematically impossible?
No, because you're 3-1.
Yeah.
We saw 4
Exactly.
a
So
few
it's
years ago.
possible.
Yeah.
In fact, we might get 4.
We could.
We might get 4.
But
We
you know
might
we
get
won't
4.
get.
Do you know what? It's really hard to get 2.
2 is very difficult.
Yeah, very difficult.
It's not that hard.
Someone has to forfeit. All right. We
That's
can look at the
fair.
bans, though. The teams are almost in system. So let's take a quick look at the bans before we go over there. So the Tuskers Co. Again, no Conquest bans in effect right now. They will come into effect after this first match. The Tuskers Co. banning out the Eos, the Curse, the Pilgrim, and the Sentinel. A lot of tracking disruption off the field. They've banned that Eos a couple times before, so they don't like it. Truth on the Light banning out the Hugin, the Rapier, the Guardian, and the Augurer. Blackbird Pirate, what are your thoughts on these bans?
So I'm gonna look at the Truth Honor Light bans here, because if there is one team who loves using Hugins and then will use Rapiers if they can't, Tuskers. Traditionally. And also, we've been seeing them use both the Guardian and the Augur as their primary Logi ships for the entire tournament. In fact, some of their strategies basically require you to have a Guardian, I think, because it's doing all sorts of Guardian-like things like bigly reps and cap transfers. So, yeah, this is targeted. Truth Honor Light has probably spent the last 2 hours just like, it's time. We're ready for this. We know what we're doing.
Yep.
We're going to haze them.
Yep.
Haze.
I feel like the Balgorn
Haze.
Widow comp is open here.
Yes.
Yeah, it is. It's open.
With the flagship
Sentinel was
Balgorn from Truth on
removed.
the Light.
Yeah, I mean, we might see. I expect we would see that probably like match 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Yeah.
I think what's likely is both teams are going to be kind of feeling each other out. I think we're going to get some clowny fast stuff here. This could be either a 3-minute match or potentially a 10-minute match, but I would lean towards the shorter of this one. One way or the other, I think is going to be fast. What do you think, Bart? B from the Bisty.
B from the Bisty. Yeah. This is the one that I think, like, right off the bat, there's a little bit of anger, I think, on at least one of these teams' parts. I could see this is the one where they're like, screw it, we're going to shield rush you down, or we're going to do some shenanigans. We haven't seen Tuskers use anything like that, so it could be a surprise. I do think this is going to be a quick one, which means it's going to not be because we're always wrong. But I think it will be a quicker one, at least one of the quicker ones. But we'll find out.
Let's go find out. I see the teams are in system, so this is match 1 of the grand finals here in Alliance Tournament 20.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 20. 20 years of tournaments, glory, honor, and conquest has brought us here to the very first of these matches between Truth Honor Light. Tuskers bringing their potato composition, and THL deciding to go with Navy Armageddon.
So Tuskers bring the same comp we've seen a couple of times now, and obviously for Truth on the Light, bringing a Navy Armageddon and an Armageddon and a Zarm. I mean, I don't know about this Tuskers comp. Will this break? We were talking about this when they came on grid. Will the Dominixes break the Zarm? I don't know.
Truly, I'm not entirely sure because, I mean, you look at the attack bar, you have to think, okay, the Armageddon and the Navy Armageddon, they're newt boats, right? The Dominixes also have been fit with newts a lot, but one of the issues, though, is that the Navy Armageddon and the Armageddon can newt out for a little bit further naturally than the Tuskers go. The Tuskers Dominixes, they get drone damage bonus, they don't get a newt range bonus, right?
I mean, Curate is dropped by the Dommies right now. Looks like they're trying to go for the Crucify, but I think this is going to be really hard for switching to the Pontifex now. I think it'd be really hard for Tuskers to get through, but no damage right now coming from Truth on the Light. They're going to have to try and get in. Obviously, it looks like Tuskers Co. kind of burning away, and the Gens are kind of going in.
Yeah, it appears that the entirety of the Tuskers team is wanting to burn for one of these micro jump dive beacons, and so far it looks like THL is just pre-positioning themselves so that they can't get jumped on. We see that the Geddon, the Navy Armageddon are closing a little bit, and from the beacon, to the center of the arena, it's about 75 kilometers thereabout. You just don't want to have all these dummies land on you at 0 and then completely newt you dry.
THL opting to put their drones on the Curators, gonna get rid of the Tuskers sentries, which is definitely a good move. Get them down, and they're gonna come back again.
Yeah, we were talking about this when Barcode, my team got knocked out of the tournament, and then when, the Japanese team of Mark Bridges, who it turned out was actually destructible in his flagship, right?
He was.
They were trying to... Oh, and we have a micro jump drive play going. The Dominixes are driving into the backline. They are trying to get on top of what looked like the Magus and Verdict. It looks like, however, they have caught Lucius Quan with a web using that Ishimu, it appears, have gotten tackle on the Zarm. So if they can get newts and get a counter on top of that Zarm, they could end the match right here. But the Zarm is slipping the web, now reapplied.
He's going to get this arm down. An absolutely incredible play. The web's just dropped now. TP's still on him. I think Tuskers trying to go for the Hail Mary right here. Get the arm down, but he's not tackled anymore, and he's moving away. Scram on the Dominix just dropped now. Shimu is webbed and scrammed. I'm expecting THL, well, they're going for the Vexor right now. I think
the Zarm actually hit an MJD himself. He wasn't scrammed. It looks like he was originally around 70 kilometers off. I think he might have been jumped when they saw the jump going on him. But the Pontifex is now completely out of range. Lucius Quan is very much in Narnia, and that Pontifex will go down shortly if that spool can't ramp up quickly.
Trading Ponty for Vexor. Looks like Tiga in the Ponty is about to go down. He does go.
And that's critically. That's the armor links, right? The Magus is going to probably be the skirmish here. That Vexor, I'm going to trade links for a single Vexor every day of the week.
Definitely. Vexor is holding on for Tuskers, but I think he is going to go down.
And there's been another MJD play. VLD Miro Name has jumped onto the backline, is getting newts on top of Lucius Quan, and that Dominix is gotten hard newts and paints on top of the Zarm. And now there's an angry flight of drones getting on top of Lucius Quan. I mean, yes, he's going to have a good amount of local tank, but you're not going to be able to hold up to that flight of drones.
Lucas Quan, public enemy #1 for the Tuskers team right now. He's into half armor. Absolutely. If they get him down, this is a sure win for Tuskers.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like this Zarm is going to be basically Tenement Afterburning, but he's slowing down. His cap, might be entirely dry because he doesn't have any sort of prop mod keeping him up. And with that, that's going to be the Zarm off of the board. Tusker's probably going to look to try to clear out the the Magus here, these Vexors. And again, this is another situation where the Celestis and the Arbitrator do nothing for you because of the drone comp. You can just assign your drones if you're damped out, right? You say, hey, I can't lock, but I can give it to my buddy who can lock, and that's the power of these comps.
I mean, Vex Navy, you're going to go down for Tuskers, but I don't think it matters. We just saw the Magus go down as well for Truth on the Light. So Link's off the field for THL. Vex's next primary down. Vex Navy does go down for Tuskers, but I do think they're such in the lead right now, aren't they? They've got the Inquisitors, they've got Logi, and they've still got the damage from the Dommy. I mean, THL still have, you can see the control bar for both teams and for Truth on the Light's really, really big, so they still have some control, but I think this is an uphill battle for THL.
Yeah, I mean, now the Vexor is going to go down here, and the Inquisitor
take a bit of damage.
Jagger over in...
he does go down.
Jagger does finally go down here. So Blackstar, his support buddy, is going to be in kind of a world of hurt. There's a cloud of drones that are angrily chasing after him.
I mean, Tuskers really need to capitalize on this lead right now because they're going to go for the second Inquisitor. They get that down. They're sort of Truth on the Light, kind of clawing their way back into this match. But they still have 3 Dominics to get through. So the Vex is going to be the next target for Truth on the Light, and I think it's time to go for the battleships. I think for Tuskers.
Yeah. So what we see that Mirachiv and VLD are doing is they are getting full newt pressure onto Amelia Duck Space here and to Blue Melon. And the idea being, okay, you're a newt boat, but I'm also, a newt boat if I'm in range, right? We were talking about how the Navy Armageddons can, newt out further. But once you're, in close, you have the same amount of newt. And, I mean, it looks like the Dominix they're being damped, but that's Celestis. I mean, battleships have very good sensors, and if you're that close... I mean, look at VLD. He's on top
He is
of Amelia.
on top, right on top of each other, and we're seeing there's a bit of talking going on in local right now. Read like a book from Jaeger at the moment. It's a bit of talking in local.
And VLD Miro Name. So he's been known to be a bit of a character. Sometimes his mental is strong, sometimes it is weak. But he is talking trash right now. And it's understandable, right? You have to kind of hype yourself up. You got swept basically 0-2. And now you're going to go up in the grand finals 1-0 right now.
They still don't have their flagship, though.
Critically,
which is critical.
Again, Tuskers doesn't have their flag Balgorn. And Truth, Honor, Light, they also have a Balgorn, right, that they declared. This Navy Armageddon, they're just regular, faction ships. If they go down, the cost is irrelevant, right? What matters is a match point.
I mean, the Amelia Dark Space in the Navy Armageddon will go down the second, but not only that, VLD taking a bit of damage, maybe going for him just for a bit of a laugh as well. But I think Tuskers playing this really well. I wasn't expecting that the plays, all these plays, these MGD plays, will actually just come out of nowhere and probably won the game.
I was going to say, at the very beginning, right, we saw Tuskers jump into the back line. They got initial tackle on Lucius Quan. It looked like Lucius then MJD'd himself to 100. And then another battleship decided, I'm going to jump back on top of you. So, Mr.
Lucas Quan dodging around.
Yeah. I mean, you're basically being chased after like angry potatoes. And instead, The potatoes ended up mashing him.
Yeah.
So good job.
It definitely was the right call, I think, because we said that at the beginning of the match, like, how are they going to get his arm down? And the MJD plays was the answer, which we didn't even see. First battleship down for THL. Obviously, this is now a clean-up for Tuskers. Still got Inquisitor left, 3 Dominics left. Now, I'm really interested to see what they're going to bring next match. Because this, they've played them, this is like their third match.
And critically, actually, Tuskers, in the very first match against Platinum Sensitivity, they brought this exact comp literally to a ship. And crucially, what's going to happen is we're going to go into the Conquest ban. So Tuskers Co. will not be allowed to bring any of the ships that they won with. So you can't bring a Dominix, an Ashimo, or a Vexor Navy, or Magus Pontifex. Truthfinder Light can bring any of those ships. But critically, if you're Tuskers, you don't really care that much if you can't bring any of these ships until Game 5, except for the Magus and the Pontifex. Those are pretty valuable.
Yeah. But the rest of it...
But the rest of it, it's like, I beat you with kind of almost like a cheese comp, and these aren't like kind of like the core meta ships until... I mean, they beat us with it in Barcode. They beat Platinum Sensitivity with it.
It's strong, clearly.
Now they beat Truth, Honor, Light. Who knew that potatoes were the key to victory? You have to get your vegetables and your starch.
Blue Million going down in the second hit again, with 1 minute. I think there'll be a completely clean up here. I think they're going to get them all. But yeah, I mean, who just thought Triple Dominics? Will VOD go down? I don't think he will. Triple Dominics, just bring it out in this tournament. They've played it a couple of times. I'll be interested to see what they do next. I think this is the big, because once we get past these first matches, as you said, things start to get harder for both teams. In terms of like the lack of ships if you're winning all the time.
Yeah, I mean, we were almost wondering earlier on if, judging by the defense bar, if these, Dominixes were actually hull tanked, because that would be the single most mirror brain thing to ever happen, right? Is to bait you into going into, a hull tank Domi. But these may very well be armor, but I don't think we're going to find out. I think VLD is going to survive. I don't think we're going to
find out. He's going to hang on.
He's going to hang on just a little bit. We see that the Inquisitor of Blackstar, who, credit to him, I mean, he survived even after Jagger, had been killed early on by the angry drone cloud from those Vexors of Nith and Verdict, getting kind of that secondary tackle. So, I mean, really well played by Tuskers.
Really well played by Tuskers.
They've brought 3 Dominixes, and they've won 3 very critical match points with it, must-win matches.
I know, seeing Brainstorm and local saying, die VLD. Not today, I don't think he's going to say. But yeah, the plays in this match, 30 seconds left on the match, the plays, the jump drive, the micro-jump driving was actually incredible, and actually is something in that quick succession I haven't seen before in the Alliance tournament, I don't think.
Yeah, so VLD is going to survive in 12% of his structure. That is going to be Brainstar going down, and now the Crucifier does go down. So with 12 seconds left, Tuskers does finally clean off the grid and clean their palette with plenty of potato.
And we're going to send it back to the desk before this break.
And there you have it. Tuskers taking the first victory in this best-of-5 series over Truth, Honor, Light. So they got over earlier on. They got tilted probably. They came in. They beat Platinum Sensitivity in a comfortable 2-0 win. And now they have 1 point up over Truth, Honor, Light. Now, of course, again, as I mentioned, Truth, Honor, Light still have their flagship. So this is, very much not over. There's plenty more to go in this particular tournament. Blackbart Pirate. Triple Dommy wins again. 3-0 Triple Dommy.
Yeah, actually, I think every Dommy's won. Right? We saw the graph. Remember, 1 Dommy won, 3 Dommies won. We haven't seen 2 Dommies yet. We don't want to see 2 Dommies.
Is the Dominix the apex ship of Alliance Tournament 20?
The apex predator.
Mind?
I mean, how can I argue against the facts, the stats? They speak for themselves.
They do indeed speak for themselves. So that was an interesting matchup because that was essentially what Tuskers brought against in their second match against Platinum Sensitivity. And interestingly, what Truth on a Light brought was very similar to what Platinum Sensitivity brought as well. Instead of 2 arbitrators, though, they had Celestis and Arbitrator. Bart, obviously, you can track and disrupt drones if you feel like it. I mean, better than doing nothing, I guess. But that feels like they got read a little bit there.
Yeah, possibly even like a book. How strange.
How strange.
Weird.
So tell me, what do you think was going through Truth on a Light when they landed on grid and saw those 3 dummies?
So they probably, I mean, I would expect them to be good enough to know that they were like, oh, this is not really what we want to do, but it's not like completely over. I think they had a chance the entire time, though obviously, you know, at least one of your ships, like the Arbitrator's, basically useless. Like, yes, you can track and disrupt drones, but it's not really that useful, especially like if they're heavy drones. Like, they're still going to apply damage, or they're not going to because the ships that you're shooting at, not because of how track and disrupted they are. I do think that, like, you know, the funny thing about this is that Tuskers brought the same comp against what was very similar, like that what Platinum Sensitivity brought. They flew it the exact same way with the exact same plan by MJDing behind the line and killing links.
Yep.
So they just repeated it. They're like, well, what if we just run the same thing twice? Yeah.
Thrice, some might even say.
Yeah, thrice, actually, yeah. Well, the first time they did it, they didn't need to MJD. But, you know, Tuskers did the same tactic. They flew up to the beacon. They sat there, and they're like, okay, and, you know, just a little bit of the meme of the math, and like, doing that, and then like, okay, go. And then they went in and jumped in and finished it off. So, yeah.
I mean, look, I think it was Lucas Kwan in the Zarmaz. He almost got away at one point. He looked like he was getting webbed, and then he got unwebbed, and then webbed again. And I was like, are they going to actually catch him and lock him down? And then they were able to swap onto the links. And I'm not sure if maybe like Lucas was just pushed a little bit too far out of position at that point. He did come back in. He does have those long bonus range armor reps, Misty, and it just about looked like they were going to try and catch the Pontifex, but I think the damage was too heavy on him at that point, and the Pontifex went down.
I think I dubbed that moment VLD's revenge, because VLD in the Dominics had managed to get close to Lucas Kwan, at least close enough to start running the newts. We did see the Pontifex catching in about half structure, but then the newts turned off, the prop mod turned off on the Zarm, and yeah, the Pontifex fell, and then the Zarm wasn't able to get away from the Dominixes. So I do think it was a case of really good positioning and piloting from the Dominixes to be able to get around the grid. They didn't stick together, but you don't necessarily need to with drone comps, because you're able to move around, and your damage, if you're using heavy drones, will move around the grid with you. Or if you're using sentries, then it's a static kind of emplacement, which will then just kind of blast whatever ship you're pointing them at. So yeah, I think Lucas definitely had some issues in that match. It didn't seem like there was much in the way of screening on the Truth on the Light side. They dedicated a lot of their ships towards the E-War. So the Celestis, they had the Crucifier, they had the Arbitrator. None of these ships are ones that you want to be sending in to go tackle things down, which means that the Dominixes had free reign to burn around the arena, and we kind of saw how that played out. Now, I will say, I don't think that the Arbitrator is necessarily always wasted, even if you're going up against a drone comp, because it does have a drone bay that's reasonably sized.
Yeah, they do a decent amount of damage.
Yeah.
It does decent damage, but it also has rep bots.
Yeah, but looked at that Arbitrator at the end, almost was going to kill the last remaining, the first Dominix. He was very slow, very low in hull. It's been a long day.
Words are hard.
Words are hard.
Words are hard.
But the Domi managed to hold on. A pretty solid victory from the Tuskers. That's got to be a morale boost. Like, Bart, you've been in teams before. You know what it's like, especially when you've just been punched down 2-0, to come back and in the first match take the win. That's really got to make a big morale difference to the team.
I would hope so. I don't know. I don't know if these people have like morale though at this point. You know, I think it's just pure rage that drives them on, and you know, like I think the morale for them is kind of knowing that they. Yeah, if you guys were looking at like Tournament General, there's a little bit of talk by the commentators about like what's going on in local chat. Like there is some shit posting going on right here. So I think the morale boost is more maybe not just like we're winning, now we can take this energy. It's like yeah, fuck those guys, we beat them. They were talking crap to us. We kicked their, you know. So
yeah. I did notice some of the lines that were trotted out during the winners bracket final by one team were trotted out by the other team this time around. I shall not be reading out any of those words.
Not reading them at all?
No.
Okay.
just going to keep that one clear. But we have conquest bands in effect now. Mystical Might, welcome back to the desk. I'd like you to talk to me about conquest bands, especially in this best of 5 where it starts to really stack up.
Yeah. So conquest bands as a concept are, let's say Tuskers bring some Dominixes in their first match and they win. Ooh, fancy that.
Spicy.
Yeah, it's spicy. They will not be able to field Dominixes in the next set of matches, right? The way that the Conquest ban works for EVE Online specifically is it will be banned for the second, third, and fourth match. If it gets to a fifth match, then all of those bans will be cleared. They'll be able to bring the ships that they want to again. So for the second, the third, and the potentially fourth match, they're going to have to figure out what other ships they can bring to the grid, which is why ideally you want to be using duplicate ships at this stage. So 3 Dominixes make sense, because now of all the battleships in the game, they're only limited by not being able to bring the Dominix. If they had brought a Dominix, a Megathron, and a Navy Dominix, for example, that combination of ships, they would be restricted from using all 3 of those hulls alongside the other ships that they've also brought in that comp. Now, I don't exactly remember whether they had duplicate command desis in that comp, or if they had done Magus Pontifex.
They did Magus
Okay, so they
Both
won't be
sides
able
did.
to use Magus Pontifex for the next
That didn't stop
set of
them
matches.
against Platinum
They could just
Sensitivity.
run a Bifrost and a Stork.
Yeah,
apparently.
Yeah, with armor
Links.
Kingslayer. It was that was an interesting one as well. So we've seen before, like the Truth on the Light, some great theory crafters, if not the best in the game. All right, just straight up sentence, like bang. But Mira and some of the other Tuskers guys, it's not just Mira, to be clear. There's a whole team effort going on here. We just say Mira a lot because he's the captain, but they also are cooking in the back. Like, they're coming up with some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
And although they tend to go a little bit off the wall, they're off the wall with, like, I mean, it works. They're in the grand finals. They brought Armor Kingslayer with shield command destroyers running Armor Links, and they beat Platinum Sensitivity. You know, they know what they're doing. They're a solid team.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Tuskers in general is one of the more interesting teams to watch. I think it's probably also one of the teams where you probably hate to go up against them the most, because they are just going to pull out some random stuff from their back pocket that you haven't practiced against, you haven't theory crafted for. But that's what makes it interesting for us as analysts, and it's what makes it interesting for the viewers at home. Is you know, okay, you see some armor stalks hit the grid along with some oracles and taloses, and you're like, this is going to be a game of all time, and it turns out to be a really good game of all time. But you don't know which way it's going to go until it actually happens. So
such is life sometimes, Mr. Clement.
Such is life sometimes. But for Truth on a Light, now that they've seen the Dominix comp, I wonder if the Tuskers brought the Dominix comp because they thought it would be good into something like Flagship Bow. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think that they read THL and said that, okay, they're probably not going to bring their flagship first. This is probably going to be fairly decent against any medium gun spam that they potentially bring. So we can field the Dominixes first and still have comps that would be better at dealing with the Balgorns later on. So that's kind of what I'm expecting Tuskers to be thinking, but no one really knows what they're thinking apart from Mira.
Yeah, spinning the wheel.
Just fun. Yeah.
That's how you get armor Starks.
Yeah.
All right, now I see you in Twitch chat, by the way. I see you clamoring for the Dominix graph. I've seen at least 4 people asking for it, and I count that as a clamor. So let's see if we can throw up this Dominix graph, Dominix usage per year in Alliance tournament. I see it here on my screen. It was declared it's ready. Domi graph.
Did you do that?
Is this?
Come on,
you got
Dominix for Team in Alliance tournament.
That's
20.
not the same graph
That's
at
not
all.
the same graph at all. It's our graph. Count 1. Oh yeah, this is, of course, we know the win rate for 1 and 3 Dominixes. This is big brain math. All right. Now I think that means that 1 Domi has never won, but 3 Dommies.
No, 1 Dommy has won 100%, and 3 Dommies has won 100%.
Of course, and it's come twice, yes. And
And
that's
2
why that
Dommies
line
has
is
never
bigger.
shown up?
Yeah, 2 Dommies has never shown up.
Yeah.
And it
Smart.
can't for a while, at least, because of Conquest bans. There is another Dominix graph, which I think goes per year and shows the usage in every Alliance tournament back to Alliance Tournament 7. Potentially a more interesting graph. Here we are. Okay, so look at this. Alliance Tournament 11, that was the Sentry Drone era, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Like triple Dommies, triple Ishtars. That was back when also you could field either 12 or 14 people. I can't remember if it was 12 or 14.
I think it was 12.
12, yeah. So there was just it was the year of pressing F. Everyone just warped in, went 3, 2, 1, launch drones F, and that was the matches. It was something. And then Alliance Tournament 14, you know, fuck the Dommy, who needs it? And then now we have had no Dommies for the last couple of years, and we're back Alliance Tournament 20.
That's really surprising that we had no
Is it?
Dommies. No, I mean, not that. I'm just saying. I guess that's true. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because people would fly Dommy navies and lose every time, which is a different ship. It has the word
I wonder
navy.
what the Dommy Navy graph looks like.
Yeah.
Probably isn't one.
That's not a good one.
Yeah, we don't want to look at that one.
The Dommy Navy graph is a graph of a bunch of people going, my God, look how much DPS it does if I've hit blasters to my Dominix Navy.
And losing.
And then losing.
Yeah. It happens every time.
Do you want me to show you how to defeat a Dominix Navy? You're the Dominix Navy? Now you can't hit me. That's it. I win.
That does work. Damn.
Wow.
That's
Crazy.
it. That's how you defeat the Dominic's Navy. Don't bring them. They're not very good.
Unless,
oh no, oh no. Here we
because
are.
you know what Dominic's are banned. But you know what
The Dominic's Navy is not banned.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know if it was any other team?
I would say, nah, there's no way.
Case, you're
Yeah.
like, wait a second.
But I've already said that they're not going to bring Kingslayer because they don't have any
Yeah.
armor command destroyers left, and then they went and done it anyway. So.
Yeah.
I honestly don't really know what to expect at this point about what they're going to bring. I mean, the cool thing is, Truth on the Light do still have that flagship available. Is a flagship Balgorn. I am 100% convinced that even though the stuff that dropped from the Tuskers flagship earlier on was great, best in slot, I'm pretty sure Truth on the Light already have it best in slot. They just have more best in slots, so perhaps they can like stick one or two little things maybe slightly better. I doubt it. If there's any team that is maxing out, it's them. I know we saw Barcode as well. Pretty maxed out flagship. Their Balgorn died yesterday. Salute to it because it was incredibly expensive. I'm hearing around about 600 to 700 billion. There was a scram on that thing. Someone told me there's only like 12 have dropped in the last like 10 years or something like that. They're incredibly rare. One of the rarest modules in the game, and one of them was on that Balgorn. Thankfully, it didn't drop. I mean, didn't die because it was 90% loot.
Well, it would have been kind of cool if it did, though. If you think about it,
It would have been kind of cool. It would have
Yeah.
been Sag, very Sag, big Sag.
Big Sag.
But yeah, so we have about 8 minutes until our next match. So again, this is the grand finals. In case you were wondering what's happened.
somebody did ask.
Someone was
ask.
asking, yeah.
Is this the grand finals?
Yes, this is the grand finals. This is a
Yes, it
best
is.
of 5. So the first team to get 3 wins will go home the victors. And in doing so, they get their Alliance logo emblazoned on a monument in the system of Monarch. You can go there and check it out. It's super cool. It has a bunch of plinths with each of the previous Alliance tournament winners and the Alliance Open winners Templis Calcif. So you can go see that. It's pretty cool. They also get a ton of ships. We'll probably get CCP Zealous to come and talk to us at some point because the stats have been modified slightly since they were last announced. So I believe they're slightly better. So hopefully we can take a look at those in a little bit. But also, another thing, Bart, the last team that I can remember doing what we've said before, the perfect run, so going all the way through every match, not losing a single match, including in the best-ofs, was in fact Templis Calcif in the Alliance Open. Now, I think Truth on the Light, they were on the run, and I actually kind of thought that it was looking good for them. This has now put them in a position, I don't think they have planned to lose. No one plans to lose. How do you think they're feeling right now?
I mean, I hope they're feeling fine. Like, at the end of the day, you know, you should expect that it's a best of 5. Like, you really shouldn't go into that being like, yeah, we're about to 3-0 these idiots. This is going to be easy. But also, knowing a couple of the people on the team, they probably were thinking that. When you think about it, they're probably like, well, this is going to be a really easy sweep. You know, easy AT, what can you do? It's fine. But, you know, we're, I don't know. I don't think it's going to adjust their plan too much.
Mm-hmm.
I think now more the only thing that it does is that it lets them look at, they're like, well, we don't have to worry about the Dami comp anymore, except that it's Mira and they can kind of just put chips in. And I mean, like just thinking off the top of my head, you literally bring 3 regular Armageddons and then those silly armor links, and it's like, it's basically the same thing, but with even longer newt range. So yeah, I was actually kind of thinking like, maybe the Damis aren't actually the good ship.
Maybe, well, we've seen a lot of Armageddon bans in this tournament already, including the Armageddon Navy issue, so that could be something that Truth on the Light decided to actually ban out because they maybe recognize the same thing, like, hey, this comp, so far it's 3-0 against anything it faces.
And good teams, too.
And good teams, including Truth on the Light.
True.
So maybe they think, kind of a threat, so maybe they ban out the Armageddon. And it is a good ship anyway. It's got those newts, it's got the drones. It would fit in with another archetype of this type, so I guess that's a possibility. Now, we talked about links a bunch, and we can look at a graph about Command Destroyer and ship usage, I'm assuming that means command ship usage, in Alliance Tournament 20. So the Pontifex and the Magus, they are the number ones. We're seeing a lot of teams bring quite sort of top-heavy comps this year, lots of like triple battleship comps, which usually fit a Pontifex and a Magus. Obviously, your EOS, it was by far the favorite of the command battle cruisers. God, I almost forgot what they were called. But now it's been overtaken by the Astarte, probably led by the rise of the medium gun spam in the last sort of day or so. What else do you see in this Blackbird Pirate?
I mean, we're seeing a lot of Maguses. I think it kind of went from Pontifex to that, or I just literally spaced out, which is entirely possible because it has been a long day. We're seeing a lot of Sleipnirs. I think the thing too to remember when you're looking at this graph is that this is the number of times these ships are used. So while it looks like, oh, Sleipnirs are really popular, it's because of the 6 times people decided to Sleipnir rushes makes it look like it's super popular. Realistically, you're going to see a lot of Pontifex Magus because everybody's bringing. We're seeing so many of these teams go up against each other. It is I do remember there was the one Damnation run that was kind of cool. But yeah, other than that, I mean, it really does seem that armor seems to maybe be the meta this time, especially when you consider that Sleipnirs and Nighthawks usually come with other Sleipnirs and Nighthawks. So
yep, and at least one instance of the Stork and Bifrost was in an armor comp.
Also true, yeah. So even then, yeah, even more armory.
All right, so we can look at the bans for match 2 in this grand final between Truth on a Light and the Tuskers Co. So the Tuskers have all those conquest bans from their previous match. Don't forget about those. They're also banning out the Eos, the Lachesis, the Magus, and the Pontifex. Again, it's a solid ban with that Lachesis. We've seen Truth on a Light use those ships to great effect to screen down a rush comp before, to the point that they just flew around in a circle and the other team didn't get on them at all. It was kind of funny. Then Truth on a Light banning out the Hugin, the Rapier, you said it last time, Bart, classic Tuskers bans, the Guardian and the Augur. So, Misty, these are the same bans from last time from Truth on a Light. What do you think about them?
I mean, it makes sense. Again, I think just to risk kind of reinforcing the point repeatedly, Hugin Rapier makes sense against Tuskers, especially when they've shown that they are very comfortable running those cutting comps that are a bit more off the wall and wacky. I think it's interesting, and it kind of reinforces the point behind the Conquest bans to see the Magus and Pontifex ban from the Tuskers coming in. They already can't use it, so they have nothing to lose by banning it out, but it pushes Truth on a Light towards using battle cruisers or using the Draugr or using shield setups. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Tuskers are bringing something that's very good against medium gun spam again, or whether they're hoping for some form of shield setup from Truth on a Light.
Well, we can head over to the arena because we're ready to find out. Reminder, this is match 2. Okay, so if the Tuskers win this match as well, they will then hold the championship point. One more win and they go home as the champions. Truth on a Light, they need to try and start getting some of these victories back. They don't win unless they win the matches. It's super important. So can they do it now, or will the Tuskers go to a 2-0 lead here in Alliance Tournament 20? Let's head over to the arena and find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the arena for match 2 of the best of 5. I'm Starfleet Commander here with moderator. Tuskers bringing a familiar comp, aren't they? It looks like to be Cruise Foons. And what have Truth on a Light got?
So Truth on a Light has gone with a kite of their own, but they have gone with heavy missiles in those battle cruisers and those Lokis. So something we were discussing a little bit before we through to this match is that usually this kind of a composition is going to favor Tuskers simply for the reason that heavy missile ships want to kite. But you know what can also hit the entire arena? Cruise missiles. And yes, they have a crucifier to mitigate that damage, but it's going to be really hard for a Fleet Cyclone or a Navy Drake really to hold up. And I like the choice of a Squall really as a primary. You're just going to be like, hey, this is probably another heavy missile ship. It was when we looked at it. You just get it off the grid. Just get the cheap stuff away. Yeah. But so far, Truth on a Light is actually rushing in, and I think that's probably the correct call. The win condition most likely is that they need to kill the Deacon somehow, because if they lose critical damage, right, you don't have a lot ever in some of these heavy missile setups, so you need to maybe kill a battleship, maybe deal with the Deacons and the Storks.
I think get the Lokis in and get the webs on, get the application going. Obviously interesting as well, Storks, 2 Storks for the Tuskers for the Lynx. Obviously getting onto the bans and the Conquest bans affecting that. The first school does go down for THL. Tuskers, I think going for the other school probably a good thing, or maybe switching to a Fleet Cyclone and just trying to get it down. They do. The Cruise Foons do have a lot of damage, and the brawl is going on.
Critically, other reason you would burn in, right, is that there's something we call kind of like the Cavalry Ravens from many years ago, right? If you rush in with all the heavy missile ships, the missiles kind of stack on top of each other in flight. Yeah. So what's happening is a lot of salvos are landing on Kartoff in the Typhoon, before, they all kind of tick at the same time. But also the Deacon is getting webbed down on Blackstar, who is, talking trash in Russian earlier. We see that in the backline, it looks like
the Deacon
is
of
taking
Blackstar.
a ton of damage. It looks like the Loki of Nith has gotten onto the backline. And if that Deacon goes down, which he does, it looks like the other Deacon is going to be another primary. And so far, Blue Melon is taking a ton of damage. But, a Deacon for a sci-fi, that's not terrible for Tuskers, but you need to make sure you get tackle on other things. And speaking of tackle, they've got hard tackle on the Kieran now.
I mean, the Blue Men are about to go down, and I think a good call to go for the Kieran, potentially get their Logi Frigs down. They've just lost their first Deacon, obviously Tuskers about to use their second. I think they need to get some Logi down for THL. Still the Typhoons as well. They've got a lot of VHP. The control bar is really big for Tuskers, so even losing the Logi Frigs, they've still got a bit of time to get back in this game.
So this is a Vigil Fleet issue of Beacon, who has gotten on the backline and is landing on top of a Tin Baron, right? The problem, though, is that these cruise missiles, unless you have paints, which, the Fleet Vigil does actually do well in webs, don't apply well. But however, if you web them down really hard and you get paints, it turns out that drones and even cruise missiles can apply the Kieran. So Scalpel was neutered down. He's completely got to be basically shut out here. Getting painted is going to take a ton of damage, and THL doesn't have much of an attack bar. The control bar from Tuskers is just really putting a lot of pressure on the Scalpel and the Cyclone.
The 3 battleship trick from Tuskers coming through. The second 2 Logi Frigs down for THL. I mean, now that they're in a good position, I think. Tuskers with 3 battleships. Car is going down into half armor, but I think they should probably get the Fleet Cyclone down, or maybe try and just go for the Loki. It looks like they're going to go for the Crucifier.
Yeah, so the Crucifier now makes sense, right? He's applying tracking guidance disruption rather to the Fleet Typhoon of VLD. And, you want to be able to apply full damage all the time. And that's part of the problem, right? Is that, you can affect the ability of the flight time of the cruise missiles, but, one of the things that these Storks probably have, if I have to imagine, is going to be remote sensor boosters and remote guidance, because the Pontian Megas were actually banned. Stork's not really known for their armor tank, but they're known for having a ton of mid-slots, right? They're very effective at just being able to be like, hey, I'm going to have paints, I'm going to have remote sensor boosters, remote guidance, and that will allow these cruise missiles to really apply well. And so far, they applied through the Squalls, they applied through that Logi Frig core.
Cart does go down, though, so only 2 Fleet Typhoons left. Squall about to go down as well for Truth and Lie. I still think there's still a lot of ships that they need to get through. I mean, THL is still kind of in the game, I think, but it's going to be a kiting thing. The Lokis will definitely lock down, looks like to be VOD in the Fleet Typhoon. Get rid of the Squall, and I think they might have to start going for Lokis and start getting the webs down.
So it looks like the Fleet Vigil has counter-webbed one of the Lokis, but then Nith webs back the Fleet Vigil. Fleet Vigil does do okay webs, but the Lokis, of course, have much further range on them. And here's the problem with THL. Yes, you want to kite, but anywhere you try to kite, these Fleet Typhoons can hit the entire arena.
It doesn't matter
at this point, right? And the Navy Drake is getting absolutely chunked through. He's
control freak,
loot pressure. Yeah,
completely.
He
down.
might not even be able to really run hardeners too much. And I mean, look how quickly he's going through shield. The
defense
damage bar on THL dropping faster and receding quicker than my hairline.
Control freak in the Navy Drake about to go down. The cruise missiles, the volley on these things really does take a chunk, especially out of battle cruisers. I think the Fleet Cyclone next of China Tech, the character called China Tech, I think will be next. I think they're leaving Lokis for last because of their cruisers, I think.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, just to get the most damage down. I mean, Tuskers doing a fantastic job in this, considering what happened earlier on today, losing 2-0 to THL and now going to be 2-up on THL.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the revenge arc, basically. All the anime teams are kind of done, but this is kind of the
revenge
Fleet
arc.
Vigil has basically burned off onto a beacon, right, along with the crew war and the other Vigil, right? So these paint ships have done God's work to live as long as they have, right? And these, tiny little ships, 6 points each, are hard carrying the match, being able to make these missiles from the Fleet Typhoons apply perfectly to these Fleet Cyclones, these Lokis, this Drake. And this Typhoon of Mirage does go down, but critically, even if he does, Tuskers is in a commanding point lead right now, where even if it's just VLD and a couple Storks, they're going to outpoint the Lokis if it goes to time.
I think that they're going to kill them. Look at the Loki taking the damage. It's so much damage from the cruise missiles. Oh, you're right. Beacon Malaf in the Fleet Vigil, fantastic job. It's such a difficult job in this match as well to navigate the THL team. We've got some talking local now. Read like a book again from VLD. We love a bit of this talking local, a bit of fun, isn't it? Brainstraw and the Loki about to go down, and now we're going to have what could be the next match.
Yeah, and Brainstraw has been basically getting sat on by these 2 Fleet Typhoons. So Mirage will probably go down, but critically, these Lokis, unlike the Fleet Cyclones, don't really have the fitting necessarily to fit like an ancillary shield booster, right? And that's one of the problems that you do kind of run into. We can see that the Fleet Typhoon, there's a bit of a pink bar. And what that means for our viewers at home is active reps, right? So Mirror Chief will be running an ancillary armor repper, but I mean, Brainstraw doesn't have any sort of local tank.
I know, yeah. Loki, the last Loki of Ninth, about to go down. Mirror looks like he's going to be holding on. The captain of Tuskers holding on in low structure. I'm going to be excited to see. We're going to have so many conquest bands now going forwards.
Yeah, I mean, Mira here is now pulling back, clawing back.
It's clawing back.
And he was down into 13% structure before
this
it finally
all the time.
And I mean, we see the Nith is speeding up, maybe getting injective capacitor. But I mean, when Brainstar died, he was at 200 meters a second.
Yeah.
He was completely cap dry. That means the shield hardeners were completely turned off. And I mean, that's another issue is that we see these vigils and these crewers are doing the exact right thing. They're sitting on a beacon, so eventually when Nith tries to get close, they just jump away and you say, I'm going to leave and I'm going to live.
I mean, it looks like Nith taking a chunk down into structure, and I think we're going to potentially have a final in our hand, maybe. We're going to go back to the desk, they're going to break it down, and then we might have the finals of Alliance Tournament 20.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a game for sure. We are gaming here at Alliance Tournament 20. The Tuskers Co. now up 2-0 over Truth on the Light in this best of 5 grand final of Alliance Tournament 20. This is great. I'm excited. So either the Tuskers go 3-0 now. They have championship point in hand. It's there in hand. Where's the trophy? Excuse me, CCP Leggy Bro, if you don't mind me popping you there. They are but one game away.
Careful, it's heavy.
It is heavy. Oh, sorry. It's extremely heavy. One game away from this solid gold trophy.
It's exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Sorry,
to
really
be
heavy.
within touching distance of it, it's
so
much. So much.
Yeah.
So
you could touch it last year.
Now, this happened last year, Mystical Might.
It did.
It did happen last year. Tuskers went 2-0.
Ready. For the funniest thing to happen.
I'm anxious on their behalf at this point. Okay, so Blackbird Pirate, that match.
Yes.
What happened there? We saw the Tuskers apparently just solved the meta, and it's armor shield command destroyers with cruise missiles and triple dummies.
Yeah. That's the meta. What do you? We know that. Obviously, it's the meta. Like, have you seen it lose yet? No, exactly.
It's never lost.
No. So Tuskers discovered a secret to EVE Online that has only been known to many thousands of people, which is the target painters are good modules.
They are very good.
And when your ship is larger, big missile hit harder.
That is factually correct.
Yeah, and they basically, again, they played it the exact same way that they did versus Platinum Sensitivity, doing the exact same setup. Obviously, Truth on the Light brought something that's different than Platinum Sensitivity, but we saw the application work fine. You can't outrange the cruise missiles. Obviously, that I believe was a Crucifier. Did a pretty good job of mitigating damage for a while, but if you target paint the ship enough and you stack as many application things in the mid slots as you possibly can, which I'm sure those Typhoons and Typhoon Fleet issues are just filled with missile guidance enhancers, missile guidance computers. That one, say probably not in the low slots. You can actually make your big missiles hit things that are much smaller than it.
Yeah,
and,
we saw Kieran just get annihilated.
We saw
by
Kieran
cruise
get
missile
alpha. And you're
Typhoons.
just oh, that's okay. Visual Fleet issue actually is really cool.
Yeah, it survived twice now.
It has survived twice.
Key linchpin ship in that, those bonus paints. They didn't have the Hyena this time. I genuinely think that they looked at the fact that Hyena got volleyed last time and they still won and they still killed the Deacons. Yeah. They went, hey, we don't actually need the Hyena. We can actually go without it.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it was tons of application, making big missiles hit things that they're not really supposed to hit. It worked great. It was pretty close, actually. So I did have this moment where I'm kind of looking at it like, I feel like Truth on Our Light should have been doing more damage than what they were, and so again, I would love to see the fits of the Typhoon that they killed. However, unless it has mysteriously populated on Z-Kill, I believe neither of these teams have their Z-Kills uploading right now, which is smart because it means they can't get intel on each other. But
well,
also
they can look at each
sucks.
other's kills.
Yeah,
because they get the kill mails themselves.
Yeah, but we can't get it.
We
and
can't get them.
that
So
kinda
really, all they're
sucks.
doing is depriving you, the audience, dear audience. You're being deprived by these teams of
Actually thinking
juicy
about
kill
it,
mills.
you know what? You guys should start rattling about this. Like, what is wrong with these teams? Why do they not want you guys to know what is
Start
going on?
rioting in chat.
Yeah.
I want Twitch chat riots.
Riot Twitch chat. Do it.
All right. So one of the things that these teams are competing for is some of the incredible new Alliance Tournament prize ships. Not only is there a frigate, not only is there a cruiser, but there is a battleship as well. And this is the first time in 20 years we've been giving away a battleship as a prize. Now, some of the stats have been out, there's pictures are out, the videos are out, they look awesome, but they have been slightly modified. So I believe if I clap my hands, I can summon CCP Zealous. Here he is.
Oh, hello.
Come join us, CCP
You know
Zealous.
what? I'm going to hand this off to him.
All right. Keep rioting in chat, please. Thank you. Well, they riot. I'm not trying to incite a riot. I have incited a riot. Please tell us, CCP Zealous, about the new ships.
Good job in inciting the riot.
Thank you.
Do they really need the help?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, so we've been listening to a bit of feedback with regards to the Sidewinder, the Cobra, and the Python. We've got some of the stats were actually posted originally when the prize blog went out. I think we've got some stats that we can show here, starting off with the Sidewinder. So these were the stats just from grabbed from the blog. So these were the original stats. There was a little bit of feedback with regards to the uncloaking abilities. So some of the previous Alliance Tournament ships had the ability to instantly target once you decloaked. This ship was originally missing it. We listened to your feedback, and we decided, you know what, that sounds like a really great idea. So, yep, the ship now will be having the ability to target immediately after decloaking. Not only that, one of the other things we heard was the locking distance was also relatively short. It was about 40 kilometers, but you know what? It needs a little bit of a boost compared to some of the old Alliance Tournament ships. So we're going to increase it a little bit up to 55 kilometers. Excuse me.
I'm also emotional. It's been such a day.
It just hits me so hard.
I mean, I consider Twitch chat and these team my children, and seeing them do so well and participating, it just makes me feel like a proud father right now. So anyway, please continue telling us about the ships.
The other thing we changed recently was the Python. I think we have the stat screen for this one. Unfortunately, though, it started off with obscene rate of fire on it. Turns out it was in fact a little too high, and we, there's a bit of yin yang. We decided that we had to drop the rate of fire just a little bit. It went from 15%, and now we've dropped it back to 12.5% per level. So it still fires super fast, just not quite as fast as it did before.
Okay, awesome.
Yep.
And did the mad scientists get in about the cruiser, or the cruiser as before?
The cruiser remains as before. The Cobra is perfectly balanced in every way.
Awesome. These ships look so cool. I really love the design. I love the fact that we really lent into the lore of the tournament, where it was initially sponsored by Concord. Concord gave us these amazing ships, and then the Gristas came in, went, fuck you, Concord. Fuck the police. Let's go. Yoinked them, put their own bonuses in, got a couple of rattle cans out, went around and covered them all up. They look pretty cool. I like them. Yep. I couldn't see the stats at all because they were on a screen made for ants down there when you're talking about them. So I'm just going to use Twitch chat to gauge.
Enhance.
They just say Misty looks great.
Enhance.
I mean, that's true.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So I'm assuming they look great. I love them anyway. I think we have about 10 minutes until our next match, which, again, to remind you guys, Tuskers could win it right here. We could be over in 20 minutes or so. That could be it. But we're not there yet. So I think I might... I don't know if Blackbird Pirate also works on Clapper, but I can certainly try. Blackbird Pirate. Summoning Blackbird Pirate. Does anyone know where a Blackbird Pirate is? Oh, hey! Oh, no.
Hey, you miss. I pass back to you, fine sir.
How many people are back there? Okay.
There's a lot of room.
There's so much room for activities behind
I know, right? Who would have thought it behind this? How much wonderful stuff is back there.
Yeah.
Did you see all the other things behind the door?
Oh, I did.
Incredible.
Yeah, I saw the
Oh,
roadmap.
There's another person
Yeah.
behind me.
Oh, wait, there's
God.
another guy. Oh no. Yeah. Well, we can't talk about it though.
Yep. Can't
Yeah,
talk
sorry,
about
you have to. It's 2 claps.
2 claps.
Too many claps doesn't work. Yeah, it was
Ah.
weird. I tried, and it was like
It's 1 clap or 3 claps.
Yeah.
yeah.
This is the rule.
Yeah.
There's
Never
a joke.
two.
There's a joke here.
No.
I'm
Never-
not saying
well,
it.
well,
Mm.
PG stream.
Yes, I'm staying away from that one. So we have about 10 more minutes. So, Blackbird Pirate.
Yes.
I'm going to come to you now. So, where are Truth on a Light now in this? They are now 2-0 down. They have their flagship. Do you think that they're going to go all in? This is a must win. But how must win is it? Are they going to bring their best absolute number 1 comp? Or are they going to try and still play it a bit smart and maybe expect maybe a flagship headshot comp from the Tuskers and bring something a little bit in the middle? What do you think?
we could get on Discord and ask them right now. Like, yeah, what are you guys doing? Probably wouldn't tell us the real answer though. I don't know, because like, I don't think you bring you don't bring the flag Widow Balgorn. Like you don't. And the reason why is because
It's lost already.
What?
Almost. They almost lost.
It almost lost already.
Yeah, I count that as a loss in this
Yeah,
instance.
I think in this case, like, I don't think you do that. I think that's too easy to like counter. So I think we either see them bring a Balgorn with something completely different.
I think the mind games
Yeah.
are happening with both teams right now. There's twin spirals
Yep.
out there in the world just doing this.
Yeah.
And it's like, where did they stop?
Yeah.
I think they might bring the flag bow.
Oh,
and the
so.
Widow.
What I was saying is Flag Bow and Widow.
They might.
I don't think so, because we've already seen Tuskers field a Widow headshot team.
It depends entirely on what the bans are. If Crucifier, Curse, Pilgrim, and Co are banned out,
Yeah.
then
You know what's
it's
really
unlikely.
convenient about that? I found out while I was in the cave of adventure.
The bands.
That-
Don't look at them yet.
Oh.
Keep telling us about the cave.
The Cave of Adventure. Yeah. Well, so I went back there. I actually saw this like multi-story high, just giant, just book open, and I turned the page, which was really hard. It was very heavy, and I saw the script for the end of the tournament.
Oh, no.
But,
No spoilers.
Yeah, so I'm trying my best not to spoil anything, and it's really hard because it's rough.
All right. Bands, please. Excellent. The Tuskers Co. choosing to ban out, and again, to remember, they have 2 rounds of Conquest bans in effect now. There's a lot of ships as well. I'm not sure if we have a graphic about that. I think there was talk about it, but we'll find out. The Tuskers Co. banning out the Eos, the Curse, the Pontifex, and the Magus. And, I mean, look at this. Truth on Light. Hugin Rapier again. But this time the Hyena and the Crucifier. Mystical Might. What do you think about these bans?
See, now, here's what I was talking about, right? It depends entirely on whether these lower-end tracking disrupting ships are available, because that's what would make the Balgorn Widow comp work. When you've got 2 Taloses, 2 Oracles on the Tusker side, if you're able to put your tracking disruptors on them, it does limit their range from probably like about 125 down to probably about 50-ish, which is a comfortable webbing range for your Balgorn, right? If you've got the Tobias webs, the big boys. So, the Crucifier's gone, but the Sentinel is still open. It still gives them the opportunity to bring some lower-end tracking disruptors. You still got the Arbitrators if you really want to. But it's just a case of, would Truth on a Light feel comfortable bringing the Balgorn and the Widow without a Pontifex and Magus as their 2 link ships? We've seen that Tuskers is very comfortable running double stalk, as in the previous match, even though they're armor fit. They don't necessarily get bonuses to armor links, but it's still something that they've brought because it allows them to still use the comps that depend on command destroyers. Right now, they can't use stalks, they can't use the Magus, they can't use the Pontifex. The only command
Draugr
destroyer
is
they
available.
have is the Draugr or the Bifrost. The Bifrost was also historically not an armor ship unless you're in Tuskers. So there's still the potential to see the Bifrost coming out from Tuskers in the next match. But Truth on the Light have all of those ships available. It's just a matter of whether they would feel comfortable going armor stalk along with flagship Balgorn, which is going to cost a lot of money.
Yep.
And then a bunch of Logic folks.
I think it's a very good point, actually.
Or
I think these
design.
bans from the Tuskers are actually very smart bans because they know this flagship Balgorn is available, and they know that the sheer power of those long-range webs plus the newts plus officer, just everything basically, it's going to be so powerful in a match. It's going to be like 200 points versus 200 and a flag Balgorn. It's just a humongous difference. By banning out those 2 ships there, it really does, like you point out, limit the options for Truth on the Light. Now, Bart, you know the guys from Truth on the Light quite well. So, are they the type of team to do what we shall call the Tuskers and just sort of force something in anyway with Armor Storks, or do they have something that they would prefer to pivot to? Like, they don't feel like a team that needs to bring a flagship to me. Like,
No.
I feel that they are confident enough in their abilities and the 3D crafting to take another comp and not feel like they're going to be forced into a flagship right now.
Yeah, I think that I've never really felt that they've like played around flagships really, except for the 1 year where they were doing the ECM with the Flag Bargist. I've never really thought that their best games are with flagships. So if it's a team that, I don't think any of their strategy had to deal with having the flagship. The thing, though, and this is something I know about, that I'm probably going to get added about it on the Discords later, is that they are a team that will tilt out of control sometimes, and that makes me think that they might not bring the flagship on the principle of wanting to not lose it. Because that is something that the logic of them could make sense, where they're like, okay, maybe we have a comp we're pretty sure we can win, but we don't want to lose our flagship. We don't want to give Tuskers the flagship win, so that if we get 3-0'd, we can at least cope and say, well, we killed your flagship. And that is something that would be very in character for some of them.
I feel like, though, because
Misty's like
because
yeah.
they got the Tuskers flagship kill and 90% loot drop event going on at the minute in EVE Online, they almost certainly scooped all of the modules from the Tuskers, and that was also basically best in slot, like multiple expensive webs, etc., etc. I feel like you basically have like a flagship in waiting, even if you do lose your other one, because of the fact you killed the Tuskers already.
This is how I know you don't have the mind of an elite PvPer. It's not about
already
the
replaced part.
It's about sending a message, which is that we didn't need it, and you didn't get it killed from us, and our Z-kill points look better, and our kill ratios look better.
And it's also, like, some of these gamers, I've flown with them, it doesn't matter if you're not having fun as long as the other person has less fun, right?
Yeah.
So, it doesn't matter if you don't bring your flagship and you lose, as long as Tuskers don't have their flagship modules at the end of it, right? Because that means next year, if there is a next year, they have to go out and buy these modules again.
Okay. Now, I do have the Conquest bands here, and I will read them to you so we can refresh our memories. I would like the camera to be focused on their face for their reactions, so I don't just look like a weirdo reading it from a computer. All right, so Ashimu, Kruer, Deacon, Dominix, Inquisitor, Magus, Pontifex, Stork, Typhoon, Typhoon Fleet Issue, Vexor, Vexor Navy Issue, Vigil Fleet Issue, and Vigil. Also banned for the match is Eos, Curse, Pontifex, Magus, Hugin, Rapier, Hyena, Crucifier. That is 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 bans from the regular one, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 Conquest bans. So that's a lot of ships, Mystical Mind, that you cannot bring.
Yeah. There were too many ships listed, and my brain started going around the time you got to the actual bans.
Put yourself into the mind of the Tuskers right now. They have to do that and also pick a comp.
But yet the thing is, I think Tuskers has just the pool to bring whatever kind of ships they want and squeeze them into any comp that they want and feel fairly comfortable running it. Like the Guardian's not banned now. No. CFIs aren't banned. Right, so they could bring the CFI Guardian kiting setup if they wanted to, for example. They have lost, I believe, the Vigil, the Fleet Vigil, and the Kruger, but they still have the Hyena available.
Well, they don't.
But it's banned.
Yeah.
So, Loki's not banned, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck, Mirror. Good luck, VLD.
I mean, you know what I will say? The series of events that has led us to this point makes this like weird, sick, twisted logical sense, because what does a Draugr give? Info and armor links. No.
It gives some links.
It does. No, it's not that. Is it that one?
It's probably info and armor. I feel like would probably be the right ones.
Oh no, we look
mind
stupid
gaming ourselves now.
Oh no.
See, imagine. See how confused we're getting.
Yeah.
Imagine you've just come out of a match. You still
Hold
got
on,
the
somebody
shakes
will
on.
know this. Somebody tell me what it is.
Yeah, someone Twitch chat.
Skirm info. Skirm info. That's not what I thought at all.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Well, this guy says info
right.
skirm.
Info skirm. Oh, okay, yeah. So I was right about one. So I was going to say they still have bonus info links. That's my point. Was that they still have bonus info links from a Draugr. They still have bonus skirmish links, which will fit very well into the kiting land. I think that we're about to see a very interesting E-War comp, maybe like a heavy missile E-War setup from Tuskers. No idea what True Thunderlight's going to bring. I hope they bring their flagship. If they don't, they're cowards. And yeah,
Real.
I just saw. I'm not going to spoil. I just saw something coming in.
Did you see a spaceship landing on
I saw
grid?
a spaceship landing. I'm excited. This, I think, is going to be a spicy one. There is no flagship being fielded. Confirmed.
Cowards.
No
Cowards,
flagship.
cowards.
But I would like to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 20.
Okay.
The Tuskers have a 2-0 lead. It is a best of 5. All right. If the Tuskers win this match, they are champions after dropping in the finals last year. They might come back. They might do it right now. They might win. Truth on a light, this is their match now to stay in the tournament. They don't win this, it's game over. They are done. They are second place.
They
I made
brought
the
something
prediction.
stupid, didn't they?
I made a prediction. If Tuskers lose this one, they lose the series. If they win this one, then they win the series, and that's a stunning analysis.
That is
there.
also, yeah.
That's mathematically how it goes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to know what they brought.
Well,
No.
ladies and gentlemen, I'll hand you over to the arena where you will see the mighty Dominic's Navy issue. Let's go. Potentially
was
the
right.
last match.
Okay.
Alliance Tournament 20
I was right.
to the
Why
arena.
bother?
Hello, welcome to round 3 of the grand finals of the Alliance Tournament. Mira on the wall, who has got the wrinkliest brain of them all. So, we're back to Mr. Potato Head, but with a little bit of a mustache drawn on his face, because we have Navy Dominix and a Sin. So we talked about this earlier. Bifrost is the only shield command ship that's even remaining for Tuskers. And Truth on Her Light, they're bringing a bit of a more normal comp.
THL just going for the medium railgun spam, which we're going to see the fight start in a second here, and a lot of damage landing quite quickly. Oh, I love this. A shield, Sin, and Navy Dominix from Tuskers. And obviously the Navy Domis do get a shield extender boost to hit points in the bonuses of the ship. Damage will be landing hard and fast. Bifrost the first target for THL. Get those links off quickly. I think that's a fantastic call. But he is being kept up by the 2 Kirans. And obviously the Bifrost... Sorry, the Augur are now taking a lot. Lucas Kwan, the primary for Tuskers. Obviously, we saw the Stalks in the last match, and that was obviously to avoid the Conquest bans if they won. So they brought the Bifrost this time around. The Augur are taking a lot of damage, going into low, about around half armor. Sin now the target for THL, opting just to go for the battleships.
Yeah, so ironically, I actually did exactly what Tuskers did against Pandemic Legion one year, and it didn't exactly work out for me. So, I mean, the meta has changed a little bit. Battleships have been changed, especially the Navy ones, but man, the Augurer, he's so far away. He's like 100 kilometers away from anything and just getting chunked by those sentries. But that Sin, shield Sins are not known for their HP.
Lucas Guan trying to get away, survive as long as possible, going potentially into structure here. The Sin of Cart bouncing back now from the shield's bait tanked or what? Structure in Lucas Guan for the Augur. If he goes down, this is huge. The Augur does go down. I think for THL, massive win for Tuskers. And now the Kieran does go down as well. Blackstar.
Lucas Guan boundary violated. He went to 125 and he got blown up. Meanwhile, Blackstar in the Kieran has died. So that's one Logi, for one Logi here. I mean, once the Kieran of Jaeger goes down, which will happen quickly, that will be, all of the remote repair on Tuskers down. I mean, the attack bar for Tuskers is literally just the drones right now.
Yeah.
THL continuing to try to punch through the Sin, and the Omen of Orontes, a.k.a. Jordan, one of the team captains, going down here. Look at those heavy newts being applied to everything from those Tuskers potatoes.
Yeah, it looks like they didn't have any guns. The Sin does go down for Cart. THL not out of the running yet. They still have plenty of damage. You can see their potential attack bar on the screen in front of you. Massive. Going to go for the Kieran, get those reps off the grid right now. Omen about to go down as well for the THL side. I think Tuskers need to go for some of the bigger ships here, or maybe get rid of the Omens, more Omens.
Yeah, I mean, now the Kieran is down. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Navy Dominix is being targeted. Meanwhile, the Mauler, the Omen of Jordan finally does go down. But, I mean, the Navy Dominix is already
I keep forgetting
rather
their shield.
Yeah, I mean, the shield.
The shield Navy Dominix. It's going to go down.
So, interestingly, the Navy Dominix does actually have a rep bonus, but it's not to shield. It's actually to armor. And these, again, are shield Navy Domis. So, one of the issues with being shield tanked is that you can't really get the same amount of, drone tracking and control because you need those for shield extenders. Yep. You need it for an ASP. You need it for tap, mods and things like that.
VOD gonna go down. Navy Dominic's looking really good for THL, avoiding from the jaws of the abyss, coming back. THL coming back to maybe do a reverse sweep.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, remember, this time last year to the day, Tuskers was up 2-0 against Fraternity, and then Fraternity clawed it back. Tuskers, however, they had 22 ships in this match they couldn't, bring. My head in this camera right now is cutting off all the ship bans because that is how little Tuskers can play with right now. And this is kind of one of the things that we do to try to make it very hard to just have a 3-0 wipe, right? Tuskers is basically almost out of like good ships that they can bring because so much has been banned for them. And THL continuing to ban out the the Hugin and the Rapier, really getting at sort of like any shield kite, and Tuskers continuing to ban out, the
Magazine bond right now.
gun rush. Yeah. Tuskers is just, jumping out, and they're saying, hey, I'm done with your yapping. We want to have our mental reset so we can try to, get back in our ships rather and plan for the next match.
And with that, we're going to go back to go for a break, and then we'll get the desk to break that down.
Truth, Honor, Light, pulling it back 2-1 against the Tuskers Co. in this best-of-5 grand final. We still have more matches to come. I believe the phrase is, ladies and gentlemen, we have a series on our hands. Someone take that man out of the kitchen. I don't know what he's cooking in there, but that was Shield Navy Dominic's Shield Sin. Mythical Might. What?
Look, it's not often we're right on the desk, but we did say, we did actually say Navy Dominic's were still in. And also, I would like everyone here to know that a random chatter in Twitch chat said bring Sins.
Yeah.
Way back. So you're wrong, but also you're wrong, Mira. Okay, don't do that again. Come on. No more Sins or...
when they got that Augur down pretty quick off the bat, I was like, maybe? Is this how we end Alliance Tournament 20 with the thunderous applause of Shield Navy Dummies?
And it was not to be, because immediately we just saw the Sin go, and then they swapped to a Kirin for a bit. And it got a bit
It was the
messy.
right choice.
Yeah. It was at the time, but it didn't feel like
it. Didn't feel like the right choice, but it was.
I kind of feel like that was maybe one of those things where they were trying to, we talked about it a little bit before, they were trying to bait Truth and Light into bringing their best comp so it would get banned out by winning with it.
Yeah. Do you know what that would have been really, really good against? A Balgorn Widow.
Yeah,
they would have
been really good.
destroyed them. It's like, my Widow is dying, and there's nothing I can do about it. Well, I guess that's it. But hey, you know what? They may have been cowards because they didn't bring the Balgorn, but they're also still in the tournament, so I guess, what do we know?
Yeah, true.
Enough to predict Navy Dominic's, that's what we know. Good job, guys.
I can't believe we saw Shield Navy Dominic's in Alliance Tournament 20 grand final.
You didn't see them for long.
No.
It was a very quick match.
It
was one of the faster matches I think we've had in the last weekend.
Yeah. There was a couple of boundaries in that match as well.
Yes. I had a very, very happy CCP Swift kind of like come in behind and go, you can take the man out of PL, but you can't take PL out of a man, when Lucas Kwan boundaried in the Augur. But to be fair, Lucas was also going to die anyway, so...
Yep.
Yeah.
But it's funny.
It's funny.
It's funny.
For stat, it's funny. At least it's only 125 kilometers. That's kind of...
You rolled the dice and lost.
Yeah. Sometimes you see this... welcome to Alliance Tournament, if you've never watched before, by the way. You've tuned in at a great time. But the arena is a bubble. It's 125 kilometers from the center in all directions. And if you put one little toe over that boundary, even by a meter, you just get blown up immediately. You do not survive. That's it. Game over. And we see sometimes teams playing where they try and skirt close to the boundary. Either they're kiting away from something or they're chasing someone down, and they turn at just the last minute and go up to 124.5 and they come back in. Other times you see them just drift out a little bit over and then instant death. There's no surviving. It's no damage over time. It's no Zarzak style. It's just bang, you are dead.
Yeah.
And we've seen a couple of matches, a couple of incredible matches in Alliance Tournament history be decided by an errant boundary violation. So it's an ever-present danger. Now, if Lucas there is trying to get away from all those sentries, it's the right move. Just try and skirt close to the boundary. It's as far away as you possibly can be. As you say, he was going to go down anyway. All it did was probably prolong a couple seconds, perhaps. But,
I was arguing that Lucas probably should have burned in. I heard that sentries were dropped, and I was like, oh, okay, so the logical thing for the Augur would be to burn towards the sentry blob at an angle, and then just orbit as close to the sentries as possible and hope to prolong your death by having some of the sentries miss every now and then. Of course, that runs into the issue of you will get neutered doing so.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's still more likely to keep you alive a little bit longer than burning away at a distance, because you are going to be hit fairly consistently by the sentries at the range that he was at. So it's a tough position to be in. I've done a bit of logi-piloting work with Lucas before. This was more in like the AO. And I found that as the logi-pilot, you typically die really, really early on in the match. For some reason, teams seem to really dislike you. And I can't quite put my finger on it. But part of the exercises that we were doing was figuring out the best ways to prolong the death, right? You want a nice, long, drawn-out death of a logistics ship. If you die immediately, then it's very, very sad times for your team. But if you can make sure that you die over a course of 65, 80 seconds, that's a lot of time for your team to start putting damage into ships, like we saw with the Sin, before they swap to the Kirin. It allows you to start effectively trading, and it puts you in a really good position to carry on with successful, beneficial trades later on into the match, rather.
So we can also take a look at an infographic video kind of explaining the actual arena itself and some of the other things that happen in an Alliance tournament match. So let's see if we can hit play on that one now, and I'll talk you through it. So here's the tournament arena. So the teams are teleported into one of these 4 beacons. They get to pick. The referee convos them and says A, B, C, or D. You get teleported into the system. You're way off D-scan from the arena and from each other. You then have to warp to the arena of a range of your choice between 0 and 50 kilometers. If you warp in outside of those ranges, you will be moved to 0 because you have to be within 50 of the center beacon. Inside the arena, there is 8 micro jump drive units in a square, and then a 9th one in the center itself. Each of those, when activated, can ping you forward 100 kilometers. And of course, there's the aforementioned kill boundary at 125 kilometers all the way around.
Another round of standing analysis from our lead analyst here.
You know,
CCP
is he the lead analyst? Lead analyst. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the host, actually.
Yeah, you are the host, actually.
It's kind of crazy.
Let's just turn it around. It's fine.
You know what? We've never done that before.
Yeah,
We have an interesting idea here. Yeah.
All right, on you go.
All right.
What's next?
What's next? Okay. Well, we did see a lot of very interesting comps there. But can you explain to me, why is it that the Navy Dominixes died so fast?
Because they were shit.
No, we need to lean in.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Sorry, by all means, please.
So the Navy Dominix, great boat, lots of damage, usually fit with armor. Not common to see with shield. You can fit it with shield, and in this instance, they died really fast because the damage that was being applied to them by their opponents, Truth on a Light, in fact exceeded both their local tank and the tank from the Kirins, and thus they died.
I see. You're like, okay, I don't want to be next to this. I don't want to be next to this man anymore.
I'm sure Twitch chat would love it, but some personal boundaries and space.
You know what we could do next time is just have all 3 of us right next to him.
Just huddle in.
Yeah, just kind of huddle in.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah,
huddle together for warmth.
No, it was a good match though.
It was a very good match. Honestly, I respect the idea of bringing Shield Navy Dommies in a Sin in an Alliance tournament final in the first place. This is the kind of stuff we talked about with the Tuskers and their theory crafting. Like, they're not afraid to go a little bit out of the norm. A lot of people would just almost discard these ships almost immediately. But I mean, to field it now, they had these already. Like, they had tested this comp to the point that they had these ships available, ready to jump into, and they looked at what they had and thought, this could work right now.
I think it's also a case of when you're 2-0 up in the series, right? It's a best of 5. You have the flexibility to try and bring some things that you haven't necessarily practiced too much before. It may be a concept on a spreadsheet where you're thinking about Conquest Band and you're like, okay, we have these really strong setups. If we win with these setups, we cannot bring these ships. But these ships do similar things, maybe not as well, but in the right circumstances, they can win. Like if they had brought the Balgorn Widow, it may have stood a decent chance, right?
Yep. I feel like that was a dice roll comp. Like, if they bring what we think they might bring, then we win with this kind of meme comp. If not, it's okay. We've still got 2 matches in hand.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they don't run the risk of getting knocked out for doing it, right?
Yep.
So this is really the time where they will be bringing out things that they're not necessarily that comfortable with. And remember, if we get to match 5, all of the bans disappear, right? So it'll only be the bans that are actually selected prior to the match, which means that they can then fall back on the strong comps that they've brought before, which they would feel way more comfortable with. So, again, I'm expecting some wacky stuff for Tuskers next match. Do we have any Navy Dominix fits?
I bet you they're not on Zkill, but I can take a look, because remember
these teams on
Twitch
fun
chat.
Yeah, nope. We have no Navy Dominix kills, so we cannot see what they were fit.
Yeah, I think they were fit with a lot of tracking mids. because so the Sin actually kind of held for a while, like
yeah,
I mean,
which was surprising.
It was boosting, I think.
Yeah, he was boosting his little heart out. Obviously, as soon as the Kieran went down, the damage then kind of picked up a little bit, and that's kind of one of the issues with Kierans is that they have to be very, very close to maximize their reps. See, I studied for this one.
You did.
We talked about it this morning.
You did.
But yeah, I think those Navy Dominixes, like as soon as the damage swapped to them, they just
melted.
They were gone. Yeah. So I have a feeling that they were probably not buffer mids. I think that they were basically running on the assumption that you would not target them, or they would win before you got the opportunity to target them. So
I think they basically loaded up their highs with newts as well.
Yeah.
I think there was a shot where there were 4 or 5 cruisers and battle cruisers sitting on top of the potato, and the potato just had little sharp lines coming out of it, sucking capacitor away. So I think they were also gambling on the fact that if they did go up against a medium gun spam, they'd be able to shut down DPS coming out of ships for long enough that they would be able to then effectively trade. And unfortunately, it just didn't seem to be the case. So it's the gamble you take, but it doesn't always
I have
work.
a question for you, Bart. Let's just theorize that this goes to match 5, right? So conquest bans, just to bring you up to speed. Tuskers won match 1 and 2. All the ships they won with banned. Truth on the Light just won match 3. All those ships are banned for them, but they only apply to each team. Only the regular bans apply to both teams. So Truth on the Light have 1 set of ships banned out. Tuskers have 2. If we get to match 5, where it's 2-2 in the series, all conquest bans are reset, and we only have the match bans. So we're back to just basically, it becomes a best of 1 for Alliance Tournament Grand Prize. All right. So Blackbird Pirate scenario. Okay, we get to the 5th match right now. Does the triple Dommy comp beat a flagship Balgorn comp from Truth on the Light?
The triple Dommy comp beats a flagship Balgorn Widow comp every single time. The triple Balgorn or triple Dommy comp does not necessarily beat a flagship Balgorn comp. But
what about a flagship Balgorn Leshak comp? Because we've seen that being used before.
No. It's not 2000, what was it, 15, 16? It's not 2016 anymore, or AT16. It's also not 2016. Both of these things are correct. No, that's way too many points. I think what I would expect is instead of bringing, because I don't think Truth Honor Light brings their flag Balgorn Widow. I think we've, like, every single Tusker setup they've brought is like, this kills the Widow.
Yep.
You know, like horribly. You just lose. I do think that a flag Balgorn medium gun spam would be really disgustingly difficult to beat, and I haven't seen Tuskers bring anything that I think would do good against it.
Medium guns. I mean, there's a lot of E-War still on the table for the Tuskers, and I think we'll see. Truth on the Light have been banning webs in their first 2 bans. The way the bans work is you get 2 blind bans. Each team submits them to the referees. The referee then announces what they are to each team. If there's any duplicates, you get an extra ban or 2, depending if there's 2 duplicates. Then you get another set of blind bans. That's how we get our bans. That's why sometimes you see in the middle there's some duplicates or not. So far, Truth on the Light have been banning out webs in their first ones.
Yes.
Right? So surely, if what you're saying was going to happen, they would want to ban out like guidance and tracking disruption there, because otherwise there's so many ships available that would perhaps counter that.
So I normally agree with that. However, when you bring a flag Balgorn into the consideration and you basically have a 70-kilometer web, because we know no matter how the Truth Honor Light flag battleship was fit before then, we now know that it has 2 Toby webs because they got it from the Tuskers. So they have the best webs in the game. That's the one thing that you can kind of counter getting tracking disrupted by, is if you can actually get on top of them. Because the thing that we've said it, I don't think I've gotten to say it on stream yet, so I'm going to say it on stream. So I think that I'm sounding very smart. The cool thing about a medium gun spam setup is that it is actually a DPS rush. You don't have to play it like a DPS rush, but if you want to, you can do exactly what Truth Honor Light just did to Tuskers, and basically ram in, control space your ship, load your shortest range ammo, and press F1. Now, obviously, tracking disruptors are good modules, but at the end of the day, you can either make it so that it can't track the ship, which can be sort of countered by piloting, or you can make it so that you have less range. You can't really tracking disrupt medium guns down to the point of them being useless, unlike like blasters from a Vindicator, where you can track and disrupt them down to having like 3-kilometer range. So I think that a flag Balgorn medium gun spam comp everything we've seen from Tuskers, which we know they have more, I think they would have a lot of trouble with it. I do not think that Flag Balgorn Widow is a good idea, because everything we've seen from Tuskers would just destroy it.
I think it would also be tricky to bring a Flag Bal with a medium gun spam now, since they've just won with medium guns.
Yeah, I was thinking how many are they going to lose?
So it would have to be match 5.
Yeah, match 5 is probably, if we're going to see it, I think that's when it's going to come
That's
up.
why I said it, yeah, because you said match 5, and so I was like, so everything's back, we can bring all of our spaceships again.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't put it past some sort of like odd Truth on the Light one with like Phantasms and Oracles, for example, because we've seen them use stuff like that before, so I wouldn't put it past them to bring another medium gun spam just now with just a different set of ships that fit medium guns.
Yeah, they could bring like Navy Ferox's Vultures or like anything like that alongside the Phantasms, the MOAs that they've brought before. That would all work. I was just thinking more in line with the flagship and also thinking about Arrival when they had their Flag Varga, when they were doing the medium gun rush, but with the Varga as well.
Yep.
No, I'm expecting just another simple setup from Truth on the Light, which is going to be, we do lots of damage over many different ships, and you can kill a couple, but we'll still do a lot of damage. And I think that's effectively probably what they're going to play for.
Just when you bring it, it's really hard to shut down. But you know, I kind of depends on how the bans go, which I don't think we have them yet.
Not yet,
because it's actually quite a while till the match still.
It is. It's about 10 minutes actually. We can actually look at the conquest bans. So rather than me reading them out to you, dear viewers out in Twitchland, I can actually clap my hands. And here they are. So this is the Conquest bans. Again, just to be clear, only the teams to which these Conquest bans apply to cannot bring these ships. That means that Truth on the Light can bring an Ashimu if they want, and the Tuskers Co. can bring an Astarte because they do not have them in their own Conquest bans. Mystical Might, what are the like really important ships here for both sides?
Honestly, I'm looking at things like the lower end. The Vigils, I think, are very interesting because Vigils, you can see they're banned out on both sides because they're very important ships. They have the not the Tracking Disruptor, the Target Painter bonus, which makes it very easy for you to begin applying your damage to this lower end of ships, but also to track things like the logistics, cruisers, and frigates. I'd also say that the Magus and Pontifex are interesting ships to not have access to anymore on the Tuskers side, again, because it limits their ability to bring some of the armor setups where you're not necessarily bringing battle cruisers, but you're bringing battleships instead. So that only leaves them with the Draugr and the Bifrost. There we go. I'm getting there. But from the Truth on the Light side, this is what I was saying, right? They've lost the Absolution, they've lost the Astarte, they've lost the Brutix Navy issue, they've lost the Harbinger Navy issue. Yeah. They don't really have much of a battle cruiser core to go with the Balgorn anymore. So I feel like it is pushing them solidly towards shields. And what would be interesting to see is whether Tuskers go for some shield logistics bans to really mess with the Truth on the Light ability to bring anything but.
I think I would also expect to maybe see a EOS ban perhaps against Truth on the Light, and maybe an Armageddon Navy issue. All ships that can pair relatively well. Of course, we've seen a lot of EOSs. It's probably one of the most banned ships this tournament.
Yeah, by banning the EOS, they're effectively stopping Truth on the Light from bringing a strong drone comp. They could still field Dominic's of their own if they wanted to. They could just take the Tusker setups and run them back.
That's what I was about to say. Like, but what if they bring 3 Dominics?
Well, I mean, it's undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, there's no reason not to, and the Tuskers have been using it a couple times.
The question is, do they have them ready? Because this is where, like, if they've just decided now, okay, let's bring triple Dommies, not only, unless they have those ships ready, they have to be buying them all up in Drita, fitting them up. They don't necessarily know how they were fixed. I don't think, did they kill any of the Dommies?
The Dominics, from what I'm pretty sure it has not died yet.
Yeah.
And because we've speculated on the fit, I have an inkling of what I think it is, but I don't know enough off the top of my head because they do seem relatively tanky.
I thought one died against.
That's what I was trying to remember, if one died or not.
Yes, but it's not on Z-Kill
no one
yet.
has their Z-Kill thing
Yes,
attached.
well,
so.
unless Platinum Sensitivity are willing to share that kill with Truth on the Light, and then, you know, this is where it starts to get complicated.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have nothing to lose at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean,
they're out now.
Like, those guys kicked us out. Here you go.
But I mean, you are right. You could take something that has been run against you and then bring it against them and hope to do it. But if you don't have it already, and I mean, we haven't seen anyone else bring triple Dommy and also this armor cruise with, you know, shield command destroyers.
That one I would never ever try and do the armor cruise.
Yep.
Because we don't know how any of the ships are fit. Like, they know how the Typhoons fit, and that's it. And that's one of those things, like, that is way too dangerous because there could be some, like, that could be one of those ones that it literally works based off of the implants. It could be work based off of like the Vigil Fleet issues specific set of webs. That's one that like not only do you need to know exact fits for everything, you also need to have practiced it a lot.
Yep.
I think that the triple Dommy is something that Truth Hunter Light could probably copy paste and fly pretty well. But again, like both of those are actually terrible ideas if you've never flown it before, because there's little tiny intricacies in all this, and like I feel like we've seen it happen before where teams will just copy paste a setup and then just lose horribly with it because they have no idea what's going on.
There was a golden rule when I was on the Hydra team, which was if we bring drones, we lose.
That's also fair.
I think Truth on the Light in general has never really done well with drones.
Yeah,
so,
they haven't.
I would recommend against bringing drones.
It's hard to get your drones to feather for you.
Exactly. Yeah, they just brawl for some reason and die.
They just do things, and there's nothing you can do to make them not do the thing. Sometimes they don't do what you want them to do.
True.
We can look at the bands. The bands are in now, so let's see the bands. All right. Again, all the Conquest bands are on top of this, but the Tuskers banning out the Magus Pontifex, the Eos, and the Draugr. So that is basically all of the armor command destroyers off the field, plus that Eos there as well for the Tuskers. Truth on the Light, as we kind of suspected, going for those classic bands again, Hugin, Rapier, Hyena, and also the Eos. You don't get any duplicates because the Eos bands were both in the second round. Blackbird Pirate, what do you think about these bands here? Is this what we expected?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, at this point, like, it's the teams just trying to, like, screw with each other as much as possible, so they're trying to just hurt each other. And that's so toxic. Why must you hurt each other? But the Draugr band, that makes sense. Like, so Tuskers, so for the viewers, and hopefully I remember this right, Tuskers can only bring the Bifrost as their command desi if they decide to bring one. The entirety of Shield battlecruisers are open for both sides, which is pretty cool. So that's something that can be links for you. Links are very important, by the way.
Yep.
Just trust us on this. Trust me, bro. I would expect at this point you pretty much have to bring Shield, or you have to bring something really wild. The only thing I could see Tuskers doing is maybe doing like a heavy missile, like of armor comps, would be like a weird heavy missile armor kite comp with Bifrost links. But even then, like, you don't have Vigil, you don't have Vigil Fleet issue, and the Hyenas band.
I feel
and
the lack of all the painting stuff is basically banned. Let's bring a Golem.
Bellicose.
Bellicose is still open.
Bellicose, yeah, the mighty Bellicose.
Or a Golem.
Or a Golem.
Yeah.
Basically the same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
much.
You know,
yeah, you know,
if you ignore the points, the size, the race, it's fine.
Armor golems.
Yeah, they basically look the same too.
Yeah.
If you're like really zoomed out,
it's just a bracket.
Squares.
Like, there's some brackets there. Yeah.
I mean, teams are in system. We're just waiting for them to warp in to the arena. This is now still for all the marbles. Tuskers still have in their sweaty little hands, they have the championship point, the Alliance Tournament 20 point. They are holding it gently, and it's very heavy. They are so close. This one, yes, they're so close to this thing here. You've no idea how heavy this is. Solid gold. That they just need one more match. They need to kill more points than they lose in this next 10 minutes, basically, and then they will go home Alliance Tournament champions twice, because they won before in Alliance Tournament 14. This will be their second time. Truth on the Light also have won in the past as well. This will also be their second time if they win. So they need to get through this match to keep that dream alive.
But the funniest thing could happen.
But what if the funniest thing could happen?
Oh, no.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
I see the teams are landing now, so we're literally moments away. Ladies and gentlemen, no matter what happens, this has been a very exciting Alliance tournament. We have some incredible matches, some amazing teams getting to new heights they've never got to before. Some teams dropping unexpectedly early in the tournament. It has been incredible. I've enjoyed every moment of this. I hope we get a fifth match because I love seeing matches. This is great fun. But this could be it. Like, again, this could be it. So, I think, for maybe the last time, we will once again head over to the arena for this match in Alliance Tournament 20.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to match 4 of the finals Alliance Tournament 20. Tuskers and THL. And Tuskers bringing an Armor, Loki, a Talos, a Naga, an Oracle. Haven't we seen this before, Morderay?
You know, I'm getting a sense of deja vu. I have felt this feeling before. Truth, Honor, Light is going to try to Tokyo drift themselves into the back line of Tuskers Co. and use their railguns while I make puns to make a lot of funds for winning Alliance Tournament 13. Or, sorry, not 13. PTSD from when I lost to a similar setup. Alliance Tournament 20. We saw this match before, like we're saying.
We
So
did.
how did Tuskers lose? Like, what could have they done differently to maybe pull out a W here?
Well, I think they're going to have to. The thing is, we were just talking about the warping angles actually, because this, unlike the other match, they are the angles they come in. They've come in at, both at 30 or 40, but the way they've come in, they're actually right next to each other. So I think, unlike the last match, this match, the damage is going to be landing literally immediately on both sides.
So things that you would want a primary, right? Like the Osprey
getting
or
down.
the Augurer, you would understand like wanting to get rid of those. But crucially, Tuskers, what they kind of lost last time is that they didn't have any way to tackle or hold down THL. THL ships, when they got low, they ran away. And THL, I mean, they have the Phantasms, which, you know, might be the phantasm of the opera that lives inside the mind of Tuskers and Mira.
Match begins. Loki straight down into armor.
Already into armor. That's the webs. That's the only ship, by the way, that Tuskers still had available for Demps. And look at the webs applied. Punch through the Stork, get rid of the armor links. Again, none of the attack battle cruisers can do links. So that is the link completely off the board. God, look at those 6 links applied. They're going to do exactly what they need to. If that Loki can burn away fast enough, and he is doing a pretty good job at pulling range, but I mean, the Damps are not maybe enough Loki down into hull getting reps. Augurer not able to keep him up. The Loki does go down. Meanwhile, the Naga of Verdict taking significant damage to the Lachesis, doing the Damps might be the next primary. The attack bar of THL getting, you know, harassed significantly because, again, these Damps, these gems are really shutting out the ability of THL to apply damage. But that Tusker's defense bar is rather low.
It's really low. The Naga does go down on Verdict on the THL side, but it's still out. The Loki going down is massive. The control does go down.
Trade. Osprey's getting rather low. He's getting painted. He's getting absolutely railed by the Talos and the Naga. Meanwhile, the Kitsune is taking a ton of damage, being tracked and transmitted. The Kitsune, all the jams are down. Now the Lachesis is the only ship being able to mitigate damage, getting Damps on the Moa. And maybe a Logi trade. Augurer of that Jagger is about to get Jagger bombed out of this match.
Yeah, Lucas Gorn, Jagger going into structure. Lucas Gorn holding on a low shield. Jaeger does go down. The Augurer down for Tuskers. This could be the win that THL need. Lucas Gorn still surviving. Naga goes down. Control Freak down for THL. Oh, this is backwards and forwards. Lachesis now the primary for the THL.
Oh, and the latch is getting caught. There's a web on top of him. It looks like that is going to be one of these tackle ships. Specifically, it's going to be the Moa of Nick Domar, longtime tournament veteran, using that experience to get on top of the lack. And once that's down, Truth, Honor, Light will be free. Tuskers, massive attack bar, but that defense bar, they've got nothing left in the tank.
They've got nothing left. THL bringing it back from the abyss. It might be a reverse sweep on our hands. The Oracle going down with Glassy.
Man.
Osprey, Lucas Gorn still holding on like a champ. What a match. I mean, honestly, THL, fantastic show. Lucas Gorn still taking a bit of damage, but only the Naga's dropping.
Yeah, this Naga of JJ Yakin.
The armor tank doesn't work.
Yeah, no, he is completely out. And I mean, when Jagger of Morditz, you know, he died, it proved that THL, they were the hunters and Tuskers were the prey here. That Jagger getting taken out of the arena. Mirachiv in that Talos trying to pull range and, you know, project, but I mean, the Osprey of Lucius Quan surviving as long as he did is massive. I mean, last time we said that, you know, he did Boundary, no longer in Pandemic Legion. Sometimes you can't take the Legion out of, you know, the man, but you can put this man in the redemption arc now because we're going to go to 2-2. And what that means is Tuskers might have a little bit of a, you know, 1,000-yard stare because this is exactly what happened to them with Fraternity, right? Fraternity was down 0-2. Tuskers doing the same thing now. We're going to go 2-2. However, crucially, all the Conquest bands reset.
Yep.
Slate is wiped completely clean. What does that mean for us?
It means that we could see anything.
Yeah.
Any comps can come back. There's nothing apart from the flag. The only thing that they can't is the Tuskers flag. And with that, we're going to go back to the last final match, but after this break and back to the desk.
Truth, Honor, Light taking the second of their victories now and taking the series to 2-2. There is now confirmed one more match to go in Alliance Tournament 20, and it will be quite literally a best of one with everything unlocked again. The only bans will be the bans for that match. The only difference between the two teams now is that Truth or Light have a flagship available. Blackbird Pirate, though, take me through what happened in that match there. I did say Phantasms. I'm beginning to think that perhaps I am big-brained.
No, look, it's kind of expected, right? When you're having trouble, you go back to the basics, and the basics that Truth Honor Light is very good at are taking a bunch of medium gun chips and shooting things with them, and they did a great job of it. And yeah, I don't know, like it's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage, and there's a lot of questionable ship picks on the Tusker side, which we saw them have a lot of trouble with already once. They brought it back. They got gunned down by medium guns. It was a little touch and go there for a second. I think that the Loki getting rid of that quickly was, like, I think if it had lived another 20 seconds, it would have been over because the amount of webs. But because all the Truth Honor Light ships were kind of webbed in like bad spots and then getting damped down by a Lachesis and a Mollusk, so they couldn't actually lock anything. But as soon as that Loki went down, you just watched like every single web just disappear, and then they rushed in, and then they started taking ships down. But it was, I mean, it was a good play. It was a really good call. It was really touch and go a couple times there.
Yes, I feel like if that Loki didn't get caught, or if that Loki managed to just stay alive, you said it yourself, Bart. A medium gun spam is also a damage rush comp, a gun rush. Some might even say.
Maybe that means. No, you're not going to. Actually, I'm going to stop you from saying that.
Say it.
Yeah,
Do it.
Yeah, do it.
The legendary gush comp.
Yeah.
So they gushed in, and they grabbed that Loki, and I think that's pretty much exactly as you said. Normally these comps tend to prefer to sit at range, but as soon as that match started, we just saw velocity arrows going straight towards the Tuskers comp. You know, Truth Honor Light, they're experienced enough. They recognize like this is our win condition is to get rid of probably at least the Loki and then the Lachesis, because this is exactly what Truth Honor Light did with the Lachesis. It just controlled a rush comp all over the place. In this case, Truth Honor Light were able to overpower them and get in there. Mystical Might, could that have gone differently, do you think, or was the Gush comp always going to catch up with the Loki?
I think the important thing here is that Truth Honor Light, after they killed the Loki, they started shooting the Lachesis, and I went, oh no. Because the Lachesis has very good natural Kintherm resists, and basically all of the ships on the Truth Honor Light side were doing kinetic damage and thermal damage due to the fact that they are using rails. There are different damage types in the game. The benefit of missiles is that you can pick which damage type you're going to use, so you have explosive, kinetic, thermal, and EM damage. Guns are typically locked to a particular type of damage type, so for energy guns it's going to be EM and thermal. For rail guns it's going to be kinetic and thermal. There are other guns like the Trig guns, which I think are thermal and explosive, or kinetic and explosive. Someone can correct me in Twitch chat. You're always right. But the point is, when you're shooting a ship that has naturally high resists, you want to clear the Logi away, because the Logi is going to have a very easy time keeping that ship up when you are shooting it, which is what they did. They eventually switched to the Kitsune. They got rid of the Augurer. Those were the correct choices. If they had delayed in making that choice, then it was entirely possible that they were actually going to fall apart slowly by making the classic mistake that other teams have made in the tournament, which is just fixating and tunnel visioning on the first target that they're shooting. So I think it was a case of Tuskers would have had a really hard time winning, but Truth Honor Light would have had a decent time losing their victory, I suppose. It was more in their hands to lose than it was for Tuskers to win.
Yep, I agree. All right, so if you've been watching from home, you see me wearing this rather fetching Alliance Tournament hat. If we can maybe go to this camera, and maybe even if we can zoom in on this camera here, on the old head covering here, this one here we're using apparently. Let me zoom in there. So this is amazing Alliance Tournament 20 hat signed, oh no, we are using this one, signed by the entire crew. We're going to raffle this off. So someone in Twitch chat land, you can win this rather fetching hat signed by everyone here on the crew. It's pretty cool. So CCP Convict is going to be starting that raffle up in chat. So make sure you get in there and have a chance to win it. Someone will send it to you, I'm sure.
Head sweat is included. You're welcome.
Yes, the head sweat is actually what gives it its true value.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
If you just like wring it out, you might get a little.
If you pay extra, I'll run some laps around the building. All right, so we have 20 minutes until the next match. Both of you have either been in teams or been with teams that have been in this position before. Everything is unlocked. Mystical Might, I'll come to you first. What is going through each of these teams right now?
Now, if I were in their position, I would be spiraling. But I'm a known stressor when it comes to these things, which is why I did not typically get involved with the picks and the bans, because whenever I did, it was not a fun time for me. I think you just kind of have to reset. You accept, okay, we've lost 2 matches in Truth Honor Light's mind. They've lost the first 2 matches, but they've come back. They've kind of settled their nerves, I think. They've got their confidence back a little bit by winning those 2 matches.
The momentum as well.
Yeah, and the momentum, right? So now they're like, okay, we can do this. Yeah, we've won 2 matches. We just need to win 1 more. We have our full toolkit available to us, including the flagship. They don't necessarily need to use it, but now they do have the ability to bring the Balgorn and Armor Gun Rush if they wanted to, if they wanted to utilize it in some way. But they're also probably going to be concerned with the fact that Tuskers have the Dominics and the Cruise Typhoons, right? Mm-hmm. So it might change their ban strategy a little bit. I'm expecting Rapier Hugin, but then I might expect to see a Dominix ban just to push them towards missile guidance computers and the disruption that will come with it, or.
Yep. I mean, also, I'm interested to see what happens if this flagship comes out or not. And there's like a split opinion of whether or not they bring them. And I think actually it'd be fun. CCP Convict, look at me. I'm looking at you now. Can you make a poll in Twitch chat? Will Truth Honor Light bring their flagship Balgorn for this last match? I'd like to see what the Twitch chat thinks about that, so we can base our opinions on theirs.
Or are they cowards?
Or are they cowards? That is added comment by Mystical Might. This is not the opinion of CCP Overlord.
I see. Not anymore. I believe you were confidently saying cowards earlier.
Yeah. Listen, this can't be clipped.
I see. Oh, okay, I see.
There's actually there's already a clip of you saying, camera, look at me, getting down here and saying, if you don't bring a flagship, you're a coward.
Sure.
So it's
but I've changed my mind.
Is that allowed?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know.
Interesting.
You can do that?
I can. So, anyway, let's continue. What do you guys think about this flagship or not? Bart, do you think they're going to bring it? Do you think... I feel like there's 2 questions. Question 1, are Truth Honor Light going to bring their flagship or not in this next match? Question 2, are Tuskers going to think that Truth Honor Light bring their flagship or not in this match? Because those are 2 different but related questions.
Yeah, I think... I don't think Tuskers cares. That's my actual thing. I hope
so. I actually think, Joe, I was thinking this earlier on. Yeah. I think Tuskers actually might be, mentally at least, in a better place for not having their flagship, because they don't have to make the decision to bring it or not. That's been made for them.
I think all of the comps that Tuskers have been running would effectively deal with the flagship anyway. Mm-hmm. Like, they wouldn't suffer too much from being webbed by the Balgorn. They don't necessarily need capacitor to run their guns, for example, especially with a lot of the drone comps that they've been doing. I think the only comp that would have struggled a little bit against the Balgorn was the comp from last match, where they had the Loki and the Lachesis. But even then, those 2 ships would do an effective job of pinning down the Balgorn and allowing the Taloses and the Nagas and the Oracles to stay very far away. So, I mean, honestly, I think Tuskers have kind of just accepted that there will be a Balgorn that they have to go up against, but they are bringing comps that can both beat the Balgorn, but also beat most of the standard comps that we've seen in the tournament so far.
Can they beat Medium Gun Rush?
Apparently not. I mean, seriously, we've seen it happen twice. They've lost to it both times. They seem to have a lot of trouble with it, and I think
that's where I would be worrying about right now. So I'm kind of thinking that if I'm Tuskers, I'm more afraid of Medium Gun Rush right now than Flagship Balgorn.
Yeah, I think a large part of why they're having so much issue is that they're bringing the 3 battleships, right? And that takes up quite a bit of points, and then they're typically... Well, not typically. Sometimes they're running...
yes, by the way, that everyone's going to they're going to bring.
And how much of chat?
60-40.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
So we have some amount of people that may or may not be smart.
Twitch chat is always wrong.
Oh.
So,
Twitch chat.
That's all I'm saying.
Riot against this man.
Almost always wrong. Almost always wrong. Maybe this is the time that you're right. Who knows? But what I was saying is, I think the major issue is that they... Oh, now you're rioting. Oh, now this is what you're rioting over, huh?
All right.
Boo.
This is it. This was the thing that pushed them over the edge. They're like, up until everything is fine, but that man just said we are wrong on the internet.
Now they're unified. No, what I was going to say is they're bringing the 3 battleships, which takes up a lot of points, and it doesn't really leave them much to both do E-War, which they're using to both support and also amplify their damage with things like the Vigil Fleet issues, but also Arbitrators or Crucifiers to reduce the incoming damage, and have a screen, right? Like, they don't have assault frigates. They're not being used much at all by either team. We don't have any. We haven't seen much in the way of like Punishers or any other T1 frigates that have strong tanks that you can just sit on top of a target and stop it from moving. They are really relying on the Vigil Fleet issue, which has fairly low web range and is also fairly squishy. So it has to be close and it will eventually die. And the Crew, which also suffers from the same thing. Low web range, it has to get close to web, which means that it will eventually die. So I feel like if they did want to beat the medium gun spam, they would need to put more points towards screening. And I'm not sure if they've got any comps that could really effectively do that, besides maybe the CFI Guardian comp, where they would just kite around the edge of the arena. And even then, they're going to get hit, right? Because the medium gun spam, one of the benefits is that it has the ability to project out to about that 70, 80 kilometer mark and still do decent damage. So it'll be interesting to see whether Tuskers have something else in their back pocket that they're prepared to bring to counter, or if they're just going to go for a mirror matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that is the other option. If medium gun spam is open for one team, it is inherently now open for the other team. I think it will really depend on what we see in the bans. When we get those, we'll let you guys know. We don't have them just yet. But I mean, I'm expecting to see Megas Ponte coming from Tuskers. Maybe also the EOS. They seem to like to ban that.
Yeah.
And perhaps if they're going for some sort of weird shield thing, they might go for the Draugr as well. I expect not with this Conquest band unlocked. I think they'll do something else. And then I also would expect Truth on Light to be banning the Rapier and the Hugin again.
I'm expecting Tuskers ban, like you said, all of those ships. But I think the final one is probably going to be like the Lachesis. And then I think Truth on the Light stick with the Rapier and the Hugin, but they probably ban the Dominics and maybe duplicate ban the EOS at the end, just to be sure that they're not going to face some other form of drone setup.
Yeah, because we have seen Tuskers bring a pretty potent EOS drone setup earlier on in the tournament. They won with it. I can't remember right now who they beat, but I do remember it was quite dominant from what I recall. So this is the part where there's so long to think about this, and the teams now have played each other a bunch of times. Was it 2 matches in the upper bracket, and then now 4 matches? So they've played 6 matches against each other with various ban theory and execution, flagships, no flagships, etc., etc. So all that information is spiraling around inside their heads right now, and I guarantee you, each of these teams last night went through and were like prepping for the teams that they were likely to face in the finals. There was only 4 teams left when we came into the tournament this morning. So it really only has 3 teams you have to prepare against, and you can kind of like make okay, we think this is who's likely to be facing us. And you're going to watch all their matches, you're going to be looking at what they're banning, you're going to have a spreadsheet, you're going to be kind of trying to figure out what they're doing with their bans, what they don't like. Bart, like, what kind of information can you kind of glean from doing this kind of research?
I mean, honestly, like, I kind of slightly disagree. I have a feeling that Truth Honor Light probably only prepped versus Tuskers, just because of the ego thing. As for the research for it, I mean, like, yeah, you can literally just going back and watching the match. Like, for instance, you're talking about the EOSs. You can look at it and see, oh, these EOSs were paper fit. You can go back and look at the Dominixes, and you can actually just watch the way that they flew. Clearly, they didn't pay that much attention because they got MJD on top of. But like, you could go back and look at it and be like, oh, these guys have this plan where, if we come in close to them, they're going to run back to a beacon and then NJD into our back line. You can glean a lot from fits, even without actually having seen the fits, just by replaying something over and over again and seeing things like, okay, well, that chip's necked this one, and he got neuted, and now they're slowing down. Okay, so clearly there's more heavy newts than just one, right? Like, you got cap nuked instantly. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure they did a lot of work. I'm sure there's a lot of sleepless nights poring over the replays. The thing is that gets really rough, though, is for teams going up against ones like Truth Honor Light and Tuskers, is it's not just this AT that you have to look at. You have several years of matches, and while the points are different, that doesn't necessarily mean the comps can be different. A lot of ships are fairly interchangeable. I mean, we're seeing Spiky Boy Phantasms coming out in a medium shield gun rush, which is, a lot of people are like, oh, that's kind of weird, and it's like, oh, no, that's pretty good. So you kind of have to look at like their historical play, and I would say that, like, historically, Truth Honor Light is very, like, for the last couple of years, has been very into medium gun spam, and they've also been very into ECM control, specifically jam ECM control. Whereas Tuskers historically has been very into weird shit. So that's a little harder. Like, it's rougher to prepare against them.
You just comp shame them.
Yeah. I mean, it's worked But yeah, it almost worked. But now
they're a
Tuskers is doing
team.
the funniest thing. Maybe.
I mean, we can look at the bans now. I'm being told the bans are available.
Excellent.
So let's take a look at the bans for this final match in Alliance Tournament 20.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
So the
You're right.
Zarmazd, the Eos, the Curse, and the Pilgrim being banned out by the Tuskers Co. And then Truth on the Light banning out the Hugin, the Rapier, the Dominix, and the Ashimu. So they recognize, finally someone has recognized the threat, the true threat of the triple Domi, the undefeated triple Domi, in fact, and Truth on the Light banning that out. So they see that comp and they know it is a threat. Mystical Knight, what else do you see in these bans here?
I find it interesting that the Tuskers at this point have decided that the Lachesis and the Arazu aren't the two ships that they're worried about in terms of recons, but they've gone for the Curse and the Pilgrim. The rest of it, I mean, anticipated the Dominix ban just because it's shown to be such a strong and effective comp from the Tuskers, and it's not likely that THL would want to bring it out of the blue without having had much practice with it, because as Bart said, there are slight intricacies to both fits and playstyles and timings in the match that can all impact how effective the comp is. Like, do you all assign drones, or do you all lock the target individually and then shoot? Or at what point do you then swap to like a logistics frigate or a logistics cruiser instead of shooting a mainline DPS ship? And also, THL have always been really, really bad with drones, so it's probably for the best that they've banned Dominixes here. I think the Ashimu ban is really the interesting one, as we haven't seen, I think, other Ashimu bans from Truth on the Light or the Tuskers so far. I might be wrong. Let me know, Twitch chat.
But you're already the enemy to Twitch chat now.
They're going to tell me I'm wrong anyway.
Everyone's just like, this guy sucks.
But it shows again that they want to remove as much screening as possible, and it seems like they're comfortable leaving in things like the Vigil Fleet issue or the Kruger, because even though they do the same thing as the Ashimu, they do it at about the same range and they tank a lot less, so it's a lot easier to clear.
So just to be clear, all the Conquest bans have gone. They've been reset. This is a best of one now. Basically, this is just your regular old Alliance Tournament match like you would face in Weekend 1, except it's in the Grand Finals, and if you lose, it's the end of the tournament, and if you win, it's also the end of the tournament, but you win. Like, this is it. There's only 10 minutes left, maximum. Well, 15 if it goes to overtime, I guess. That would be very funny if we went to overtime.
Would be really
It would
funny.
be very enjoyable. So, I mean, we're getting very close to this. Another Typhoon comp is still available. The Tuskers as well. Part of me is still expecting, like you say, this sort of medium gun rush coming from Truth on the Light. Like, that feels, it's been so strong. They've defeated Tuskers with it multiple times already. You know, do you pivot away from something that's been proven to work?
So I think that the one comp that Tuskers has that seems to give medium guns a decent amount of trouble is the Typhoon setup. And also, I kind of like, I'm going to try and get inside the minds of the people that are banning here, and which will either I'll be super correct and I'll feel really, really smart, or I'll be completely wrong and I'll still be like, well, they should have done what I said. Well, that's why they lost or won. But the Curse Pilgrim ban from the Tuskers is a pretty good signal to say, look, we've opened up your medium gun comp. That's kind of how I look at it, is it's Tuskers saying, bring this against us.
I think it's also hinting towards them bringing, or not wanting to see guidance disruptors.
Yeah. But you still have Sentinels, and you still have Crucifires, which also are ships that do that thing.
Yeah.
And I personally, prediction for this, even though we're not there yet, I think Tuskers brings Dominixes, but not...
Dominix are banned. No. Please don't do it.
They run it back. No, I think that they... not Dominixes. I'm spacing. Armageddons, yes. That's
we did
what I
talk
meant.
about that.
Navy issues? Or?
No, regular issue.
We just replace the Dommies with Geddons.
Because the Domi and
mouthfeel.
Geddon are very... Oh, yes. Is it, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Armageddon.
Armageddon. Hello, sound guy. I think a triple Geddon is basically the same. Like, the way Tuskers have been flying it, I think triple Geddon is very, very similar. The downside is you can't use sentry sniping.
Yep.
But the upside,
long-range
big newts.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and that's the linchpin of that Tusker Dominix comp. Has not really, like, against the bad teams, it's been the sentries. But against these good teams, it's the fact that when you get your 3 Dominixes into the brawl, into the melee, you now have so many heavy newts. And, like, what if you didn't even have to get that close?
I mean, also, there's a thing, we said it on the desk a couple of times. You started by saying it. If you can't beat a shield rush comp with whatever you're bringing, then you shouldn't be bringing that comp in the first place. And yet, some part of my brain thinks that one of these teams might just try and bring a shield rush and try and just win with it. And we saw, I think the Tuskers were banning out the Lachesis and the Ragequit because they were afraid of those long-range scrams. They've left them open, which, I don't know, maybe they're saying bring your kiting comp with that Lachesis that was, you controlled that other team, I can't remember who they were at this moment in time, but they controlled them so well and kept them at arm's length and almost no damage landed on Truth on the Light.
You're thinking Truth on our Light might bring the Fly Killer?
Yes.
No.
No? You said no?
The Typhoons are still open.
Typhoons are just... Oh, come on. Like,
I'm trying to talk. Look at all this Typhoon.
No, I'm aware. I'm just saying, imagine these Typhoons are blowing up tenement deacons.
True. That was something. I mean, all those paints are available.
Yep. Yeah. Is the Hyena available?
I think you're right.
Sorry,
I believe the Hyena is available.
Can we see the bands again?
It was the Hugin, Rapier, and Ashmore the ones banned.
Hugin and Rapier. Okay, so the Hyena, the Vigil Fleet, and the regular Vigil, all available. We did see the Hyena get alpha basically at the start of the last match, but still, Cruise Typhoons were able to apply to Tenement Deacons, which already is an impressive achievement. Honestly, I think, Bart, you might be right in this, in that instance. I think that is... What we've seen so far, at least, from the Tuskers, that might be what I would choose to bring.
Yeah, I think the Tuskers set up for them to bring. I'm not going to necessarily say it's their Apex comp, because that might be the Potato Fleet, but because they're both good. But I think this Cruise Typhoon comp, it's undefeated. No one's come even close to it. I think that because the Hyena's open, it gives you so much control. Because the issue with the Hyena is like. I'm literally trying to visualize the point breakdown, and I can't because it's too complicated to do in my head right now. But I feel like you can bring the triple cruise battleship and a Hyena, and then throw like 2 crucifiers in there to keep the Hyena alive or something like that, and then just use the fact that you have massive damage that applies to literally every ship in the game, apparently.
Including Tenement Deacons.
Even though it shouldn't, to win the game there. So, I mean, that's kind of what I think Tuskers does. And the thing with that comp is, you know what would be really, really good against? Flag Balgorn.
Misty, what about this Ashimu ban from Truth on the Light, though? I feel like the other 3 bans make obvious sense to me. It's the Webby boys and it's the Dommy boy. Ashimu seems to sort of not fit in there.
Hello, Jotuun. I am looking at the chat, reading all of your beautiful and wonderful opinions. I think that, I mean, again, it just kind of calls back to the fact that Truth on the Light don't seem to want to be screened all that much. I do feel like we might see a little Florida man at the end. It's entirely possible.
I was actually thinking the same thing.
I think we might see some alligators. Loki's still open, I think.
Loki is still open, yes.
Yeah. So that there is still Hamrush on the table. Neither team has fielded it. Against the Typhoons, I feel like Hamrush might do okay. The main concern is not being able to get onto the Typhoons. And we have seen in one of the previous matches that Tuskers fly their Typhoons very, very well, where they were basically in 3 different corners of the arena. So even after you've killed 1 Typhoon, the other 2 Typhoons are going to be so far away, right? You're going to spend so much time getting there. The key thing for Truth on the Light, and the reason why they may have banned the Ashmu, is that they need to get on top of the Typhoons quickly while they're still close together. And one of the things that would have stopped them is long-range webs, right? So the only real way that they would be stopped now is Vigil Fleet issue, which means it has to get into reasonably close range and may get counter-webbed, or a Hyena, which has probably the best range of any of the ships left, followed closely by the Loki. So, I mean, I do feel like there's going to be a ham rush just to end it out. Hopefully not like a Sleipnir and Kizrael rush, but
I could see that.
Yeah, I could also. Yeah. That's also. These are the 2 things that are coming to mind right now.
There's so much on the table. There's so much open. This is a best of one. I've said this already. I'll say it again just to highlight the importance of where we are now in this tournament. It literally comes down to the decisions that have already been made in terms of banning, the decisions that have already been made in terms of which comp they're going to bring, and then now they have to decide which ranges they're warping in. Both teams are in system and are warping to the arena as we speak. So the match is almost ready. We are so close, at like a minute or 2 away from the conclusion of Alliance Tournament 20. So we had Truth on a Light Okay, they came in, direct invite from last year, where would they become fourth last year? Fourth, and they did excellent. They stormed through the upper bracket, making it to the winners bracket final, where they went 2-0 against the Tuskers coat, knocking Tuskers down into the elimination bracket. The Tuskers also had a great run with a direct invite, coming second last year, going 2-3 against Fraternity in the grand final. And then they came in, they went through the upper bracket to the upper bracket final, got knocked down, went 2-0 against Platinum Sensitivity, and then came into this grand final now, going 2-0 against Truth on the Light. Truth on the Light have now come back 2-2, and Truth on the Light are bringing their flagship. So we are going to see a flagship comp on the field. So, Mystical Might, Black Vampire, are you guys ready?
Oh yeah. So
I hope you are all ready out there as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is the final match of Alliance Tournament 20. The winner of this match will be your champions. So, for the last time, let's head over to the arena.
Hello, I am moderator, joined by Starfleet Commander for what will be the final match of Alliance Tournament 20. Truth Honor Light has brought their Apex Balgorn, supported by medium gun spam. However, Tuskers Co. have brought not one or two, but 3 Typhoons and Hyenas. So these fleet Typhoons, are they going to sweep away this Balgorn? Is that ball going to be like Winston and cast away? Or will the Hyenas pounce on these Deacons and take a bite out of Truth Honor Light?
I don't know, as I hear some cheering going on from the analyst desk at the moment, I'm pretty excited for the match. Cruise Foons, as we've seen earlier today, the damage is going to be kind of landing fast from Truth Honor Light. But Tuskers going to have a difficult job, I think. The Balgorn's going to get webbed immediately.
Yes, Balgorn came in at 10 kilometers off the beacon. He's going to be in web range of everything, and they're going right for the Hyenas. I think that's the perfect call. The Hyenas are trying to get away as fast as they can, and they do actually, for the most part. Flak Inquisitor is the only one, and the Typhoon fleet issues are running in. They're trying to hard commit onto the Navy Brutix. They're trying to just knock it out, using those paints to apply perfectly. And that Brutix is taking an absolute pounding. Blue Melon going down into half armor. Newt's onto the Navy Omen, just trying to turn it off. Meanwhile, all of this CHL core is getting on top of VLD and trying to say, VLD, these nuts, you're getting out of the arena. On you at 0.
Blue Melon about to go down in the Brutix Navy issue. 3 Hyenas as well for the Tuskers, so plenty of application. The crews will be hitting perfectly.
Oh, and the webs are getting on top of that Deacon once that Brutix goes down. Those Deacons are both webbed. Are they webbed apart from each other? One Hyena down, they still have 2 left.
One down. The answer to bring that for your Hyenas is bring more Hyenas. The Blue Men does go down the Navy Brutix. Next target is the Deacon, as you said. Lucas Quorn TP'd and webbed. As we've seen earlier today, these things just pop with the cruisers.
Okay, and Tin Baron is on top of him at 0, which is perfect, but Tin Baron is taking newt pressure.
God,
Lucas Quorn is getting webbed down really hard. That's at least like 2 or 3 webs on him. The Hyena, one of them is dropping, one of them's low. However, they trade the Deacon! They trade the Deacon for the Hyena. There's Flak left. There's still newts onto Tin. Tin has gotten webbed. I mean, the Typhoon of VLD is still surviving. I said VLD, these nuts, but VLD is turning around and saying, hey, you're not sweeping me out. My Typhoon, we're going to be the gust of wind that knocks you down as this Deacon of Tin Baron goes down and explodes to cruise.
Tin Baron going down. There's still one more Hyena left for the Tuskers. That's why you bring 3 of them in the first place. The Typhoon's still looking strong, looking probably to go for the Astarte maybe. The Balcon is still an impressive force. Inquisitor taking a lot of damage.
Yeah,
damage on Jaeger. Webbed and TP'd down by THL. About to go down into structure. He's in structure, and he does go down. Logi3 is going down for Tuskers now.
Yeah, I mean, that Inquisitor wasn't even caught down by any of these tackle ships. It was just the Balgorn of Amelia saying, you're caught at 70 kilometers and you are going to slow down and die. The Astarte, however, is taking a massive pounding. He has basically not moving at all. He's either not propping because he doesn't want a signature to bloom and get hit by cruises earlier, or he's just completely capped dry. Yeah. Anyway, he's about to go down, and once he goes down, critically, VLD is getting some repairs. It looks like that's either active tank or that's going to be Logibots, and it is Logibots. That's going to be the other Typhoons supporting him with those heavy and medium drones, providing crucial logistics support. Speaking of support, though, that Pontifex Ferox is going down, And once that's down, that's the armor links off, the last thing that the Balgorn need to survive. Navy Omen doesn't have any links. It's just some cruisers left for THL and the Balgorn against the world.
I think the Navitas does go down for the Tuskers. So the reps off for Tuskers, but the damage, as you said, is lacking on THL. I don't think they'll be able to get through all the Foons in the match. VOD, the primary for THL, might get him down. The Balgorn is a flag. Remember that. So he will have webs. He's going to have lots of newts. So he will be able to get rid of the reps. Omen going down for THL. Good call from the Tuskers side.
And critically, this is a gun battle. It
is
not just
a gun
webs.
battle.
This is going to have maximum tier, Aremans, turrets. It's going to have that maximum, meta 17 damage. The Balgorn, is losing, a little bit of support as that Omen of Jordan goes down. This VLD Fleet Typhoon has got a cloud of, heavy bots trying to support it, but he's down as a 3% armor, and he's bleeding some structure now.
VOD hanging on with a thread. He needs to hang on for as long as possible, because if it comes down to 2 battleships against the Balgorn, I think he should lose, but he'll have a much better chance. VOD into structure, trying to claw back a bit of shield for HP, and a bit of armor coming back as well. He does go down. VOD is down.
Yeah, critically, though, Mirachiv and Kartoff are alive. So right now, if I'm Flak, what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to get away from Verdict, and we see he's running away on the screen, which is perfect. You have to play for points right now if you're Tuskers. You are up a total of 42 points. The Magus of Wex, which is going to be the skirmish links, has been caught by, again, the Balgorn, which can just web infinitely, and we see those drones chasing after him. The Omen of Verdict putting his guns on top of him, trying to burn through the remaining armor.
Brainstraw about to go down to the Mauler. It might be just down to Amelia Dust Space, I think.
Oh, and Mirachiv and that Magus are sitting on top of that beacon at 0. The Pontifex of JJ looks like he was trying to spool, but I'm not sure if he was able to get it off.
I don't think so. Brainstraw about to go down.
Oh, he does have the spool effect. He's burning down. There's a cloud of drones, and he gets away at the last minute before he is getting down into lower armor.
I mean, amazing plays from him, but at the moment, they still got 2 Foons to go through for THL. I don't think they can do it just a Balgorn and a Navy Omen.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They would have to kill, this Fleet Typhoon of Mirachiv just to be, on points ahead. Again, it's a 30-point differential. The Mauler of Brainstar is trying to play for his life because he's 11 points.
Yeah.
He's not trying to survive to do damage. He's trying to survive to continue to live. Omen of Verdict is trying to close range, but the Typhoon fleet issue so far is just trying to chill on top of the beacon. And again, that Omen does go down. The Mauler going down here as well. So it's a total of 41 points. And critically now, Kartoff is not enough. They have to kill Mirachiv, or they'd have to kill a Hyena and a Pontifex for Truth Honor Light to claw it back with only 4 minutes left. Do you think they can do it?
I don't know. There's 2 Foons. There's a Fleet Typhoon and a Typhoon, both really good pilots, and just Amelia really in the Balgorn and the Navy Omen. It's going to be a tough one.
The Typhoon is MJ Ding. He's on the beacon. He's trying to get away from Verdict. Amelia Duckspace initially looked like he's getting webs, but the Typhoon of Kartoff jumping perfectly away from what looks like Amelia Duckspace, trying to use the range and saying, yes, you have 70-kilometer webs, but I have 100 range, that I can get off these kind of beacons. And Mirachiv now getting webbed again by the side of Verdict, who is on top of him at 0. And this Balgorn is menacingly chasing him after him. It looks like Jaws, but again, Mirachiv is on the beacon, and there's no scram. Mira can jump away at any time he wants.
And this is the beauty of these beacons. You can use them at the end of the game to try and get around. Once you get all the scrams down and tackles, you can escape if you want to.
Speaking of things that won't escape, Verdict is getting hit, and it looks like he is about to be judged by these cruise missiles. And with that, Amelia Duckspace is the lone remaining survivor. That massive purple bar is going to be 2 top-tier officer reps. And Tuskers, I don't know if they can kill it, but with this, the Balgorn does not have enough time with 2 minutes left, I don't think, to kill anything.
So we're going to tentatively say that we might have our new champions for this year, but I think, will they get the Balgorn down? I don't think so, but Tuskers, I think, should give it a go, I think.
You absolutely have to. And we've seen, these double web fits and sometimes a web and a scram. And that's part of the fact is that, you don't get a scram bonus, but you need to prevent people from getting an MJD away from you. And often these kind of comps that THL bring, they put webs, and that's for the simple reason that you need to be able to kill Tenement Deacons, right? Or you need to be able to kill other frigates like the Navitas and the Inquisitor that are hard to track. And again, we see another micro jump up play as it looks like the Typhoon fleet issue is getting away now, and he is spooling right now.
He's away.
He's spooling perfectly away, and he is 69, a very nice distance away from the center of the arena. And you know what else is going to be nice? Tuskers Co., they looked like they were about to get reverse swept.
Yeah.
They looked like they were about to get cleaned out and just broomed out. But you know what? The Fleet Typhoons...
The cruise missiles end up winning the tournament. I mean, who'd have thought? Typhoon's back again. Kingslayer's back. Absolutely fantastic. I mean, honestly, THL almost reverse sweep. Both these teams are super seasoned teams. Not surprised that we're seeing here in the finals. And a fantastic run for Tuskers, going back into the losers and coming back again.
And speaking of some seasoning, we are seeing some very, very, I would say, salty and spicy chat right now in local. Understandably, I mean, Truth, Honor, Light, they've been playing for, the better part of, basically with this core 6-7 years. Some new members just like Nith had, unfortunately, losing in this match. But again, even if they killed this Fleet Typhoon, it's down 57 points. It wouldn't be enough. They would have to kill the Fleet Typhoon and a Pontifex or a Hyena. And so far, these ships are doing an excellent job of just sitting perfectly at a beacon saying, I'm just chilling. You web me. I'm going to go 100 kilometers the other way away from you.
Both these teams, though, getting a lot of ships for the prizes. And they're going to be going home with loads, trillions of ISK in value. So it's, second place, first place. First place is for the, I want to go for the win. But they're still going to go home with loads of prizes. Tuskers going down to losers, keeping the mental and coming back and getting the win, even though they almost got reverse sweep, is absolutely incredible.
Hey, I thought that the Tuskers, they might manage to choke on some of their own, their own meat here, and it looks like they have proved us wrong. They have said that the Cruise Typhoons and their comp, Mirage has a big brain, the Cruises brought the pain, and they are going to gain first place this year in Alliance Tournament 20. It is official. The clock is done. They win by a total of 57 points, and they are going to win a total of 40 of these cruisers, 40 frigates, and 20 ships. They are going to win 100 prize ships, and the first time ever they win a best of 5 against Truth, Honor, Light. We're going to send it back to the desk. For myself and Starfleet, it has been an absolute pleasure to bring you the grand finals of Alliance Tournament 20.
It is the Tuskers Co., the champions of Alliance Tournament 20, defeating Truth, Honor, Light in an incredibly exciting best-of-5 grand final. From starting 2-0 up to going down to 2-2 and then taking on the flagship in the last match, probably Truth, Honor, Light's best comp right there with that flagship, and by God, they did it. The Tuskers Co. are the champions. We saw some incredible plays right at the end there from both Mirage and Amelia Darkspace. Amelia getting in there, trying to bump that Typhoon as he was micro jump driving away because he was trying to play keep away towards the end, and he almost got it. There was one bump was successful. Mira held his nerve. The second bump missed, and as soon as that happened, he was out of there, and that was GG. Incredible final. What a match. What a match. CCP Zealous. Amazing.
What an incredible tournament.
Yep.
Months ago we started. Here we are today, the grand final. And it goes to a best of 5 again. What more can you ask for? The Tuskers.
The Tuskers. So they're now 2-time Alliance Tournament winning champions, the Tuskers Co. Congratulations from all of us here. It's not just me and CCP Zealous.
Yes, there
Should
is
we get some of our friends
whole
in?
crew of people. I'll invite everybody on. It's an old AT tradition that everyone that helps with the production, come on in. Come and join us on the desk. All these wonderful people that helped make the production what it was. Small to big. All enjoy their time here in Iceland. Couldn't have done it without them. Eternally grateful from my heart. Thank you very much, everyone. And once again, to the Tuskers, congratulations to you.
Yeah, congratulations, Tuskers. And I think one last time, with some clapping, we can activate party mode. Let's go, everyone.
Do it. Enable the clapper.
There we go. Thank you for watching Alliance Tournament 20. I've been CCP Overload. This has been the rest of them. We will see you whenever we see you.